Good day, lovely viewers. Welcome to Revenger What If. We have an exciting story lined up for you today. What if Naruto entered the Twilight universe and became the alpha of all alphas who claimed Bella from Edward? Your engagement means the world to us. Like, comment, and subscribe to help us grow and bring you more amazing content. Without wasting any time, let's start. Chapter 1, Stranger in Forks. The sky tore open like paper. Naruto Uzumaki tumbled through the dimensional rift, his body wreathed in the fading golden light of Six Paths Sage Mode. One moment he'd been locked in battle with a godlike enemy, chakra flaring as he prepared a final Raisin Shuriken. The next, reality itself had fractured around him. He crashed through a canopy of impossibly tall evergreens, branches snapping beneath his weight. His normally graceful landing abandoned him as he hit the forest floor with a thud that knocked the air from his lungs. Pain radiated through his limbs as the last of his chakra cloak dissipated. "Kurama," he whispered, reaching inward for the nine tails. The fox's presence remained, but subdued, as if in deep slumber after their combined exertion. Naruto closed his eyes, trying to make sense of what had happened. The enemy's strange jutsu must have torn a hole in space-time itself. Rain pattered against his face. Different rain than he was used to, colder, cleaner somehow. Everything smelled different too. The forest around him carried none of the chakra signatures he associated with Fire Country's woodlands. Naruto pushed himself to his feet, wincing. His orange and black jacket was torn, revealing the mesh armor underneath. The familiar weight of his headband remained against his forehead, one small comfort in this strange place. "Hello," he called out. "Anyone there?" "Sakura-chan." "Kakashi-sensei." Only the steady drizzle answered him. Naruto took a deep breath, centering himself. First rule of being stranded, assess the situation. He wasn't critically injured. He had maybe 30% of his chakra reserves, enough to defend himself, but not enough for sustained combat if this place proved hostile. He looked upward, seeking the rift he'd fallen through, but saw only gray clouds through a hole in the forest canopy. Whatever doorway had brought him here had closed. "Great," he muttered. "Just great." The forest felt strange. Not necessarily threatening, but there was something off about it. Naruto had grown accustomed to sensing the natural energy around him since mastering Sage Mode, and this place hummed with it differently. The energy here flowed in unfamiliar patterns, wilder somehow, less shaped by human presence. He began walking, picking a direction at random. His shinobi instincts told him to climb to higher ground, to get a better view of this unfamiliar territory. 3 miles away, Sam Yuli froze mid-stride, his head snapping toward the eastern section of the forest. Something had disturbed the natural order, something neither vampire nor human. The alpha wolf's instincts screamed at him that a new player had entered their territory. He phased immediately, clothes shredding as his human form gave way to the massive black wolf. His mind reached out automatically to the pack's shared consciousness. Jacob. Paul. Embry. Jared. Quill. Something's entered our land. Jacob Black was the first to respond, his thoughts tinged with concern. Leech? No, Sam replied. Different. Powerful. Meet me at the eastern ridge. Within minutes, the wolves had assembled, their forms moving silently through the underbrush despite their massive size. Jacob's russet-colored wolf flanked Sam's right while Paul took the left. They moved as one entity, connected by the pack mind, toward the foreign presence that had set every primal instinct on high alert. As they drew closer, a strange sensation began to wash over them. Sam felt it first, an inexplicable pressure bearing down on his alpha authority. His steps faltered momentarily, earning concerned glances from the others. Sam. Jacob's thoughts were sharp with worry. "I'm fine," he responded, though uncertainty colored his thoughts. "Whatever this is, it's affecting the wolf somehow." They crested a ridge overlooking a small clearing, and there they saw him, a young man with spiky blonde hair and strange whisker-like marks on his cheeks. He wore tattered orange and black clothing unlike anything local to Forks. The stranger moved with uncanny grace despite appearing lost, occasionally stopping to touch tree trunks as if reading something from them. Paul's thoughts grew aggressive. Let's confront him. Could be working with the bloodsuckers. Wait, Sam commanded, but found his alpha tone weakened somehow. The sensation intensified the longer they observed the stranger, as though an invisible force was challenging Sam's position in the hierarchy. Jacob's wolf tilted its head, equally confused. What's happening? Why do I feel submission? The blonde stranger suddenly stopped, his head turning directly toward their hidden position. Despite the distance and their natural camouflage, he'd somehow sensed them. I know you're there, he called out, his voice carrying easily across the distance. No point hiding. I'm not looking for trouble. Impossible, Jared thought. No human could detect us from that distance. Sam made a decision. Jacob, with me. The rest of you hang back. Be ready. The two largest wolves emerged from the tree-line, maintaining their animal forms. If this was a trap or a new kind of enemy, they wouldn't risk exposing their human selves. The stranger didn't seem surprised by the appearance of two horse-sized wolves. Instead, he relaxed slightly, as if relieved they weren't something worse. Giant wolves, he muttered. Still not the strangest thing I've seen. He raised his hands in a universal gesture of peace. Name's Naruto Uzumaki. I'm not exactly from around here. The deer never stood a chance. Edward Cullen moved faster than human eyes could track, bringing down the buck with practiced efficiency. He drank quickly, mechanically, his thoughts elsewhere despite the momentary satisfaction of quenched thirst. You're brooding again, Alice said, appearing silently beside him. Her petite form belied her strength as she disposed of her own kill with graceful movements. Edward straightened, wiping a single drop of blood from his mouth. I'm concerned, not brooding. Semantics. Alice shrugged. Bella will make her choice eventually. Pressuring her isn't helping. I'm not pressuring her, Edward insisted, though guilt colored his tone. I just want her to understand the consequences. Alice gave him a knowing look. Their most recent family argument had been heated. Bella's desire to become a vampire after graduation had created a division among the Cullens. Edward remained firmly against it, while Alice supported whatever would make Bella happy. The others fell somewhere in between, with Rosalie the most vocal about maintaining human life whenever possible. She understands more than you give her credit for, Alice said gently. Alice suddenly went rigid, her golden eyes unfocused. Edward instinctively reached for her arm to steady her as he simultaneously reached for her thoughts, reading the vision as it came to her. But instead of the usual clear images, Edward encountered something fragmented, disjointed. Flashes of gold light. A forest clearing. Strange symbols in the air. A sense of tremendous power. And something that resembled whiskers. Alice? Edward prompted when her eyes refocused. She shook her head, confusion evident on her face. I don't understand. It was like something was blocking me, or changing things too quickly for me to see properly. What does it mean? Edward asked, already feeling dread building. I don't know. But something's changed in Forks. Something new has arrived. Alice's expression grew troubled. And it's connected to Bella somehow. I saw her face, just for a moment. Edward was already moving. We need to get back. Now. Wait, Alice called, grabbing his arm with surprising force. There's more. Whatever this is, it isn't a vampire. It isn't a wolf. It's something else entirely. Edward paused, his perfect features arranged in a frown. A new kind of threat? I don't know, Alice admitted. But it's powerful, Edward. Maybe more powerful than anything we've encountered before. Naruto studied the enormous wolves with cautious interest. He'd seen ninja animals before, of course, but these creatures felt different. No summoning marks, no obvious chakra network like he'd see in a typical ninja animal. Yet they radiated a strange energy that wasn't quite chakra but wasn't entirely natural either. And they were intelligent, that much was obvious from the way they positioned themselves, the clear communication between them through subtle movements and eye contact. The Black Wolf seemed to be the leader, though Naruto sensed the russet one had potential for greater authority. "Look, I'm lost," Naruto explained, keeping his posture relaxed but ready. "I was in a battle and got transported here. I don't even know where here is." The wolves exchanged glances. The russet one seemed to be considering something, then suddenly backed away into the tree line. Naruto tensed, preparing for an attack from another direction, but instead, a tall, copper-skinned young man emerged wearing only cut-off jean shorts. His muscular build and serious expression matched the intensity of the russet wolf that had disappeared. "You're near Forks, Washington," the young man said. "I'm Jacob Black." "That's Sam." He nodded toward the Black Wolf, who remained in animal form, eyes watchful. "Washington?" Naruto repeated, the unfamiliar name confirming his suspicion. "I've never heard of it. Is it in the land of fire? The land of wind?" Jacob frowned. "Land of fire? No, you're in the United States of America." Naruto's heart sank. This wasn't just another country, this was another world entirely. The dimensional rift had taken him much further than he'd initially feared. "That means nothing to me," Naruto admitted. "I'm from Konohagakure, the Hidden Leaf Village." "There's no hidden village around here," Jacob replied. "Just Forks, the reservation, and a whole lot of forest." His eyes narrowed. "What are you?" "You're not human, not entirely." Naruto considered how much to reveal. These weren't ordinary people either, that much was clear. "I'm a shinobi, a ninja," he said finally. "And I have something sealed inside me. A powerful entity called the Nine-Tailed Fox." At these words, the Black Wolf, Sam, made a low growling sound. Jacob tensed visibly. "You're possessed?" Jacob asked sharply. "No, not possessed," Naruto clarified quickly. "Kurama, the Nine Tails, is sealed within me, but we're partners now. We share power." Even as he said it, Naruto noticed how the wolves reacted to his chakra. The Black Wolf seemed to be fighting an instinct to back down, to submit. Naruto had seen this reaction before when very powerful ninja animals encountered Kurama's chakra, but never in creatures that weren't summoned partners. "What are you?" Naruto asked directly. "You're not ordinary wolves. Or ordinary humans." Jacob exchanged another look with Sam, some silent communication passing between them. "We're protectors," Jacob said carefully. "Our tribe has the ability to shift forms to defend our lands from threats." "Threats like what?" Naruto asked. "Like vampires," Jacob replied bluntly, watching Naruto's reaction closely. Naruto blinked. "Vampires? Like, blood-drinking monsters from stories?" "They're real here," Jacob said. "And they're the reason we exist." Naruto absorbed this information, adding it to his growing understanding of this strange world. No wonder the natural energy felt different here, the supernatural elements followed different rules. "I'm not a threat to your people," Naruto assured them. "I just need to figure out how to get home, or at least understand this place better." Sam made a sound that might have been disagreement, but Jacob nodded slowly. "There's something about you," Jacob said. "Something that affects us, affects the wolf. Sam feels it. I feel it too. It's probably Kurama's chakra," Naruto explained. "He's a being of pure nature energy in my world. His presence can be overwhelming to those sensitive to it." Before Jacob could respond, Sam suddenly turned his massive head toward the west, ears pricked forward. A low growl rumbled from his throat. Bloodsuckers, Jacob muttered. They must have sensed you too. Naruto followed their gaze but saw nothing. Still, he could feel a new presence approaching, cold, fast, and somehow hollow compared to the vibrant energy of the wolves. You're vampires? Naruto asked. The Cullens, Jacob confirmed, his voice hardening. They keep to themselves mostly, hunt animals instead of humans. We have a treaty with them. An uneasy one, Naruto observed, picking up on Jacob's tone. Jacob's eyes flashed with surprise. Yeah. Uneasy. Sam suddenly shifted position, moving to stand directly in front of Naruto. Not threatening him, but positioning himself between Naruto and the approaching entities. The gesture wasn't lost on Naruto. Despite their wariness, the wolves had already categorized him as something to protect rather than confront. You should probably come with us, Jacob said. Until we figure out exactly what you are and why you're affecting the pack this way. Naruto weighed his options. He was in an unknown world with depleted chakra reserves. These shapeshifters seemed to be the closest thing to allies he'd found so far, and they clearly knew this territory. Lead the way, he agreed. But just so we're clear, I go willingly or not at all. Jacob's mouth twitched in what might have been the beginning of a smile. Understood. The reservation is safest. The bloodsuckers can't follow us there. As they began moving through the forest, Naruto felt Sam's continued resistance to his presence. The alpha wolf maintained his dignity, but Naruto could sense the internal struggle. Something about Naruto's nature was challenging Sam's position in ways neither of them fully understood. Bella Swan stared out her bedroom window at the endless gray clouds, a dog-eared copy of Wuthering Heights forgotten in her lap. Edward had been gone for 2 days on a family hunting trip, and his absence left a familiar hollow feeling in her chest that she was beginning to resent. Their last conversation replayed in her mind, his velvet voice tight with frustration. You don't understand what you're asking for, Bella. Immortality isn't a gift, it's a sentence. It's my choice, she had insisted. My life. A life you're too willing to throw away, he'd countered. The argument had ended the way their arguments always did lately, with Edward softening, apologizing, dazzling her with his perfect features until she felt guilty for pushing. But the fundamental disagreement remained unresolved. Charlie's cruiser pulled into the driveway, drawing Bella from her thoughts. She sighed and headed downstairs to start dinner, grateful for the distraction. Hey, Bells, Charlie called as he hung up his jacket and gun belt. How was school? Fine, she answered automatically. Just working on homework. How was work? Charlie's expression shifted subtly. Interesting, actually. Got reports of strange lights in the sky last night over the eastern forest. Thought it might be kids with fireworks, but Billy Black says some of the guys from the reservation saw it too. Like a tear in the clouds, they said. Bella paused in retrieving ingredients from the refrigerator. That is weird. Did you check it out? Sent a deputy. Nothing there but some broken tree branches. Probably just a small storm cell. Charlie shrugged. But I'd stay out of the eastern forest for a while, just in case. In case of what? Bella asked, suddenly alert. In Forks, strange phenomena usually had supernatural explanations. In case it's poachers or something, Charlie said vaguely. Just a precaution. Bella nodded, though her mind was already racing with possibilities. Would Edward know about this? Would Alice have seen something? After dinner, Bella tried calling Edward's cell, but it went straight to voicemail, not unusual when he was hunting in remote areas. She sent a quick text instead, strange lights reported in forest last night. Everything okay? When no reply came after an hour, she called Jacob. Hey, Bells, he answered, his voice oddly distracted. What's up? My dad mentioned something about strange lights in the forest, she said without preamble. I wondered if you knew anything. A beat of silence followed. Why would I know anything? Jacob asked, his tone too casual. Because whenever something weird happens around here, it usually involves vampires or werewolves, she said quietly, mindful of Charlie in the living room. We're not werewolves, Jacob corrected automatically. And I can't talk about this right now, Bella. Jake, what's going on? Are you in trouble? No trouble, he replied. Just, council business. I'll call you tomorrow, okay? He hung up before she could protest, leaving Bella staring at her phone with mounting frustration. Between Edward's absence and Jacob's evasiveness, she felt increasingly sidelined in a world she was fighting to join. Making a sudden decision, Bella grabbed her jacket and keys. Charlie glanced up from the television as she headed for the door. Where you going this late? Just to Angela's, Bella lied smoothly. Forgot to get notes for the biology test. Charlie nodded, returning his attention to the game. Don't be too late. School night. The drive to the reservation took 20 minutes, the old truck grumbling in protest at the wet roads and darkness. Bella had no specific plan beyond confronting Jacob directly, a strategy that rarely worked with Edward but sometimes broke through Jacob's defenses. As she turned onto the muddy road leading to the Black House, however, she spotted unusual activity. Several tribal elders' cars were parked outside, and light spilled from every window. Something was definitely happening. Bella parked a distance away and approached on foot, not wanting to announce her presence too soon. As she neared the house, raised voices carried through the partially open windows. Unprecedented situation, an older voice, probably Billy Black, was saying. The council needs time to consider the implications. He's not a threat to us, Jacob's voice responded heatedly. If anything, he could be an ally. His presence alone disrupts the pack hierarchy, Sam's deeper voice countered. That makes him unpredictable, dangerous. I'm standing right here, an unfamiliar voice interjected. Male, confident, with a strange accent Bella couldn't place. And I've told you everything I know. I'm not here to challenge anyone's authority or disrupt your pack. I just want to find a way home. Bella crept closer, curiosity overwhelming her better judgment. She peered through a gap in the curtains and caught a glimpse of a crowded living room. The tribal elders sat in a rough semicircle, with Sam and Jacob standing nearby. But it was the stranger who caught her attention, a young man about her age with bright blonde hair and the most vivid blue eyes she'd ever seen. Strange whisker-like markings adorned his cheeks, and he wore tattered orange and black clothing that looked foreign to her eyes. The blonde stranger suddenly stiffened, his head turning unerringly toward the window where Bella watched. Their eyes met for a brief, electric moment before she ducked away, heart pounding. Someone's outside, she heard him announce. Footsteps approached the door. Bella backed away, considering a retreat to her truck, when the door swung open to reveal Jacob. Bella? His surprise quickly shifted to annoyance. What are you doing here? You were acting weird on the phone, she said defensively. I was worried. Jacob sighed, running a hand through his short black hair. You shouldn't be here. Who is he? Bella asked, nodding toward the house. The blonde guy. Jacob hesitated, then stepped outside, pulling the door closed behind him. It's complicated, he said. And not really your business, Bella. Is it connected to the lights in the forest? Jacob's expression confirmed her suspicion. This isn't vampire business, okay? It's pack business. Since when do you keep secrets from me? Bella challenged. Since you decided to become one of them, Jacob shot back, old hurt coloring his tone. Before Bella could respond, the door opened again, and the blonde stranger stepped out. Up close, Bella noticed the strange headband he wore, decorated with a spiral leaf symbol, and the unusual whisker markings that seemed almost a part of his skin rather than tattoos. Jacob, the stranger said, his blue eyes flicking curiously between them. Is everything okay? Jacob looked distinctly uncomfortable. Naruto, this is Bella Swan. Bella, this is Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, the blonde corrected, then smiled sheepishly. Or Naruto Uzumaki in your language, I guess. His smile transformed his face, making him appear younger and somehow brighter. Bella found herself smiling back automatically. Nice to meet you, she said. You're not from around here. Naruto laughed, the sound surprisingly warm. That's an understatement. I'm from a place called Konoha, but apparently it's not just in another country, it's in another world entirely. Bella's eyes widened. Another world? Like, an alien? Not exactly, Naruto said. More like. I slipped through a crack between dimensions during a battle. A battle, Bella repeated, taking in his tattered clothes with new understanding. You're a fighter. I'm a shinobi, Naruto said. A ninja. Jacob cleared his throat. Bella, you really shouldn't be here. The elders are still deciding how to handle this situation. Handle me, you mean, Naruto said good-naturedly, though Bella detected a hint of steel beneath the smile. I'll go, Bella conceded, her eyes lingering on Naruto. But, will I see you again? Something flickered across Naruto's face, surprise, perhaps, or interest. I hope so, he said simply. Bella, Jacob warned. I'm going, she assured him, backing toward her truck. Just, call me tomorrow. Let me know what happens. Jacob nodded reluctantly. As Bella climbed into her truck, she caught Naruto watching her with undisguised curiosity. Their eyes met again briefly before she started the engine and pulled away, her thoughts in tumult. Something about the stranger, Naruto, had affected her strangely. Not the breathless dazzling that Edward inspired, but something more, grounding. As if his presence somehow made her feel more present in her own skin. She was so distracted that she almost missed the silver Volvo parked at the boundary line between the reservation and Forks. Almost, but not quite. Edward leaned against the car, his perfect features arranged in an expression of concern that shifted to relief as her truck approached. Bella pulled over, her conflicting emotions, relief at seeing him, annoyance at his timing, guilt over her interest in the stranger, creating a knot in her stomach. Alice saw you disappear, Edward said as she got out of the truck. Your future went black. I went to the reservation, Bella explained. You know Alice can't see past the wolves. You could have been in danger, Edward said, his golden eyes searching her face. Why did you go there? What happened to staying away from the pack? Bella hesitated, unsure how much to reveal. I was worried about Jacob, she said finally. My dad mentioned strange lights in the forest, and Jake was acting weird on the phone. Edward's expression changed subtly. Strange lights? Like a tear in the sky, Dad said. Bella watched his reaction carefully. Do you know something about it? Alice had a vision, Edward admitted. Fragmented, unclear. Something new has entered Forks, something neither vampire nor wolf. Naruto, Bella murmured. Edward's posture stiffened. You've met him. It wasn't a question, but Bella nodded anyway. Just now, at Jacob's house. He says he's from another world. A ninja. And you believe him? Edward asked, his tone carefully neutral. The pack seems to, Bella countered. They were having some kind of council meeting about him. Edward's jaw tightened. Did he say anything to you? Just introduced himself. Bella frowned. Edward, what's wrong? You're acting strange. Alice's vision connected this newcomer to you somehow, Edward said reluctantly. I was concerned. Connected how? She couldn't tell. The vision was too fragmented. Edward reached for her hand, his cool fingers entwining with hers. I don't like unknowns where your safety is concerned, Bella. Bella sighed, the familiar pattern reasserting itself, Edward protecting, Bella chafing against the protection while simultaneously finding it comforting. "I'm fine." He seemed nice, actually. Edward's eyes darkened slightly. "Nice doesn't mean safe." "Neither does dangerous mean evil," Bella countered, thinking of both the vampires and werewolves in her life. "Maybe he just needs help getting home." "Perhaps," Edward conceded, though doubt lingered in his tone. "The family wants to meet, discuss this development. Will you come to the house tomorrow after school?" Bella nodded, allowing him to lead her to the Volvo. As they drove away from the boundary line, she found her thoughts drifting back to Naruto's bright blue eyes and the strange sense of solidity she'd felt in his presence. Naruto sat cross-legged on the floor of Jacob's small bedroom, centering his breathing as he tried to meditate. The tribal council meeting had lasted hours, full of questions he couldn't fully answer and debates about what his presence meant for their people. Eventually, they'd decided he could stay temporarily while they sought more guidance from their spiritual traditions. Jacob had offered his floor when it became clear Naruto had nowhere else to go. The hospitality reminded him of home, of friends who had taken him in when he was alone. "Kurama," he whispered internally, reaching for the fox's presence. "You awake yet, partner?" A rumbling consciousness stirred within him. "Barely," the Ninetales responded. "Where are we, Naruto?" "Another world," Naruto explained mentally. "With wolf shapeshifters and vampires. No shinobi, no chakra users like us." Kurama's interest sharpened. "I sense strange energy here. Not chakra, but similar. Natural energy flows differently." "Yeah, I noticed. And the wolves react weirdly to your chakra. Like it's affecting their pack hierarchy somehow." "Not surprising," Kurama rumbled. "I am the strongest of the tailed beasts. My presence would naturally challenge any pack order based on dominance." Naruto opened his eyes as Jacob entered the room, carrying a bundle of clothes. "These might fit," Jacob offered. "You're shorter than me, but they're better than what you're wearing." Naruto accepted the clothes with a grateful nod. "Thanks. For everything." Jacob sat on the edge of his bed, studying Naruto with undisguised curiosity. "That girl who showed up, Bella. She's important to me. But she's chosen one of the bloodsuckers instead." "The vampires you mentioned," Naruto recalled. "She's friends with them?" Jacob's expression darkened. "More than friends. She's dating one of them. Plans to become one of them eventually." "Become a vampire?" Naruto asked, surprised. "That's possible here." "A bite is all it takes," Jacob confirmed. 3 days of agony, and you're transformed. Cold, hard, bloodthirsty. Immortal. Naruto absorbed this information, comparing it to transformations he'd witnessed in his world. "But you don't want that for her." "Of course not," Jacob said fiercely. "She'd be dead to us. Dead to her family. Just a walking corpse with Bella's memories." Naruto considered this. "You care for her deeply." It wasn't a question, but Jacob answered anyway. "I love her. But she chose him. The vampire. Edward Cullen," Jacob practically spat the name. Rich, perfect Edward with his perfect family and his mind-reading abilities. Naruto's eyebrows rose. "Mind-reading?" "Some vampires have extra abilities," Jacob explained. "Edward reads minds. Alice sees the future. It's part of what makes them dangerous." "Does Bella know how you feel?" Jacob laughed bitterly. "Yeah. Doesn't change anything though." Naruto thought of Sakura, of his own unrequited feelings that had evolved into something deeper, friendship, respect, the desire for her happiness above his own wishes. "Sometimes the people we care about make choices we don't agree with," Naruto said carefully. "Doesn't mean they're wrong choices, just different paths." Jacob studied him. "You sound like you speak from experience." Naruto nodded. I had a friend once who chose a dark path. I spent years trying to bring him back, to make him see there were better ways. Did it work? Eventually, Naruto said, thinking of Sasuke's redemption. But not because I forced him. Because I never gave up on believing in him. Jacob considered this. So what, I should just stand by while Bella throws her life away? No, Naruto said. You should make sure she knows there are other options. That there are people who care about her humanity. But in the end, it has to be her choice. That's basically what Sam said, Jacob admitted reluctantly. He seems wise, Naruto observed. Even if he doesn't like me much. Jacob smiled faintly. It's not personal. Your presence challenges his alpha status somehow. None of us have felt anything like it before. It's probably Kurama, Naruto explained. The nine-tails inside me. He's an alpha in his own right, the strongest of nine-tailed beasts from my world. What's it like? Jacob asked suddenly. Sharing your body with another being? Naruto considered the question seriously. At first, it was a burden. People feared me because of him. I was lonely. Then it became a source of power, but still separate from me. Now, we're partners. Friends, even. His chakra and mine work together. Chakra. Life energy, Naruto explained. In my world, shinobi train to control and shape it. It lets us perform techniques, jutsu, that would seem like magic to others. Can you show me? Jacob asked, curiosity overtaking caution. Naruto smiled. A small demonstration, maybe. My reserves are still recovering. He held out his hand, concentrating. A small sphere of swirling blue energy formed above his palm, casting soft light across the room's walls. Rasengan, Naruto explained. One of my signature techniques. Usually it's much bigger, powerful enough to blast through solid rock. Jacob stared, transfixed by the spinning chakra. That's incredible. Naruto allowed the technique to dissipate. It's just basic chakra manipulation. Some shinobi can create fire, water, earth, all kinds of elemental attacks. And the vampires thought they were special, Jacob muttered, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. A howl suddenly rose from the forest outside, causing Jacob to stiffen. Sam's calling, he said, already moving toward the door. Someone's crossed into our territory. Naruto rose fluidly. The vampires? Must be. Jacob's form was already trembling with the pre-shift. Stay here. We'll handle it. I can help, Naruto offered. Jacob hesitated. These aren't your enemies, Naruto. This isn't your fight. Maybe not, Naruto agreed. But you've offered me shelter and protection. Where I come from, that makes us allies. Before Jacob could argue further, Naruto formed a hand sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A puff of smoke revealed an exact duplicate of Naruto standing beside the original. Jacob stared, momentarily forgetting the summons. What the, my clone will stay here, Naruto explained. I'll come with you, observe only unless you need backup. That's, you made a solid copy of yourself, Jacob said, dumbfounded. One of my specialties, Naruto said with a grin. Now, are we going or what? Jacob shook his head, clearly reassessing his understanding of Naruto's abilities. Fine. But stay behind me, and don't engage unless Sam gives the order. They slipped out of the house and into the darkness. Jacob shifted as soon as they cleared the yard, his human form exploding into the massive russet wolf. Naruto matched his pace easily, channeling a small amount of chakra to his legs to enhance his speed. As they ran, Naruto sensed the cold presences ahead, similar to the hollow feeling he'd detected earlier, but multiple signatures now. The vampires of this world, he presumed. Coming to investigate him, just as Jacob had predicted. They reached a clearing where Sam and 3 other wolves already stood in formation, facing the tree line on the opposite side. Naruto hung back as Jacob had instructed, watching as 5 pale figures emerged from the shadows. Even without being told, Naruto would have recognized them as vampires. Their unnatural stillness, their perfect features, the predatory grace with which they moved, all marked them as something other than human. 3 males and 2 females, all impossibly beautiful and all focusing immediately on him despite the massive wolves between them. The one in the center, a tall, copper-haired young man with golden eyes, stepped forward slightly. "We mean no harm," he said, his voice musical yet tense. "We've come to understand the nature of the new arrival in Forks." Sam growled, clearly unwilling to shift to human form to communicate. "I understand your caution," the vampire continued, seeming to respond to unspoken thoughts. "But Alice's visions suggest this visitor affects us all." Naruto decided to speak for himself. He stepped forward, ignoring Jacob's warning growl. "I'm Naruto Uzumaki," he said clearly. "You must be the Cullens." The vampires exchanged glances, surprised he knew their name. "I'm Edward," the copper-haired one replied. "This is my family, Carlisle, Emmett, Alice, and Jasper." He indicated each vampire in turn. The oldest-looking one, Carlisle, spoke next. "We've lived peacefully alongside the wolf pack for generations. We hope your arrival won't disrupt that balance." "I have no intention of causing trouble," Naruto assured them. "I'm just trying to find a way back to my world." "Your world?" the small female, Alice, asked, her eyes widening. "Then my visions were correct. You're from somewhere else entirely." "A different dimension," Naruto confirmed. "I was in battle when a jutsu went wrong. Tore a hole in reality." The largest vampire, Emmett, grinned suddenly. "Cool. Like a superhero origin story." Edward shot him a quelling look before returning his attention to Naruto. "You should know that your arrival has created disturbances in our abilities. Alice's visions are fragmented when they concern you. And your mind." He frowned. "I can sense your thoughts, but they're chaotic, overlapping with another consciousness." "That would be Kurama," Naruto explained. "We share this body." The blonde vampire, Jasper, shifted his stance subtly, tension evident in his posture. "Not possession," Naruto clarified, seeing their alarm. "A partnership. Where I come from, tailed beasts can be sealed within human hosts. I've been Kurama's Jinchuriki since birth." "Fascinating," Carlisle murmured, his scientific curiosity evident. "In all my centuries, I've never encountered anything quite like this." Sam growled again, clearly disliking the extended conversation with the vampires. "The pack has offered me shelter for now," Naruto said, acknowledging Sam with a respectful nod. "I'm not looking to disrupt your treaty or create new conflicts." "Yet your mere presence affects the wolves," Edward observed. "I can hear their thoughts, your chakra challenges their hierarchical structure somehow." Naruto wasn't surprised Edward had picked up the term chakra from his mind. An unintended side effect. "Kurama is an alpha being by nature." "And Bella?" Edward asked suddenly, his tone sharpening. "What is your interest in her?" Naruto blinked, surprised by the question. "I just met her briefly. She came looking for Jacob." "Yet Alice sees your paths intersecting," Edward pressed. "Multiple times." Jacob growled, clearly disliking Edward's possessive tone as much as Naruto did. "I have no control over your girlfriend's choices," Naruto said evenly. "If our paths cross again, that's up to her." Something dangerous flickered across Edward's perfect features before Carlisle placed a restraining hand on his shoulder. "We should continue this discussion under less tense circumstances," Carlisle suggested. "Perhaps you would be willing to visit our home, Naruto. We might be able to help you understand this world better, possibly even find a way back to your own." Sam's growl became a full-throated snarl, the message clear: the pack didn't approve of Naruto going alone into vampire territory. I appreciate the offer, Naruto said diplomatically. But for now, I'll stay with the pack. Maybe a neutral meeting ground would be better. Carlyle nodded. Of course. The field where we play baseball during thunderstorms would suffice. 3 days from now. Naruto looked to Sam for approval. After a moment, the Black Wolf gave a grudging nod. 3 days, Naruto agreed. And I come in peace, seriously. I've seen enough war in my own world to last a lifetime. As the vampires departed with unnatural speed, Naruto felt Edward's gaze lingering on him, calculating, wary, perhaps even hostile. He'd recognized the look immediately, the protective intensity of someone who feared losing someone precious to them. Naruto couldn't blame him. He'd felt the same many times, watching enemies threaten his precious people. But the possessiveness in Edward's demeanor troubled him. Protection was one thing, ownership was another. Sam approached, his massive wolf form radiating authority despite the way he seemed to fight against submitting to Naruto's presence. I'll follow your lead here, Naruto told him respectfully. This is your territory, your people. I'm just a visitor. The acknowledgement seemed to ease some of the tension in Sam's posture. He turned and began leading the pack back toward the reservation, Jacob falling in beside Naruto. As they moved through the moonlit forest, Naruto thought of Bella, the quiet human girl caught between powerful supernatural forces. Something about her had struck him immediately, a resilience beneath the apparent fragility, a determination in her eyes that reminded him of friends back home who had discovered their own strength through adversity. 3 days until the meeting with the vampires. 3 days to learn more about this strange world and its rules. 3 days to recover more of his chakra and prepare for whatever might come next. Naruto had never been one to waste time when dropped into unfamiliar territory. Chapter 2, Nature's Challenge. Dawn broke over the reservation with the steady drumbeat of rain against the roof. Naruto sat cross-legged on Jacob's bedroom floor, eyes closed in meditation. 3 hours of stillness had restored more of his chakra than a full night's sleep. The natural energy of this world flowed differently than in his own, wilder, less refined, but somehow more potent in its raw state. You feel it too, don't you? Kurama's voice rumbled within him. Yes, Naruto replied internally. The nature energy here, it's untamed. No one's been channeling it for centuries like back home. It responds differently to us, Kurama observed. These wolves, they're connected to it instinctively, but they don't consciously manipulate it as you do. Naruto opened his eyes as Jacob stirred in his bed. Were you talking to someone? Jacob asked groggily. Just Kurama, Naruto replied. He's more awake now, taking in this world. Jacob sat up, running a hand through his short black hair. Still weird to think there's 2 of you in there. You get used to it, Naruto said with a grin. The door opened as Billy Black wheeled himself into the doorway. His weathered face remained carefully neutral as he regarded Naruto. Sam's called a training session, Billy informed them. He wants you there, both of you. The emphasis on both wasn't lost on Naruto. The pack was still deciding what to make of him, ally, threat, or something else entirely. Jacob nodded, already reaching for clothes. We'll be there. As Billy retreated, Naruto pulled on the borrowed clothes Jacob had provided, a simple black t-shirt and cut-off jeans similar to what the pack members wore. He kept his own ninja sandals and headband, unwilling to part with these connections to home. What exactly happens at these training sessions? Naruto asked as they headed out. Jacob shrugged. Combat practice, mostly. Testing strengths, working on coordination. With vampires around, we need to stay sharp. They walked through the reservation toward the forest edge. Morning mist clung to the trees, creating ghostly shapes in the distance. Several young men were already gathered in a clearing, Naruto recognized Paul and Embry from the previous night, along with others he hadn't met. Sam stood slightly apart, his posture rigid. When Naruto entered the clearing, the Alpha's jaw tightened visibly. Uzumaki, Sam acknowledged with a curt nod. Sam, Naruto returned the greeting respectfully. Thanks for including me. You're an unknown factor, Sam said bluntly. I need to understand what you can do, and how it affects my pack. The directness was refreshing after the veiled conversations with the tribal council. Fair enough. How do you want to do this? Sam gestured to the others. The pack trains by sparring, testing strengths, finding weaknesses. Would you be willing to demonstrate your abilities? Sure, Naruto agreed, sensing the underlying challenge. Just tell me the rules. No killing blows, Sam said. No permanent damage. Otherwise, show us what you can do. The pack members formed a loose circle around the clearing, their expressions ranging from curiosity to suspicion. Naruto stepped into the center, keeping his posture relaxed but ready. Who's first? He asked. Paul stepped forward, a cocky smile on his face. I'll take him. Sam nodded his approval. Phase if you need to, but try human form first. I want to see how he fights. Paul circled Naruto, muscles coiled with tension. So you're supposed to be some kind of ninja, huh? Let's see what you've got. Without warning, Paul lunged, throwing a punch with enough force to break bones. Naruto sidestepped easily, the movement so fluid it seemed almost casual. Paul's momentum carried him forward, off balance for just a moment. It was all Naruto needed. A light tap to Paul's back sent him stumbling forward. Not enough to hurt, just enough to demonstrate the opening. I could have countered there, Naruto explained, returning to his ready stance. You telegraph your moves with your shoulders. Paul's face darkened with anger. This time he came in more cautiously, feinting left before striking right. Naruto blocked the blow with his forearm, then swept Paul's legs from under him in a smooth motion. The larger man hit the ground with a thud that knocked the wind from his lungs. You rely on strength over technique, Naruto observed, offering Paul a hand up. Strong opponents will use that against you. Paul ignored the offered hand, rolling to his feet with a growl. His form shimmered as he fought for control. Again, he demanded. Sam stepped forward. Enough, Paul. You've made your point. He turned to Naruto. You're faster than you look. Basic shinobi training, Naruto replied. We start young. Sam studied him thoughtfully. You're holding back. It wasn't a question, but Naruto nodded anyway. I'm not here to hurt anyone. Show us, Sam said suddenly. Show us what you can really do. Not against one of us, we need to understand what we're dealing with. Naruto considered the request. A full demonstration would reveal his capabilities, potentially making him vulnerable if these people turned against him. But holding back wouldn't build the trust he needed. All right, he decided. But I'll need space. And a target. Sam pointed to a massive dead tree at the edge of the clearing. Will that work? Naruto nodded, walking to stand about 50 feet from the tree. The pack members spread out, giving him room while maintaining clear sight lines. In my world, shinobi manipulate chakra, life energy, to perform jutsu, what you might call techniques or spells, Naruto explained, forming a hand sign. Shadow clone jutsu. A puff of smoke revealed 5 perfect duplicates of Naruto standing in formation. The pack members murmured in surprise. These aren't illusions, Naruto continued as his clones moved independently. They're solid duplicates, each with a portion of my chakra. To demonstrate, one clone punched another, who retaliated with a kick. The impacts were audible across the clearing. Useful for reconnaissance or overwhelming opponents, Naruto explained as the clones dispersed with small pops of smoke. But my specialty is this. He held out his hand, focusing chakra. A swirling blue sphere formed above his palm, growing larger and more intense until it cast the entire clearing in azure light. Rasengan, Naruto said. A concentrated spiral of chakra. When it hits. He charged toward the dead tree, driving the Rasengan into its trunk. The impact shattered the wood, sending splinters flying as the technique drilled through the entire trunk before dissipating. The top of the tree crashed to the ground, leaving a perfectly circular hole through what remained standing. The pack stared in stunned silence. That was at maybe 30% power, Naruto added. At full strength, it can level small buildings. He turned back to face them, gauging their reactions. Most looked impressed or wary, but Sam's expression had hardened into something closer to hostility. And the fox? Sam asked. What happens when you use its power? Naruto hesitated. Kurama's chakra is different, powerful, but harder to control. It can be intimidating. Show us, Sam insisted. Naruto met his gaze steadily. Are you sure? It might affect your wolves more directly. Sam stepped closer, the challenge clear in his eyes. We need to know what we're dealing with, Uzumaki. No more half-truths. The tension between them crackled like electricity. Naruto recognized the situation for what it was, Sam asserting his dominance, refusing to show weakness before his pack. It was a test as much as a request. A small demonstration, Naruto conceded. Everyone should step back. As the pack retreated to the edges of the clearing, Naruto closed his eyes, reaching inward. Kurama, I need a controlled burst. Just enough to show them, not enough to cause a transformation. They fear what they don't understand, Kurama rumbled. Perhaps a little fear is necessary. Not helpful, Naruto muttered. Just follow my lead, okay? He felt Kurama's reluctant agreement as he opened his eyes. Focusing, Naruto allowed a thin stream of the Ninetales chakra to flow through his network. Golden energy began to shimmer around him, his whisker markings deepening as his eyes shifted from blue to red, pupils elongating to slits. The effect on the pack was immediate. Several of the younger members backed away instinctively, while the more experienced fighters tensed. Paul's form shimmered as he struggled against an involuntary shift. Only Jacob and Sam held their ground, though both visibly fought against some internal pressure. This is a fraction of Kurama's power, Naruto explained, his voice deeper, resonant with the fox's influence. At full release, I can access abilities far beyond what I've shown you. Sam stepped forward despite the obvious effort it cost him. With each step closer to Naruto, his movements became more strained, as though fighting against an invisible force. This. Sam's voice was tight with strain. This is what challenges the wolf. Your presence pushes against our hierarchy. Naruto released the chakra cloak, returning to normal. The pressure in the clearing dissipated, leaving several pack members gasping with relief. I can control it, Naruto assured them. Kurama and I have an understanding. Sam's expression remained troubled. It's not about control. It's about nature. Whatever this fox spirit is, it registers to our wolves as an alpha presence. More alpha than anything we've encountered. Jacob moved to stand beside Sam. It's like when two alphas meet, but magnified. We feel the instinct to submit. Naruto frowned. This explained the tension he'd sensed from the beginning. I'm not here to take over your pack or challenge your leadership, Sam. Intentions don't matter to the wolf, Sam replied. It responds to power, to dominance. And yours? He shook his head. Yours is beyond anything in our legends. The implications hung heavy in the air. If Naruto's mere presence disrupted the pack's structure, his prolonged stay could fundamentally alter the dynamics that kept them unified against threats. Jacob broke the uncomfortable silence. Maybe it's not about challenging. Maybe it's about, I don't know, cooperation. If the wolf recognizes Naruto's fox as an alpha presence, couldn't that make him an ally rather than a threat? Sam's jaw tightened. That's not how our tribe works, Jacob. One alpha leads the pack. Maybe that's been true until now, Jacob countered. But Naruto isn't one of us. He's something else entirely. Exactly why he's dangerous, Paul interjected, having regained his composure. Naruto raised his hands in a placating gesture. I don't want to disrupt your pack. If my presence is causing problems, I can find somewhere else to stay. No, Sam said abruptly. That would be more dangerous. At least here, we can monitor the situation. The unspoken message was clear, keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Naruto understood the calculation, better to keep him under watch than let him wander freely or worse, ally with the vampires. Then let me prove I'm not a threat, Naruto suggested. Let me help with patrols, with training. I have skills that could benefit your pack. Sam considered this, his expression guarded. We'll discuss it. For now, continue training with us. Let's see how your techniques can work with our fighting styles. It wasn't acceptance, but it was a start. Naruto nodded, accepting the compromise. As the training session continued, Naruto worked with different pack members, demonstrating basic taijutsu techniques that could complement their natural strength and speed. Gradually, the initial wariness gave way to genuine interest as they recognized the practical value of his knowledge. Only Sam remained distant, watching with calculating eyes as Naruto integrated himself with the pack. The Alpha's resistance to Naruto's presence hadn't diminished, but it had transformed into something more strategic, containment rather than rejection. By midday, even Paul had grudgingly acknowledged Naruto's skills, attempting to incorporate some of the blocking techniques into his own aggressive style. As they finished, Sam approached Naruto. The council wants to speak with you again tonight. Until then, you're free to move around the reservation. Jacob will show you the boundaries. Naruto recognized the limited freedom for what it was, a test of his willingness to follow their rules. I understand, he replied. Thank you. Sam turned to leave, then hesitated. One more thing, Uzumaki. Stay away from forks for now. Especially from Bella Swan. The command carried all of Sam's alpha authority, an authority that would have compelled any pack member to obey without question. Naruto met his gaze evenly. I have no plans to seek her out. But if she approaches me, I won't ignore her. It was a small defiance, but a significant one. The message was clear, Naruto would respect Sam's leadership in matters concerning the pack, but he wouldn't submit entirely to his authority. For a moment, tension crackled between them. Then Sam nodded curtly and walked away, leaving Naruto and Jacob alone. That could have gone worse, Jacob observed. Naruto shrugged. He's protecting his people. I respect that. Sam's a good alpha, Jacob said, loyalty evident in his tone despite their occasional disagreements. He took on the responsibility when no one else could. What about you? Naruto asked. Billy mentioned you have the bloodline of a chief. Jacob looked away uncomfortably. Technically, I should have been alpha. But I wasn't ready when the transformation started. Sam stepped up. Naruto sensed there was more to the story but didn't press. Sometimes the best leaders are the ones who don't seek the position. Jacob smiled faintly. You sound like you've given leadership speeches before. Where I come from, I was training to become Hokage, leader of my village, Naruto explained. It was my dream since childhood. Was? Still is, Naruto corrected himself. If I find a way back. Jacob studied him thoughtfully. What if you can't? What if you're stuck here? The question hit harder than Naruto wanted to admit. He'd been pushing aside the possibility, focusing on immediate challenges rather than the potentially permanent nature of his displacement. Then I adapt, he said simply. It's what shinobi do. Bella Swan stared out the windshield of her truck, barely registering the familiar drive to school. Edward sat beside her, his perfect features arranged in careful neutrality. They'd barely spoken since he'd picked her up, the silence heavy with unasked questions. "You're thinking about him," Edward said finally, his melodic voice betraying a hint of tension. Bella didn't bother denying it. "I'm curious." "Wouldn't you be?" "I am curious," Edward admitted. "But also concerned. Alice still can't see clearly when he's involved, which means we don't know what threat he might pose." "Not everyone different is a threat, Edward." "No, but someone with unknown powers who affects both vampires and werewolves. That's unprecedented." Bella sighed, turning onto the school's access road. "Have you considered that maybe he's just lost? Stuck in a world he doesn't understand?" "Of course I've considered it," Edward replied. "Carlyle is fascinated by the possibility of interdimensional travel. But good intentions don't make someone safe, Bella." She parked in her usual spot, cutting the engine. "I want to talk to him again." Edward stiffened. "The wolves have him on the reservation. You'd have to go there, alone, against my objections." Again. The familiar pattern of their arguments surfaced, Edward protecting, Bella chafing against the constraints. But lately, something had shifted. The pattern felt less like love and more like limitation. "I'm going to be late for class," Bella said, avoiding a direct confrontation. Edward reached for her hand, his cold fingers gentle against her skin. "I just want you safe, Bella. You're everything to me." The sincerity in his voice softened her frustration. This was Edward, the vampire who had saved her life multiple times, who loved her beyond reason. His protectiveness came from devotion, not control. "Didn't it?" "I know," she said, squeezing his hand. "I'll see you at lunch." As she walked toward her first class, Bella found her thoughts drifting to Naruto, his bright blue eyes, the strange whisker marks, the way he'd looked at her without the mixture of hunger and worship that characterized Edward's gaze. He'd seen her as, what? Just another person. The normalcy of that interaction had been startlingly refreshing. Throughout the morning, Bella found herself distracted, earning concerned glances from Angela and speculative ones from Jessica. By lunchtime, she'd made a decision. Edward was already at their usual table when she entered the cafeteria. One look at his expression told her Alice had seen something. "What is it?" Bella asked as she sat down. "Your future disappeared again," Edward said quietly. "You're planning to go to the reservation after school." Bella set her tray down with more force than necessary. "I hate that you know my decisions before I make them." "If you've made up your mind, then you've made it," Edward said, his voice carefully controlled. "I can't stop you, Bella. I won't even try. But I'm asking you to be careful." The lack of argument surprised her. "You're not going to tell me it's too dangerous? That I shouldn't go?" A faint smile touched Edward's lips. "Would it make any difference if I did?" "Probably not," Bella admitted. "Then I'll save my breath." He reached for her hand across the table. "Just promise me you'll be cautious. This Naruto, he's not human, not entirely. And his presence affects the wolves in ways even they don't understand." Bella nodded, appreciating his attempt at compromise. "I'll be careful. I want to understand what's happening. Everything supernatural seems to revolve around me somehow, but no one ever tells me anything until it's almost too late." Edward's expression softened. "You deserve to know. Just remember that knowledge comes with its own risks." After school, Bella drove directly to the reservation, her truck grumbling in protest at the steady incline. She'd texted Jacob to let him know she was coming, receiving only a brief "okay" in response. When she arrived at the black house, Jacob was waiting outside, his massive frame leaning against the porch railing. "Hey, Bells," he greeted her with his sunshine smile, though it seemed somewhat dimmed. "Hey, Jake." She hugged him briefly. "Is Naruto around?" Jacob's smile faltered. Straight to the point, huh? He's down at the beach with Seth. Kid's been following him around like a puppy since this morning. Is that allowed? I thought Sam was keeping him under observation. He is, Jacob confirmed, falling into step beside her as they headed toward the beach. But most of us have warmed up to him. It's hard not to, actually. What do you mean? Jacob seemed to choose his words carefully. He's genuine. There's no manipulation, no hidden agenda. What you see is what you get with him. It's refreshing. The description resonated with Bella's initial impression. And the whole alpha thing you mentioned? Is that still happening? Yeah, Jacob admitted. Stronger, if anything. But he's not pushing it, not trying to take over. He's actually been teaching us fighting techniques that work with our wolf abilities. They crested a dune, and the beach spread before them. The constant drizzle had cleared temporarily, leaving the sky a fragile blue. Near the water's edge, Bella spotted two figures, one tall with bright blonde hair, the other the gangly form of 15-year-old Seth Clearwater. As they approached, she saw Naruto demonstrating some kind of fluid movement, his body flowing through a sequence of balanced poses. Seth attempted to mimic him, his adolescent awkwardness making the graceful forms look comical. No, like this, Naruto was saying patiently. Center your weight lower. Feel the earth beneath you. Seth adjusted his stance, focusing intently. This time, his movement more closely matched Naruto's example. Better. Naruto encouraged. You've got good instincts, Seth. The boy beamed at the praise, then noticed Bella and Jacob approaching. Hey, guys. Naruto's teaching me taijutsu. Naruto turned, his blue eyes lighting up with recognition. Bella, right? And Jacob, finished with patrol. Jacob nodded. All clear. No sign of any bloodsuckers crossing the boundary. Seth bounced on his toes with barely contained excitement. Naruto can walk on water, Bella. He showed me earlier. It's the coolest thing ever. Walk on water. Bella echoed, raising an eyebrow. Naruto scratched the back of his head, a gesture that seemed almost shy. Basic chakra control exercise. We use it for training genin, junior ninja. Could I see? Bella asked before she could stop herself. Naruto glanced at Jacob, who shrugged. Why not? She's seen weirder things around here. With a nod, Naruto turned and walked toward the water's edge. Without hesitation, he stepped onto the surface of the ocean, and remained standing, the water supporting his weight as if it were solid ground. He took several steps further out, then turned back to face them, hands in his pockets as casually as if he were standing on concrete. That's... Bella struggled to find words. How are you doing that? Chakra control, Naruto explained, walking back to shore. I focus energy to my feet, creating a cushion between me and the water. It's one of the first techniques we learn. First. Bella couldn't imagine what advanced techniques might look like if walking on water was basic. Naruto grinned, seemingly pleased by her astonishment. Well, after tree climbing. That's actually easier. Seth tugged at Jacob's arm. I should get home. Mom wanted me back before dinner. Jacob nodded. I'll walk with you. I need to check in with Sam anyway. He turned to Bella. Will you be okay here? Edward will freak if you're not back by dark. I'll be fine, Bella assured him. I won't stay long. As Jacob and Seth departed, an awkward silence settled between Bella and Naruto. They stood at the water's edge, watching the gentle waves lap at the shore. So, Bella began, searching for a neutral topic. You're really from another world? Naruto nodded, his eyes on the horizon. A different dimension, I think. Everything here is strange. Familiar in some ways, completely alien in others. What's your world like? Naruto considered the question. More advanced in some ways, less in others. We have electricity, plumbing, hospitals, but no cars or phones like you have. Our technology developed differently because we have chakra. The energy you use for your techniques? Exactly. Everyone in my world has chakra, but shinobi train to manipulate it. He picked up a small stone, rolling it between his fingers. We're organized into hidden villages, each serving as military power for the larger nations. I'm from Konohagakure, the village hidden in the leaves, in the land of fire. It sounds violent, Bella observed. Naruto's expression grew solemn. It can be. We've had 4 great ninja wars. But there's peace now, or there was when I left. My generation has been working to break the cycle of hatred and vengeance. The maturity in his voice surprised her. Despite his youthful appearance and occasional goofy grin, Naruto spoke with the weight of someone who had seen true conflict. How old are you? Bella asked suddenly. 17, Naruto replied. Those shinobi tend to grow up fast. I've been taking missions since I was 12. Missions? Combat, escort duty, reconnaissance. Whatever the village needs. He skipped the stone across the water with uncanny precision, making it bounce 8 times before sinking. What about you? Jacob mentioned you're dating a vampire. The directness of the question caught Bella off guard. Yes. Edward Cullen. We've been together about a year. And you know what he is. What they all are. Yes. Naruto turned to face her fully. Why? I mean, from what Jacob tells me, vampires here prey on humans. Even the vegetarian ones like the Cullens have to constantly fight their instincts around you. The question wasn't accusatory, merely curious, but it still hit a nerve. It's complicated. I'm sure it is, Naruto agreed easily. Most important things are. His lack of judgment encouraged her to continue. Edward was the first person who made me feel special. Like I mattered. And when you find someone who looks at you that way, who would do anything to protect you. She trailed off, struggling to articulate what had once seemed so clear. Protection isn't the same as love, Naruto observed quietly. Bella's head snapped up. I didn't say, sorry, Naruto interrupted, holding up his hands. That came out wrong. I wasn't judging your relationship. It just reminded me of someone I knew. Who? Bella asked, curiosity overriding her defensive reaction. My teammate, Sakura. She loved someone who was complicated. Dangerous, even. She would have done anything for him, followed him anywhere. A shadow passed over Naruto's features. But his idea of protection was keeping her at a distance, making decisions for her own good. It took her years to understand the difference between being protected and being respected. The parallel wasn't lost on Bella. What happened to them? He left the village, chose a dark path. She waited for him, believed in him. When he finally returned, they tried to make it work, but... Naruto shrugged. Some patterns are hard to break. They're friends now, nothing more. And you? Where do you fit in this story? A complicated smile crossed Naruto's face. I loved her for years. But sometimes loving someone means wanting their happiness more than your own. The simple wisdom of the statement struck Bella deeply. There was something refreshingly direct about Naruto, no hidden agendas, no careful manipulations, just honest communication. Do you miss them? She asked. Your friends, your home. Every minute, Naruto admitted. But shinobi adapt. It's what we do. A comfortable silence fell between them, broken only by the rhythmic sound of waves against the shore. Bella found herself studying Naruto's profile, the strange whisker marks on his cheeks, the way his bright hair caught the fading sunlight. He radiated a kind of solid presence that was entirely different from Edward's ethereal perfection or Jacob's earthy warmth. Jacob says you affect the wolf pack somehow, Bella said eventually. Something about being an alpha? Naruto nodded. It's Kurama, the nine tails sealed inside me. His chakra registers as an alpha presence to their wolves, more dominant than their natural hierarchy. What does that mean exactly? It means they feel an instinctive pressure to submit, especially Sam since he's the current alpha. It's causing tension. And Kurama is, conscious? Aware? Very, Naruto confirmed. He's ancient, powerful, and until recently, pretty cranky about being sealed inside humans for generations. As if on cue, Naruto's eyes briefly flashed red, the pupils elongating to slits before returning to normal blue. The transformation was so quick Bella might have missed it if she hadn't been looking directly at him. Did he just? Naruto grinned. He doesn't appreciate being called cranky. But yeah, he can see and hear everything I do. We share this body, though I'm in control most of the time. That's, wow. Bella struggled to absorb the implications. Is it difficult? Sharing your body with another consciousness? It was, at first, Naruto admitted. For most of my childhood, Kurama and I were adversaries. I'd use his chakra when I was in danger, but it came at a cost. Over time, we've developed mutual respect. Now we're partners. The casual way he discussed such an extraordinary circumstance fascinated Bella. Edward often treated his vampiric nature as a curse, a darkness to be contained. Jacob viewed his wolf transformation as both blessing and burden. But Naruto spoke of his unusual situation with simple acceptance, not ignoring its complexities, but not defining himself by them either. I should probably head back, Bella said reluctantly, noticing the setting sun. Charlie, my dad, will be waiting for dinner. Naruto nodded. I'll walk you to your truck. As they made their way back across the beach, Bella found herself relaxing in his presence. There was none of the electric tension she felt with Edward, nor the complicated history that colored her interactions with Jacob. Just easy conversation with someone who seemed genuinely interested in her thoughts. Will you come to the meeting with the Cullens? She asked as they reached the parking area. The baseball field meeting? Yeah, though I'm not sure Sam is thrilled about it. Edward isn't either, Bella admitted. But Carlyle thinks it's important to understand what your presence means for both sides. Naruto helped her navigate a particularly muddy section of path, his hand steady under her elbow. Unlike Edward's cold touch or Jacob's burning heat, Naruto's hand felt simply, human. Warm but not unnaturally so. What about you? He asked as they reached her truck. Will you be there? If Edward lets me, Bella said, then immediately regretted her choice of words. I mean, I know what you mean, Naruto said gently. But maybe ask yourself why his permission matters more than your choice. The comment wasn't judgmental, just a quiet observation that lingered in Bella's mind as she drove home. Edward was waiting in her room when she arrived, his perfect features arranged in careful neutrality. You smell like the reservation, he noted as she set her backpack down. And like him. We talked on the beach, Bella explained, sitting on the edge of her bed. He's interesting, Edward. His world sounds fascinating. I'm sure it is, Edward agreed, his voice carefully modulated. Did he explain how he affects the wolves' hierarchy? A little. Something about the fox spirit inside him registering as an alpha presence. Edward's expression darkened slightly. That concerns me, Bella. If his presence disrupts the wolf structure, it could have unpredictable consequences for the treaty. He's not trying to take over, Bella defended. He's just trying to understand this world, find a way home. And if he can't? Edward pressed. If he's stranded here permanently? What then? The question echoed Jacob's earlier one to Naruto. Then he adapts. It's what he does. Edward moved to sit beside her, taking her hand in his. I'm not saying he's malicious, Bella. But his presence changes things, disrupts balances that have held for generations. And anything that disrupts the status quo puts you at risk. Maybe some things need disrupting, Bella said quietly. Edward stilled, his perfect features betraying nothing. What do you mean? Bella wasn't entirely sure herself. The conversation with Naruto had stirred questions she'd been avoiding for months, about her relationship with Edward, about her planned transformation, about the patterns they'd fallen into. Nothing, she backtracked. I'm just tired. It's been a long day. Edward studied her face, undoubtedly hearing the acceleration in her heartbeat that signaled the half-truth. But he didn't press, merely brushed a strand of hair from her face with cool fingers. I should go, he said. Let you rest. Charlie will be home soon. Will I see you later? Bella asked automatically. Of course. Edward kissed her forehead. I'll be back after he's asleep. After he left through the window, Bella lay back on her bed, staring at the ceiling. The contrast between her conversations with Edward and with Naruto left her unsettled. With Edward, everything felt weighted with significance, fraught with supernatural implications. With Naruto, despite his own extraordinary nature, conversation had flowed naturally, honestly. She wondered what that meant, and why the question frightened her. Naruto sat cross-legged on the floor of the black small living room, listening as the tribal council debated his status. After his training session with the pack and his conversation with Bella, Sam had summoned him to yet another council meeting. His presence disrupts the natural order, old Quill was saying, his weathered face creased with concern. The spirit wolves respond to him as if he were a greater alpha than any in our lineage. But he has shown no hostility, Sue Clearwater countered. Seth says he's been teaching the younger wolves techniques to control their transformations. That only proves he's influencing the pack, Sam argued. Inserting himself into our hierarchy. Billy Black's calm voice cut through the debate. What matters is whether his presence threatens the tribe or strengthens it. The old legends speak of spirit warriors beyond our understanding, perhaps he is such a being. Naruto remained silent, letting them discuss his fate. The politics reminded him of council meetings back in Konoha, though with significantly lower stakes. These people weren't debating war or peace, merely whether to extend hospitality or ask him to leave. Finally, Billy turned to address him directly. Naruto Uzumaki. You claim to seek a way back to your world. What will you do until such a path reveals itself? Naruto considered his answer carefully. I'll continue learning about this world, understanding its rules. I've offered to help the pack with patrols and training, not to take over, but to share knowledge that might protect your people. And the Cullens? Old Quill asked sharply. What is your arrangement with them? No arrangement, Naruto replied honestly. They're curious about me, as I am about them. The meeting at the baseball field is a chance to understand each other better. And Bella Swan? Sam interjected. What is your interest in her? Naruto felt a flash of irritation at the implication. She approached me, not the other way around. She's caught between vampires and werewolves, she has a right to understand what's happening. She's made her choice, Sam said coldly. She chose the Cullens. Choices can change, Naruto replied evenly. When people have all the information. Sam's jaw tightened, but before he could respond, Billy raised a hand for silence. The council has reached a decision, the elder announced. Naruto Uzumaki, you may remain on tribal lands as our guest, under certain conditions. You will not use your abilities to undermine Sam's authority. You will respect our boundaries and traditions. And you will share what you know of your world and your powers, so we may better understand what your presence means for our people. Naruto nodded. Reasonable terms. I accept. There is one more condition, Billy added. Should a threat arise to either the tribe or to Forks, you will stand with us against it. Your power could turn the tide in conflicts we cannot foresee. It was a shrewd addition, ensuring Naruto's abilities would be directed in service to the community rather than potentially against it. I protect my precious people, Naruto said simply. If this place becomes my temporary home, then its people fall under that protection. Billy seemed satisfied with the answer, though Sam's expression remained guarded. The meeting concluded with arrangements for Naruto to continue staying with the blacks, with the understanding that he would join patrol rotations and training sessions. As the council members departed, Jacob approached Naruto. That went better than I expected. Usually they debate for days before making decisions like this. They're cautious, Naruto observed. Smart, when dealing with unknowns. Jacob nodded toward the door, where Sam lingered, clearly waiting to speak with Naruto alone. He's still not convinced. Be careful with him, Naruto. Sam takes his responsibilities seriously. So do I, Naruto replied, rising to meet the alpha. Jacob tactfully retreated to the kitchen, leaving Naruto and Sam facing each other in the small living room. The council may accept your presence, Sam said without preamble, but I still have reservations. Your effect on the pack is problematic. I understand, Naruto acknowledged. But I can't change what I am, Sam. Kurama's chakra will always register as an alpha presence to your wolves. What matters is how we handle it. Sam's dark eyes studied him intently. You say you don't want to challenge my leadership. Prove it. How? Tomorrow morning. You and me. One-on-one. Sam's expression hardened. No witnesses except Jacob as neutral observer. We settle this between us. Naruto recognized the challenge for what it was, not merely a test of strength, but a necessary ritual to establish boundaries. Sam needed to confront the threat to his authority directly, to find an accommodation that would allow both of them to coexist. I accept, Naruto said. But this isn't about winning or losing, Sam. It's about understanding. Just be at the northern clearing at dawn, Sam replied. And come prepared to fight. I won't hold back. After Sam left, Jacob emerged from the kitchen, concern evident on his face. What was that about? Sam wants a private demonstration of strength, Naruto explained. To establish boundaries. Jacob looked troubled. That's not like him. Sam doesn't usually challenge people directly, he leads by consensus, by example. He feels threatened, Naruto said simply. Not by me personally, but by what I represent. A power outside his understanding, affecting the core of what makes him alpha. Be careful, Jacob warned. When the wolf takes over, instinct can override reason. Even for Sam. Naruto nodded, taking the warning seriously. I won't hurt him, Jacob. But I won't submit either. We need to find a middle ground. That night, Naruto meditated deeply, communicating with Kurama about their approach to the coming confrontation. We need to show strength without domination, Naruto explained to the fox. Establish respect, not hierarchy. The wolf understands only dominance, Kurama rumbled. You cannot reason with primal instinct. Maybe not, Naruto conceded. But I can reason with the human controlling the wolf. Sam is more than his transformations. You always believe the best of others, Kurama observed, though without the derision such comments once carried. Perhaps that is your true strength. Naruto smiled inwardly. Coming from you, that's almost a compliment. Don't get used to it, the fox growled, but there was affection beneath the gruffness. Dawn arrived with a rare break in the clouds, pale sunlight filtering through the trees as Naruto made his way to the northern clearing. Jacob walked beside him, unusually quiet. What happens if you win? Jacob asked suddenly. Nothing changes, Naruto replied. This isn't about replacing Sam. It's about finding a way for both of us to lead in different spheres. Jacob nodded slowly. And if he wins? Then he has the reassurance he needs that I'm not a threat to his position. They reached the clearing to find Sam already waiting, bare-chested despite the morning chill. His expression was composed, but tension radiated from his powerful frame. "You came," he noted as Naruto approached. "I said I would." Naruto removed his borrowed jacket, standing in just the black t-shirt and cut-off jeans. "What are the rules?" "No killing blows. No permanent damage." Sam's eyes narrowed. "Beyond that, use whatever abilities you have. I need to understand what we're dealing with." "And the goal?" "Submission," Sam said bluntly. "Either you acknowledge my authority as alpha of these lands, or I acknowledge your unique status." Jacob moved to the edge of the clearing. "I'll judge when it's done. When one of you can't continue or clearly yields." Naruto nodded, taking a ready stance across from Sam. "Ready when you are." For a moment, neither moved. Then Sam shifted, not into his wolf form, but into a fighting stance that suggested formal training beyond mere instinct. He circled Naruto cautiously, assessing. "You held back yesterday," Sam observed. "During training. Show me what you really are." Naruto remained centered, tracking Sam's movements. "I'm not your enemy, Sam." "Prove it," Sam challenged, and attacked. He moved with startling speed for his size, closing the distance between them in a blur. His first strike would have broken ribs had it connected, but Naruto sidestepped smoothly, redirecting rather than blocking. Sam recovered instantly, adapting his strategy. His next series of attacks came from multiple angles, testing Naruto's defenses, looking for weaknesses. Naruto responded defensively, evading or deflecting each blow without counterattacking. "Fight back," Sam demanded, frustration bleeding into his voice. "I am fighting," Naruto replied calmly. "Just not the way you expect." Sam's expression darkened. Without warning, he shifted, his human form exploding into the massive black wolf. The transformation happened so quickly Naruto barely had time to leap back as powerful jaws snapped where he had stood. Now the confrontation changed fundamentally. The wolf moved with primal ferocity, instinct and intelligence combined into a formidable predator. Naruto was forced to channel chakra to enhance his speed, staying just ahead of the slashing claws and crushing jaws. "Sam," Jacob called worriedly from the sidelines. This wasn't the agreement. The wolf paid no attention, focused entirely on Naruto. Its attacks grew more coordinated, herding Naruto toward the edge of the clearing where maneuverability would be limited. Recognizing the strategy, Naruto made a decision. He formed a quick hand sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 3 duplicates appeared, spreading out to flank the wolf. Sam hesitated momentarily, confused by the multiplication of opponents. It was all the opening Naruto needed. His clones charged, not to attack but to distract. As Sam engaged them, the real Naruto circled behind, waiting for the precise moment. One by one, the wolf dispatched the clones with powerful strikes, each disappearing in a puff of smoke. As the last clone vanished, Sam whirled to find Naruto directly behind him, palm outstretched. Not attacking, but offering a choice. "Enough," Naruto said firmly. "This proves nothing, Sam. Neither of us is at full strength, and we both know it." The wolf growled, hackles raised. But something in Naruto's steady gaze seemed to reach the human intelligence behind the animal eyes. Slowly, reluctantly, the massive form shimmered and contracted, returning to Sam's human shape. He stood breathing heavily, sweat glistening on his skin despite the cool morning air. "You could have attacked," Sam observed, his voice rough from the transformation. "When my back was turned." "Why didn't you?" "Because this isn't about defeating you," Naruto replied simply. "It's about respect." Sam studied him, something shifting in his expression. "You fight differently than anyone I've encountered. Not for dominance, not for territory. I fight to protect," Naruto corrected. "To defend those precious to me. Where I come from, True strength isn't about who you can defeat, it's about who you can save. For the first time since their meeting, Sam's posture relaxed slightly. The elders believe you were sent here for a reason. I'm not convinced, but perhaps there's wisdom in finding out what that reason might be. It wasn't acceptance, not entirely. But it was acknowledgement, a willingness to move beyond mere tolerance toward potential alliance. Jacob approached cautiously. So, are we good here? No more alpha showdowns? Sam glanced at him, then back to Naruto. We have an understanding. For now. Good enough for me, Naruto said, offering his hand. After a moment's hesitation, Sam clasped it firmly. As their hands met, Naruto felt a subtle shift in the natural energy around them, not submission from either side, but a new equilibrium forming between two different kinds of power. As they walked back toward the reservation, Jacob fell into step beside Naruto. That was not what I expected. What did you expect? Naruto asked. Honestly? A fight to the finish. When Sam shifted, I thought it was going to get ugly. Naruto shook his head. Sam's not fighting to destroy. He's fighting to protect his pack, his position, his people. I respect that. You know, for someone who claims to be a warrior, you seem pretty committed to avoiding actual combat, Jacob observed. Naruto smiled faintly. I've seen enough war to know it solves nothing. Real strength is knowing when not to fight. As they neared the village, Seth came running to meet them, excitement evident on his young face. Naruto. Jacob. There's a vampire at the boundary line, asking for you both. Sam immediately tensed. Which one? The doctor one, Seth replied. Carlyle. He says it's important, something about strange vampires in the area. Naruto and Jacob exchanged concerned glances. New bloodsuckers? Jacob asked. Not part of the Cullen coven? Seth nodded. That's what he said. Strangers, asking questions about a powerful new presence in the region. Sam's expression hardened. They're looking for you, Uzumaki. Maybe, Naruto conceded. Or maybe they sensed the disruption when I arrived. Either way, we should hear what Carlyle has to say. Sam considered briefly, then nodded. Jacob, go with Naruto. I'll alert the pack, set up additional patrols. If there are unknown vampires in our territory, we need to be ready. As they hurried toward the boundary line, Naruto felt a familiar tension building, the anticipation before conflict. Whoever these new vampires were, their interest in his arrival complicated an already delicate situation. You think they're dangerous? Jacob asked as they ran. New players usually are, Naruto replied grimly. Until proven otherwise. They reached the invisible line separating wolf territory from the neutral ground where the Cullens were permitted. Carlyle Cullen waited there alone, his pale features solemn. Thank you for coming, the vampire doctor said. I apologize for the unexpected visit, but I thought you should know immediately. These new vampires, Naruto prompted. What do they want? They approached our family yesterday, inquiring about rumors of a powerful entity that recently appeared in Forks, Carlyle explained. They seemed particularly interested in how this entity affects our kind. Who are they? Jacob demanded. Nomads? Not exactly, Carlyle replied. They claim to belong to a group that monitors supernatural phenomena worldwide. Their leader, a vampire named Dimitri, has the ability to track individuals once he's encountered their essence, for lack of a better term. Naruto frowned. And he wants to track me? I believe so, Carlyle confirmed. They were very interested when I mentioned our meeting tomorrow at the baseball field. I didn't confirm your attendance, but they seemed confident you would be there. A trap, Jacob growled. Possibly, Carlyle agreed. Or merely reconnaissance. Either way, I felt you deserved warning. Naruto considered the implications. Have they threatened anyone? Made any aggressive moves? No, Carlyle admitted. They've been unfailingly polite. Almost diplomatic. That concerns me more than outright hostility would. Because they're being strategic, Naruto deduced. Gathering information before making any moves. Carlyle nodded, studying Naruto with renewed interest. You understand tactical thinking. I was trained as a shinobi, Naruto replied. Strategy is fundamental. Then perhaps you'll understand my proposal, Carlyle said. I believe we should proceed with our meeting tomorrow, but with additional precautions. If these visitors are indeed laying a trap, better to spring it on our terms, with both your pack and my family prepared. Jacob looked skeptical. You want us to walk into a potential ambush? I want us to control the situation, Carlyle clarified. These vampires will find Naruto eventually. Better to confront them with combined strength and allow them to choose the time and place. Naruto found himself respecting the vampire's reasoning. He's right, Jacob. If they're tracking me, hiding only delays the inevitable. Sam won't like it, Jacob warned. Then we'll need to convince him, Naruto said. Together. Carlyle's expression registered surprise at the unified front between wolf and outsider. You've integrated quickly with the pack. Not entirely, Naruto corrected. But we have a common interest in protecting this territory. And its people, Jacob added meaningfully. Carlyle nodded in understanding. Bella will be there tomorrow. Edward insisted, he doesn't trust her safety to others, even with potential danger. Typical, Jacob muttered. Naruto remained focused on the tactical situation. How many of these visiting vampires are there? For that we've seen, Carlyle replied. Dimitri, their leader. A female named Heidi with some form of persuasive ability. 2 males whose gifts remain unclear. Against your family of 7 and however many wolves Sam brings, Naruto calculated. The numbers favor us. Numbers aren't everything, Carlyle cautioned. These vampires are old, experienced. And we don't know their true intentions yet. Then we'll find out, Naruto said with finality. Tomorrow, at the baseball field. All cards on the table. As Carlyle departed to prepare his family, Jacob turned to Naruto with concern evident on his face. This is escalating quickly, he observed. First the pack politics, now strange vampires tracking you. You've been here less than a week. Naruto smiled ruefully. Trouble tends to find me. It's a gift. Some gift, Jacob muttered. Come on, we need to update Sam. As they headed back toward the reservation, Naruto found himself thinking of Bella, caught once again in supernatural crosscurrents beyond her control. Whatever these visiting vampires wanted with him, her presence at tomorrow's meeting complicated matters significantly. Jacob, Naruto said suddenly, do you think we could convince Bella to stay away tomorrow? For her safety? Jacob laughed without humor. You clearly don't know Bella very well yet. Once she decides to be somewhere, wild horses, or wolves, or vampires, couldn't keep her away. Stubborn? Naruto guessed. You have no idea, Jacob confirmed. Besides, if Edward's bringing her, he won't let anything happen to her. Whatever else I think of the bloodsucker, he'd die before letting Bella get hurt. Naruto nodded, accepting this assessment. Then we make sure it doesn't come to that. For anyone. As they continued toward the reservation, Naruto felt Kurama stirring within him, the fox's consciousness rising closer to the surface. Be cautious, Naruto, the Nine-Tails warned. These creatures are unlike the enemies we've faced before. They hunger in ways even I find disturbing. I know, Naruto replied internally. But we've faced worse odds. Perhaps, Kurama conceded. But we've never faced them alone, in a world where our very nature disrupts the natural order. Tread carefully, partner. The warning lingered in Naruto's mind as they approached the reservation, where Sam already waited with the rest of the pack gathered around him. The Alpha's expression was grim, but the hostility that had characterized their earlier interactions had been replaced by something closer to wary respect. "Carlyle told you about the visitors?" Sam asked without preamble. Naruto nodded. "4 vampires, possibly tracking me. They know about tomorrow's meeting." "Then we cancel it," Paul interjected. "Why walk into their trap?" "Because avoidance solves nothing," Sam replied, surprising Naruto with his support. "If they're hunting Uzumaki, they'll find him eventually. Better on our terms than theirs." The pack exchanged glances, clearly taken aback by Sam's strategic alignment with Naruto. "The meeting proceeds," Sam continued, his tone brooking no argument. "But we go prepared for combat. Full pack presence, coordinated with the Cullens." His gaze locked with Naruto's. "And you'll need to be ready to demonstrate exactly why these vampires should fear your presence." "I can do that," Naruto assured him. As the pack dispersed to prepare, Jacob lingered beside Naruto. "Something changed between you and Sam," he observed. "After this morning." Naruto nodded. "We understand each other better now." "Care to elaborate?" "We both protect what matters to us," Naruto said simply. "Different methods, same goal." Jacob seemed satisfied with the explanation. "Get some rest. Tomorrow will test us all." As Jacob left to join the patrol rotation, Naruto found a quiet spot at the edge of the village, overlooking the forest below. The setting sun painted the clouds in brilliant oranges and reds, reminiscent of Konoha's skyline at dusk. For the first time since his arrival, homesickness hit him with full force. Would he ever see his village again? His friends? Would he find a way back to the world where he belonged, or was he destined to remain here, perpetually an outsider among these strange supernatural factions? "Kurama," he whispered. "Do you think there's a way back?" The fox was quiet for a long moment before answering. "The tear that brought us here was created by godlike power, Naruto. Such rifts don't form naturally. So we're trapped." "I did not say that," Kurama rumbled. "Where there is one path between worlds, there may be others. But finding them will require power, perhaps more than we currently possess." Naruto absorbed this sobering assessment. "Then we adapt. Learn this world's rules. Find its sources of power. And in the meantime?" "In the meantime, we protect these people who've sheltered us," Naruto decided. "Starting with tomorrow's confrontation." As darkness fell over the reservation, Naruto continued his vigil, watching for any sign of the vampire visitors in the forest below. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new potential allies or enemies. But for tonight, he would guard the boundaries of his temporary home, honoring the trust the tribe had cautiously extended to him. The path forward remained unclear, but one thing was certain: whatever these tracking vampires wanted from him, they would discover that Naruto Uzumaki never backed down from a challenge. Chapter 3, Blood and Chakra. Morning arrived with unusual clarity, the perpetual clouds of forks temporarily parting to reveal a pale blue sky. Naruto stood at the edge of the reservation, watching the sunrise paint the distant mountains in gold and amber. Today's meeting could shift the delicate balance between the supernatural factions of this strange world, or plunge them into open conflict. "You ready for this?" Jacob asked, approaching from behind. Naruto nodded, not turning from the view. "As ready as I can be." "Sam's gathering the pack. Full strength, all 11 of us will be there." That caught Naruto's attention. 11? I've only met 8 of you. Some of the younger ones haven't been involved until now, Jacob explained. But with unknown vampires in the territory, Sam's activated everyone. Naruto appreciated the tactical decision. Numbers might not guarantee victory, but they certainly improved the odds. "And the Cullens? Any word from them?" "Nothing direct," Jacob replied. "But their psychic, Alice, sent a message through Bella. The visitors are definitely planning to be at the field today. Naruto absorbed this confirmation with a grim nod. So the trap is baited. Question is, who's trapping whom? Jacob grinned, a flash of wolf-like ferocity in his expression. That's what I like about you, Naruto. You don't think like prey. Neither do you, Naruto observed. None of you do. That's your strength. They turned as Sam approached, his expression solemn. Behind him, the entire pack had gathered, faces Naruto recognized and several he didn't, all sharing the same physical traits, tall, muscular builds, cropped black hair, and eyes that held more wisdom than their youthful appearances suggested. It's time, Sam announced. We move together, arrive as one unit. Naruto, you'll be in our center. Not because you need protection, but because I'm the unknown factor, Naruto finished for him. I understand. Strategic positioning. Sam nodded, a hint of approval in his otherwise stern expression. Jacob and I will flank you. The others will form a perimeter. If this goes badly, we shift immediately. The younger wolves looked nervous but determined. Naruto could sense their heightened energy, a mixture of excitement and apprehension that reminded him of Genin before their first high-ranking mission. One more thing, Sam added, his gaze locking with Naruto's. If these vampires threaten our people or our territory, don't hold back. Show them exactly what they're dealing with. The statement represented a significant shift in Sam's attitude, from suspicion of Naruto's powers to tactical reliance on them. Naruto nodded his understanding, feeling Kurama stir within him in response to the rising tension. They still don't comprehend what we're capable of, the fox observed. Let's hope we don't have to show them, Naruto replied internally. The pack moved as one through the forest, 11 powerful figures flowing between trees with preternatural grace. They maintained human form for now, shifting would come only if necessary. Naruto matched their pace easily, channeling a light flow of chakra to enhance his speed and endurance. As they approached the massive clearing that served as the Cullen's baseball field, Naruto sensed multiple presences ahead. The cold, hollow signatures of vampires, more than just the Cullen family, waited for them. Sam raised his hand, signaling the pack to halt at the forest's edge. Through the trees, they could see the Cullens arranged in a loose semicircle on the far side of the clearing. Opposite them stood 4 unfamiliar figures, the visiting vampires, presumably. And between the groups, looking small and fragile by comparison, stood Bella Swan. They brought her, Jacob growled, tension radiating from his massive frame. After knowing these strangers would be here. Edward's beside her, Naruto observed. He won't let anything happen to her. His presence is what puts her in danger in the first place, Jacob countered bitterly. Sam cut off the brewing argument with a sharp gesture. Focus. We enter together, maintain formation. As one, the pack stepped from the forest into the sunlight. Naruto noticed the immediate reaction from the field, the Cullens straightening with visible relief, the visitors turning with calculated interest. And Bella, her face lighting up as she caught sight of the wolves, though Naruto couldn't help noticing her gaze seemed fixed particularly on him. The visitors were exactly as Carlyle had described, 3 males and 1 female, all with the pale perfection and predatory stillness that characterized vampires. Unlike the Cullens, whose golden eyes signaled their vegetarian diet, these newcomers possessed vivid crimson irises, the mark of human blood consumption. Their leader, a tall, lively muscular vampire with dark hair pulled back in a short queue, stepped slightly forward as the pack approached. His ruby eyes fixed immediately on Naruto, his expression a disturbing mixture of hunger and calculation. Fascinating, he murmured, his voice carrying easily across the distance. The rumors hardly do you justice. The pack formed their planned position, creating a loose triangle with Naruto, Sam, and Jacob at its center, facing the gathered vampires. Carlyle Cullen stepped into the neutral ground between the groups. Now that we're all present, introductions seem appropriate. He gestured to the visitors. This is Dimitri and his companions, Heidi, Felix, and Victor. Dimitri inclined his head in acknowledgement, his gaze never leaving Naruto. We've traveled far to investigate reports of an anomaly in this region. I see now those reports were accurate. What kind of anomaly? Sam asked, his voice carrying the weight of his alpha status. A power signature unlike anything previously recorded, Dimitri replied smoothly. Neither vampire nor shapeshifter nor human. Something new, or perhaps very old. Naruto stepped slightly forward, matching Sam's position. You've been tracking me. It wasn't a question, but Dimitri nodded anyway. Your arrival created ripples throughout the supernatural world. Dimensional breaches tend to do that. The casual reference to dimensional travel sent a surge of hope through Naruto. These vampires knew something about interdimensional movement, perhaps they could provide insight into finding a path home. You know about the rift that brought me here? Naruto asked. We detected its energy signature, Dimitri confirmed. Our organization monitors such anomalies. They're rare but not unprecedented. Edward suddenly stepped forward, placing himself more firmly beside Bella. Your organization, he repeated skeptically. You claim to represent researchers, yet your methods suggest otherwise. Alice sees gaps in your intentions. The female vampire, Heidi, smiled, the expression beautiful yet chilling. The future is always in flux, especially around unique entities like your new friend. She gestured to Naruto. His presence distorts predictive abilities. Which makes him particularly interesting to us, Dimitri added. An entity immune to vampire gifts. Capable of disrupting established hierarchies. His crimson gaze shifted to the pack. We've observed how his presence affects your wolf bonds. Sam's posture stiffened. You've been watching us. Merely observing from a respectful distance, Dimitri assured him, though his tone suggested anything but respect. We're scholars first, not conquistadors. Naruto didn't believe that for a second. The predatory assessment in Dimitri's eyes reminded him too much of Orochimaru, a researcher, yes, but one who viewed unique abilities as assets to be acquired by any means necessary. What exactly do you want from me? Naruto asked directly. Dimitri smiled, the expression not reaching his eyes. An exchange of knowledge, primarily. We have extensive records on dimensional phenomena that might help you understand your situation. In return, we'd like to learn more about your unique energies. His chakra, Bella suddenly spoke up, drawing surprised looks from both sides. It's called chakra, not energies. Naruto couldn't help a small smile at her intervention. Dimitri's gaze shifted to Bella with renewed interest. The human knows of your abilities, he observed. How trusting of you. Edward moved slightly, positioning himself more protectively beside Bella. She's under our protection. Of course, Dimitri acknowledged smoothly. We have no quarrel with your covens, dietary peculiarities or choice of companions. The largest of the visiting vampires, Felix, chuckled, the sound devoid of humor. Though we remain curious about a human so deeply entangled in supernatural affairs. My affairs are none of your concern, Bella replied, her voice steadier than her rapidly beating heart suggested. Naruto admired her courage. Surrounded by creatures that could end her life in seconds, she still spoke her mind. Perhaps we should return to the matter at hand, Carlyle suggested diplomatically. You've traveled far to meet Naruto. What specific knowledge are you offering in exchange for information about his abilities? Dimitri gestured to his silent companion, Victor, who produced an ancient-looking leather case. From it, he extracted a rolled parchment, spreading it on the ground before them. This is a map of known dimensional weak points, Dimitri explained. Places where the barriers between worlds thin periodically. If you wish to return to your dimension, these locations represent your best chance. Naruto stepped closer, examining the parchment. The map showed Earth's continents, marked with dozens of glowing points of varying intensities. None appeared to be near forks, the closest being somewhere in the desert southwest. These points fluctuate in strength, Dimitri continued. Some open only once a century, others more frequently. But all require a catalyst, a power source capable of thinning the dimensional barrier. A power source like Naruto himself, Edward deduced, his expression darkening. Precisely, Dimitri confirmed. His energy, chakra, as the human calls it, resonates at a frequency that can potentially activate these doorways. With proper application, he might create his own path home. The information was tantalizing, exactly what Naruto had been hoping to discover. Yet something about Dimitri's overeager sharing made him cautious. And what do you gain if I leave this dimension? Naruto asked. A flicker of something, disappointment, perhaps, crossed Dimitri's perfect features. Knowledge. Understanding of interdimensional travel. Perhaps even a glimpse of your world before the doorway closes. You want to follow me, Naruto realized. To my world. A brief exploratory visit, Dimitri confirmed. Nothing more. Sam stepped forward, tension radiating from his powerful frame. You expect us to believe you travel across dimensions merely for academic interest? Why else? Dimitri spread his hands in a gesture of innocence. Power, Edward stated flatly. I can see fragments of your true thoughts, Dimitri. You believe his world contains energies you could harness, abilities you could acquire. The accusation hung in the air, punctuated by the silent tension from both supernatural factions. Dimitri's pleasant expression never wavered, though his companions shifted subtly into more defensive postures. You mistake academic curiosity for ambition, Dimitri replied smoothly. But regardless of my motivations, the information I've provided is accurate. These dimensional weak points exist. With or without our assistance, they represent your friend's best chance of returning home. Naruto studied the map again, memorizing the locations of the nearest points. The knowledge was valuable, regardless of Dimitri's ulterior motives. Thank you for the information, he said finally. I'll consider what you've shared. Dimitri's eyes narrowed slightly. And our exchange? A demonstration of your abilities, perhaps? I think you've seen enough for now, Naruto replied evenly. The atmosphere in the clearing shifted perceptibly. The visiting vampires exchanged glances, their casual demeanor hardening into something more predatory. That's disappointing, Dimitri said, his pleasant tone now edged with steel. We've traveled so far, shared such valuable information. A small demonstration seems a modest request in return. He said no, Jacob interjected, stepping slightly forward. Around him, the pack tensed, ready to shift at a moment's notice. Heidi, who had remained silent until now, moved to Dimitri's side. Perhaps a more private conversation would be productive, she suggested, her voice carrying an unusual resonance. Without so many distractions. Naruto felt a subtle pressure against his consciousness, something trying to influence his thoughts, suggest compliance. It was nothing compared to genjutsu he'd faced before, but the attempt itself was revealing. Your persuasion doesn't work on me, he informed her calmly. Nice try, though. Heidi's perfect features registered genuine surprise before smoothing into a calculated smile. Fascinating. Complete immunity. Which only confirms what our instruments detected, Dimitri added, his interest visibly intensifying. You're unlike anything in our records. The largest vampire, Felix, moved with subtle impatience. Perhaps a more direct approach is warranted. That would violate our peaceful overture, Dimitri cautioned, though his tone suggested he wasn't entirely opposed to the idea. Carlyle moved into the space between the groups. I believe we've reached the limit of productive conversation today. You've shared valuable information, for which we're grateful. But pressing further risks unnecessary conflict. Dimitri considered this, his crimson gaze calculating. Perhaps you're right, Carlyle. Forcing matters rarely yields optimal results. He turned to Naruto. Consider our offer. The dimensional weak points are real, as is our knowledge of how to activate them. When you're ready to learn more, without your entourage, we're staying at a property north of town. I'll keep that in mind, Naruto replied noncommittally. With a final, lingering look at Naruto, Dimitri gestured to his companions. Until next time, then. The four vampires retreated with preternatural speed, disappearing into the forest on the far side of the clearing. Their departure released some of the tension, though no one fully relaxed. They'll be back, Edward stated grimly. Their thoughts were guarded, but I caught enough. They have no intention of leaving without obtaining what they came for. Which is? Sam demanded. Edward turned to Naruto. You. Or more specifically, your chakra. Dimitri believes it can be harvested somehow. Naruto frowned. Harvested? That's not how chakra works. Perhaps not in your world, Carlyle suggested. But there have been cases of vampires absorbing the abilities of others. It's rare, but documented. Like that one in your coven histories, Jacob recalled. The one who could take on others' powers by consuming their blood. Carlyle nodded soberly. Dominic. A vampire who lived in the 16th century. He could temporarily acquire the abilities of other gifted vampires by feeding on them. You think that's what Dimitri wants? Bella asked, her face pale. To drink Naruto's blood and take his powers? It would explain his interest, Carlyle confirmed. And his reluctance to reveal his true intentions. Naruto considered this new threat assessment. Could it work? Could vampire abilities interact with chakra that way? I don't know, Carlyle admitted. Your energy is unlike anything I've encountered in 3 centuries. The rules that govern our world's supernatural aspects might apply differently to you. We should assume it's possible, Edward said grimly. Which means Dimitri won't leave willingly. Not when he believes he could acquire powers beyond anything our kind has possessed. Sam turned to Naruto. This changes the situation. If these vampires threaten you, they threaten all of us. Your chakra already affects our pack bonds, imagine what a vampire with those same abilities could do. The implications were sobering. A vampire with access to chakra techniques could fundamentally alter the power balance that had existed between the supernatural factions for generations. We need to prepare, Sam continued. If they return with hostile intentions, and I believe they will, we need coordinated defense. Carlyle nodded in agreement. My family will assist. This concerns us all. Edward turned to Bella, his expression troubled. You should stay with Charlie tonight. Away from both the reservation and our house. Just in case. No, Bella refused immediately. I won't be sidelined again. Not when everyone I care about is involved. Bella, Edward began. She's right, Naruto interrupted, earning surprised looks from everyone. Isolating her doesn't protect her, it just leaves her vulnerable and uninformed. Edward's expression darkened. You don't understand the dangers, I understand protecting precious people, Naruto countered. And sometimes protection means preparing them, not hiding them. Jacob stepped forward. For once, I agree with Naruto. Bella's safer with us than alone. She could stay at the reservation tonight, Sam suggested, surprising everyone. We're maintaining full patrols. No vampire could reach her there. The offer represented an unprecedented extension of protection from the Pack Alpha. Bella looked equally startled by the suggestion. Thank you, Sam, she said carefully. But I need to be home tonight. Charlie's expecting me. Then I'll stay with you, Edward stated, his tone brooking no argument. We all need to be vigilant, Carlyle cautioned. These vampires are old, experienced. Dimitri's tracking ability is unparalleled. Once he's fixed on someone's essence, he can find them anywhere in the world. Let him try, Jacob growled. Arrogance won't help us, Sam admonished. We need strategy, coordination. Naruto, he turned to the shinobi. What would you suggest? You have combat experience against powerful enemies. The question demonstrated how completely Sam's attitude had shifted, from seeing Naruto as a potential threat to valuing his tactical expertise. Divided, we're vulnerable, Naruto replied. These vampires will try to isolate targets, engage on their terms. We need communication, predefined response protocols. He looked between Sam and Carlyle. And we need to overcome the historical divisions between your groups. Full cooperation, not just temporary alliance. Sam and Carlyle exchanged measured looks, leaders of factions with generations of mistrust between them. For now, Sam agreed cautiously. Until this threat is addressed. We should continue this discussion somewhere more secure, Carlyle suggested. Both our territories could be under observation. Sam nodded. The tribal council hall. Neutral ground within our borders. Your family is invited, Carlyle. His gaze hardened as it shifted to Edward. All of you. The significance of the invitation wasn't lost on anyone present. The tribal lands had been closed to the Cullens for generations. Opening them now, even temporarily, represented an unprecedented shift in relations. We accept, Carlyle replied with appropriate gravity. When? Tonight, after dark, Sam decided. We'll send guides to the boundary line. As the groups prepared to depart, Naruto noticed Bella standing slightly apart, her expression troubled. He approached her while Edward conferred with Alice nearby. You're worried, Naruto observed quietly. Bella nodded, wrapping her arms around herself against a chill that seemed more emotional than physical. It never ends. Every time I think we've found some kind of balance, some new threat appears. Balance is overrated, Naruto replied with a small smile. Growth comes from imbalance, from challenge. Bella studied him, a hint of surprise in her expression. You sound almost glad these vampires showed up. Not glad, Naruto clarified. But I've learned that enemies sometimes create alliances that friendship can't. Look around you, wolves and vampires, planning together. That wouldn't have happened without a common threat. Temporary cooperation isn't the same as peace, Bella pointed out. No, Naruto agreed. But it's a start. A foundation to build on. Edward approached, his golden eyes flickering between them with poorly concealed concern. We should go. Alice sees weather moving in, we'll need to drive back before the storm hits. Bella nodded, though she seemed reluctant to end the conversation. I'll see you tonight. At the meeting? If I'm invited, Naruto replied, glancing at Edward. The pack seems to have adopted you, Edward observed neutrally. I assume they'll want your input. It wasn't quite acceptance, but it wasn't outright rejection either. Naruto recognized the complicated position Edward occupied, trying to protect Bella while navigating unprecedented supernatural politics. Until tonight, then, Naruto said, stepping back to rejoin the pack. As the groups separated, the Cullens and Bella heading toward their vehicles, the pack retreating into the forest, Jacob fell into step beside Naruto. What do you make of Dimitri and his friends? Jacob asked quietly. Dangerous, Naruto replied without hesitation. Not because they're stronger than others we've faced, but because they're patient. Strategic. You think they really believe they can absorb your chakra? I think they believe it enough to try, Naruto said grimly. And beliefs like that tend to make people persistent. Sam overheard their conversation, dropping back to join them as the pack moved through the forest. Could they succeed? Could vampire abilities interact with your chakra that way? Naruto considered the question seriously. In my world, there are techniques for extracting tailed beasts from their hosts. It's usually fatal to the host. But this world operates under different rules. I don't know if vampire abilities could affect chakra, it's a different kind of energy than what exists here naturally. Either way, we prepare for the worst, Sam decided. Tonight's council will establish joint response protocols with the Cullens. I want you there, Naruto. Your experience could be valuable. I'll be there, Naruto promised. As they continued toward the reservation, Naruto felt Kurama stirring within him, the fox's consciousness rising to awareness. These blood drinkers concern me, Kurama rumbled. Their hunger is different from human greed or ambition. It's primal, consuming. We've faced worse, Naruto reminded him. Perhaps, the fox acknowledged. But we've never faced enemies while stranded in a world where the very nature of chakra may operate differently. Be cautious, Naruto. Until we understand the rules of this place, we cannot predict how our powers might be affected, or exploited. The warning lingered in Naruto's mind as they reached the reservation. For the first time since his arrival, Naruto felt a genuine threat from this world's inhabitants, not from the wolves who had sheltered him or even the Cullens with their predatory nature, but from these newcomers who saw his abilities as assets to be acquired. As the pack dispersed to prepare for the evening's council, Naruto found a quiet spot overlooking the ocean. Cross-legged on a rocky outcropping, he closed his eyes, focusing inward to commune more directly with Kurama. We need to be ready, he told the fox. Full synchronization, just in case. Agreed, Kurama replied. Though revealing our true capabilities might cause as many problems as it solves. These wolves and vampires have no concept of what a fully realized Jinchuriki can do. Better to surprise our enemies than our allies, Naruto countered. And which category does the human girl fall into? Kurama asked, an unusual note of curiosity in his rumbling voice. The question caught Naruto off guard. Bella. She's caught in the middle of all this. Innocent. Yet you're drawn to her, Kurama observed. I can sense your reactions when she's near. She reminds me of home somehow, Naruto admitted. Not physically, but her determination. The way she refuses to be sidelined despite being surrounded by supernatural powers. Like a certain shinobi I once knew, Kurama noted, amusement coloring his tone. Always throwing himself into situations beyond his strength. Naruto smiled at the comparison. Maybe. But there's more to it. She's trapped between choices others have defined for her, become a vampire or remain vulnerable. Stay with Edward or return to human normalcy. No one seems to ask what she truly wants for herself. And you believe you know what she wants? No, Naruto replied honestly. But I believe she deserves the chance to discover it for herself, without others deciding her path. Kurama was silent for a moment before responding. Be careful, Naruto. Your compassion has always been your strength, but also your vulnerability. This world's conflicts are not ours to resolve. Maybe not, Naruto conceded. But as long as we're here, we can't ignore injustice or suffering, regardless of its source. The fox sighed mentally, a sound of resigned affection. Some things never change, no matter which dimension we find ourselves in. Naruto opened his eyes as he sensed someone approaching. Jacob climbed the path toward him, his expression troubled. Council's been moved up, Jacob informed him. The Cullens reported movement from Demetri's group, they're circling closer to town. Naruto rose fluidly. Reconnoitering. Searching for weaknesses. That's what Edward thinks, Jacob confirmed. He's bringing Bella directly to the reservation instead of taking her home first. How did Charlie respond to that? Jacob grimaced. Cover story is a surprise birthday planning session for one of the Cullen siblings. Charlie doesn't ask too many questions these days, I think he's realized the less he knows, the better. They headed toward the tribal council hall, a simple but dignified wooden building near the center of the reservation. Despite the structure's modest appearance, it carried an aura of history and significance that Naruto had come to recognize in important places across cultures. Inside, the tribal elders had already assembled, Billy Black, Old Quill, and Sue Clearwater seated at a carved wooden table. The pack members arranged themselves around the perimeter, their massive frames making the room seem smaller than it was. The Cullens will arrive soon, Sam informed them, taking his place beside the elders. Whatever your personal feelings about vampires on our land, remember why we've invited them. Unity against a common threat. The pack members nodded solemnly, though Naruto noted lingering tension in some faces, particularly Paul's. Generations of ingrained hostility wouldn't disappear overnight, regardless of logical necessity. Billy Black wheeled himself forward slightly. Naruto Uzumaki, he addressed formally. The council has been informed of today's developments. These new vampires seek your power, a power that already affects our wolf bonds. We need to understand exactly what they might acquire if they succeeded. The direct request hung in the air. Naruto recognized it for what it was, a final test of trust. Until now, he'd demonstrated only portions of his abilities, enough to establish his unique nature but not enough to reveal his full potential. I'll show you, Naruto agreed, moving to the center of the room. But understand that in my world, these abilities developed through generations of training, conflict, and sacrifice. They represent not just my power, but the legacy of those who came before me. Billy nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the demonstration. In my world, all living things contain chakra, life energy that can be shaped and controlled by those with proper training, Naruto began. Shinobi learn to mold chakra for various techniques. The basics look like this. He formed a quick succession of hand signs, creating 3 shadow clones that appeared around him in puffs of smoke. The elder's eyes widened at the perfect duplicates. Shadow clones are solid copies, capable of independent action, Naruto explained as his clones demonstrated by interacting with objects around the room. When they disperse, their experiences transfer back to me, useful for reconnaissance or dividing an opponent's attention. With a gesture, the clones disappeared. Naruto continued, chakra can be elemental in nature. He formed another hand sign, and a small swirling orb of wind appeared above his palm. My primary affinity is wind, though I can utilize other elements to a lesser degree. The demonstration continued as Naruto showed basic applications of chakra, enhanced strength, walking up vertical surfaces, even a small protective barrier. With each technique, the gathered wolves and elders grew more attentive, more aware of the versatility of the power Naruto commanded. These are foundational abilities, Naruto explained. The kind most skilled shinobi in my world could perform. But what makes me different, what these vampires likely sensed, is this. He closed his eyes, accessing the deeper wellspring of his power. Golden chakra began to emanate from his body, enveloping him in a luminous aura. His whisker markings deepened, his eyes shifting from blue to amber with cross-shaped pupils when he opened them. The reaction was immediate. Several pack members stepped back instinctively, while the elders leaned forward in fascination. The energy radiating from Naruto filled the room with a pressure that wasn't hostile but was undeniably powerful, ancient, primal, and fundamentally different from the supernatural forces they knew. This is Six-Path Sage Mode, Naruto explained, his voice resonating with deeper harmonics. A combination of natural energy, my own chakra, and Kurama's power. In this state, I can sense emotions, heal injuries, and perform techniques far beyond basic shinobi abilities. To demonstrate, he extended one hand, creating a Rasengan that grew and transformed, incorporating wind nature to form a spiraling shuriken of energy. The technique illuminated the room with brilliant blue-white light, casting dramatic shadows across the awestruck faces around him. At full power, this could level mountains, Naruto stated simply, allowing the technique to dissipate. And there's one level beyond even this. He hesitated, glancing at Sam. The full-tailed beast transformation. It's substantial. I don't think this building could contain it. Sam nodded in understanding. Perhaps a more open demonstration another time. Naruto released the golden chakra mode, returning to his normal appearance. The pressure in the room dissipated, leaving a charged silence in its wake. Billy was the first to speak, his weathered face solemn. Now I understand why these vampires traveled so far. Such power, if they could harness even a fraction of it. They'd be unstoppable, Jacob finished grimly. Not unstoppable, Naruto corrected. Just more dangerous. Every power has its limits, its weaknesses. What are yours? Old Quill asked directly. Naruto appreciated the bluntness. Chakra depletion. Using techniques costs energy, which must be replenished. In Sage mode, I draw from natural energy to supplement my reserves, but even that has limits. And while Kurama's chakra is vast, it isn't infinite. The conversation paused as one of the younger wolves, Seth, burst into the hall. They're here, he announced. The Cullens. All of them. A tension rippled through the pack as Sam rose. Remember, he cautioned, they come as allies today. The door opened, and the Cullen family entered, Carlisle and Esme in the lead, followed by Edward with Bella close beside him, then Alice, Jasper, Emmett, and Rosalie. The vampires moved with characteristic grace, though they kept their posture deliberately non-threatening. Naruto noticed immediately how the wolves positioned themselves, subtly shifting to maintain sight lines to the visitors, bodies angled for quick response. Centuries of instinctive hostility didn't disappear with one diplomatic invitation. Thank you for welcoming us, Carlisle addressed the council respectfully. We understand the significance of this gesture. Billy nodded formally. Extraordinary circumstances require extraordinary measures. Please, be seated. The Cullens arranged themselves opposite the tribal elders, creating a rough circle with the pack members along the walls. Naruto found himself in an interesting position, not fully aligned with either faction, yet central to the discussion. Bella caught his eye briefly, offering a small smile before taking her seat beside Edward. She looked paler than usual, tension evident in the set of her shoulders. We have confirmed movement from Demetri's group, Carlisle began once everyone was settled. They've established a perimeter around Forks, with particular focus on the boundaries between our territories. Mapping our defenses, Sam observed. Identifying gaps. Jasper Hale, the lean, battle-scarred vampire who rarely spoke, leaned forward slightly. They're professionals. Military precision in their positioning. They're treating this like a campaign, not a negotiation. Alice? Carlisle prompted. The petite vampire shook her head in frustration. My visions remain fragmented. I see flashes, their preparations, multiple strategies they're considering. But with both the wolves and Naruto involved, the outcomes blur. What about their intentions toward Bella? Edward asked, his arm protectively around her shoulders. Alice's expression grew troubled. Unclear. I see her in fragments, sometimes with us, sometimes, elsewhere. What does that mean? Jacob demanded. It means they haven't fixed on a single strategy, Jasper interpreted. They're considering multiple approaches, including using Bella somehow. Edward's expression darkened. As leverage. Possibly, Jasper conceded. Or as bait. Bella straightened, determination flashing across her features. I won't be used against any of you. If they try, we won't let them get near you, Edward interrupted fiercely. That's not your decision to make, Bella countered with surprising firmness. I'm not a chess piece to be protected or sacrificed. I want to help. The declaration hung in the air, stunning both supernatural factions. Naruto found himself admiring her courage, surrounded by beings of immense power, yet refusing to be sidelined. Bella's right, Naruto spoke into the silence. Treating her as only a vulnerability ignores her potential as an asset. Edward turned toward him sharply. You can't be serious. She's human, fragile. One blow from a vampire would kill her. I'm not suggesting she fight, Naruto clarified. But information, communication, strategy, these don't require supernatural strength. He has a point, Sam said, surprising everyone. The vampires won't expect a human to carry messages or coordinate movements. They'll be focused on tracking us, not her. Edward looked aghast. You want to use Bella as some kind of courier? I want to help, Bella insisted. Edward, please. I'm tired of being the one everyone else risks themselves for. Let me contribute. Carlyle intervened diplomatically. Perhaps we should focus first on our defensive strategy. Bella's potential role can be determined once we understand what we're facing. The conversation shifted to tactical considerations, patrol patterns, communication methods, response protocols if Dimitri's group made a move. Jasper, with his military background, provided valuable insights into vampire combat tactics, while Sam outlined the pack's strengths and limitations. Throughout the discussion, Naruto observed the dynamics with interest. Despite centuries of enmity, the two supernatural factions found common ground in strategic planning. Their mutual protectiveness toward Bella served as a unifying factor, though they approached it from different perspectives. What about Charlie? Jacob asked suddenly. And the other humans in Forks? If these vampires decide to feed locally? The concern silenced the room. Traditional vampire visitors had occasionally passed through the region, but they generally respected the Cullen's territory enough to hunt elsewhere. These newcomers, with their focused agenda, might not show such restraint. We need to extend protection to the town, Sam decided. Expanded patrols, covering human population centers. My family can assist with that, Carlyle offered. We know which areas are most vulnerable. As the planning continued, Bella approached Naruto during a brief break in the discussion. Edward watched from across the room, his expression carefully neutral despite the obvious tension in his posture. You're the only one who treated me like I could help, Bella said quietly. Thank you for that. Naruto shrugged. Where I come from, we judge people by their choices and actions, not their physical capabilities. Is it true, she asked, lowering her voice further. What they said about these vampires wanting your blood? To take your powers? It's a theory, Naruto replied. Whether it would work or not? I don't know. Chakra doesn't function like the abilities in this world. Bella glanced toward Edward, then back to Naruto. I don't want anyone else hurt because of me. Not you, not the pack, not the Cullens. This isn't because of you, Naruto assured her. Dimitri and his friends would have sought me out regardless. You're caught in the middle, but you didn't create this situation. She didn't look convinced. It always comes back to me somehow. Victoria, the Volturi, now these vampires. I'm like a magnet for supernatural danger. Or maybe you're exactly where you're meant to be, Naruto suggested. At the intersection of these different worlds, helping bridge the divide between them. The perspective seemed to surprise her. I've never thought of it that way. Edward sees my involvement as a danger. A mistake. Maybe he's protecting the wrong thing, Naruto observed gently. Keeping you safe physically while ignoring what makes you who you are, your courage, your determination to stand beside those you care about. Bella studied him with newfound intensity. You sound like you understand. I've been underestimated before, Naruto replied with a small smile. Told to stay back, stay safe, let others handle the dangerous parts. It rarely worked out. Their conversation was interrupted as Sam called the meeting back to order. Edward immediately appeared at Bella's side, guiding her back to their seats with a hand at the small of her back. The possessive gesture wasn't lost on Naruto, nor was Bella's momentary resistance before complying. We've established preliminary protocols, Sam announced. Joint patrols, communication channels, response strategies. But ultimately, Dimitri and his companions want one thing. His gaze shifted to Naruto. You. Which gives us an advantage, Naruto replied calmly. Their focus on me makes their objectives predictable. You're suggesting using yourself as bait, Jacob realized. Naruto nodded. On our terms, in a location of our choosing. Draw them into a confrontation where we have tactical advantages. Dangerous, Jasper observed, though his tone suggested professional assessment rather than objection. Less dangerous than waiting for them to choose the time and place, Naruto countered. He's right, Sam acknowledged reluctantly. A defensive posture gives them initiative. Better to control the engagement. Edward leaned forward. What exactly are you proposing? A message, Naruto explained. Let them know I'm willing to meet, to discuss their research and the dimensional weak points they mentioned. But the meeting happens at a location we've prepared, secured by both your family and the pack. An ambush, Emmett grinned, speaking for the first time. I like it. Not necessarily an ambush, Naruto clarified. If they come peacefully, we talk. If they come with other intentions. He shrugged. Then we're prepared. Where? Carlyle asked, the strategic implications already evident in his expression. The cliffs overlooking the ocean, Sam suggested after a moment's consideration. Defensible position, clear sight lines, limited approach vectors. And if necessary, a tactical retreat path into the water for the wolves. Jasper nodded approval. High ground, good visibility. We could position ourselves along the tree line, provide covering fire if needed. When? Billy asked, bringing focus to the planning. Tomorrow, Naruto decided. Before they complete their reconnaissance and develop countermeasures to our patrols. Who delivers the invitation? Jacob asked. A silence fell as the question hung in the air. Sending a wolf or vampire risked immediate conflict. A human messenger would be vulnerable. I will, Bella spoke up suddenly. Absolutely not, Edward objected immediately. It makes tactical sense, Bella argued, surprising everyone with her strategic thinking. They won't harm a human messenger, it would turn everyone against them immediately. And they know I'm connected to both sides. My delivering the message signals united intent. She's right, Jasper said reluctantly. Strategically, it's sound. It's reckless, Edward insisted. It's her choice, Naruto interjected quietly. And she's capable of making it. Edward turned to him, golden eyes flashing with barely suppressed anger. You know nothing about Bella or what she's been through. This isn't your decision. It's not yours either, Bella stated firmly. It's mine. And I choose to help. The declaration silenced even Edward, who stared at her with a complex mixture of emotions, frustration, fear, pride, and something deeper that Naruto recognized as the painful recognition that someone precious is growing beyond your protection. I'll accompany her to the edge of their territory, Alice offered. I can see danger approaching, at least until she's close to them. And I'll shadow from the forest, Jacob added. Close enough to intervene if needed. Sam nodded his agreement. The message is delivered at midday, when they're least likely to risk exposure by attempting anything in broad daylight. The meeting itself takes place at sunset tomorrow on the northern cliffs. The plan gradually took shape, patrol schedules, positioning, contingencies. Throughout the discussion, Naruto noticed Bella's growing confidence as her input was acknowledged and incorporated. What had begun as her insistence on helping had evolved into genuine strategic contribution. By the time the council concluded, a comprehensive strategy had been established. The Cullens would return to their territory to prepare, with Edward reluctantly agreeing that Bella should spend the night at the reservation for safety. As the meeting dispersed, Naruto found himself beside Billy Black, the elder studying him with weathered eyes that held both wisdom and caution. Our legends speak of spirit warriors and great powers beyond human understanding, Billy said quietly. But nothing quite like what you carry within you, Naruto Uzumaki. Every world has its own kinds of power, Naruto replied respectfully. Billy nodded slowly. That may be so. But power always comes with responsibility, and consequences. Whatever happens tomorrow, this territory will be changed by your presence here. I know, Naruto acknowledged. I never intended to disrupt your world. Few great changes come from intention, Billy observed. Most arrive unexpectedly, forcing adaptation. He gestured toward where Bella stood talking with Jacob and Seth. She's changing too. You've noticed. Naruto followed his gaze. She's finding her voice. Her strength. The question is whether those who care for her can adapt to that change, Billy mused. Or whether they'll resist it, trying to preserve what was at the cost of what could be. Before Naruto could respond, Jacob approached. Dad, Sue's offered to let Bella stay with her and Leah tonight. Extra protection with 2 wolves in the house. Billy nodded approval. A wise arrangement. As Jacob wheeled his father toward the exit, Naruto found himself watching Bella say goodnight to Edward at the door. Their conversation appeared tense, Edward's posture rigid with barely contained concern. When they briefly embraced, Naruto looked away, respecting their privacy. The night stretched late as final preparations were made. Patrol schedules were established, with Naruto assigned to join Jacob's rotation along the eastern perimeter. Before heading out, however, he sought a quiet moment to center himself and communicate with Kurama. Finding a secluded spot behind the council hall, Naruto sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to enter his internal mindscape. The familiar space manifested around him, no longer the dank cage of his childhood, but an open area where he and Kurama could converse as equals. The massive fox regarded him with ancient eyes. Your plan is bold, Naruto. Perhaps too bold. We can't stay defensive forever, Naruto replied. These vampires won't leave without what they came for. And if they succeed? If they somehow extract my chakra or yours? Then we adapt, Naruto said simply. As we always have. The fox studied him thoughtfully. You're growing attached to these people. The wolves. The human girl. They've shown me kindness, Naruto acknowledged. Offered shelter, protection. And if we find a way back to our world? What then? The question struck deeper than Naruto had expected. He'd been so focused on immediate challenges that the longer-term implications had remained unexamined. One problem at a time, he finally replied. First, we deal with Dimitri and his companions. Then we explore those dimensional weak points he mentioned. And the girl? Kurama pressed, unusual persistence in his tone. Bella has her own path, Naruto said, more sharply than intended. Her own choices to make. The fox's expression shifted to something almost resembling compassion, an emotion Naruto rarely saw from his tailed beast partner. Just be careful, Naruto. Hearts can be wounded more deeply than bodies. The conversation ended as Naruto sensed someone approaching. Opening his eyes, he found Seth standing nearby, the young wolf shifting awkwardly from foot to foot. Sorry to interrupt, Seth said. Jacob sent me to get you. Patrol starting. Naruto rose smoothly. No problem. All set? Seth nodded eagerly. I'm coming too. Sam finally agreed I'm ready for regular rotation. As they headed toward the forest's edge where Jacob waited, Seth's enthusiasm bubbled over in a stream of questions about Naruto's world and abilities. The young wolf's openness was refreshing after the tense council meeting. So in your world, do people start training to be ninjas when they're kids? Seth asked. Academy starts around 6 years old, Naruto confirmed. Basic techniques, history, strategy. Then at 12, if you graduate, you're assigned to a 3-person team with a more experienced leader. That's so cool, Seth marveled. Way better than regular school. Naruto smiled at the boy's enthusiasm. It has its challenges. Not everyone passes. And missions can be dangerous, even for genin, beginning ninjas. They reached Jacob, who stood in his human form at the forest's edge, surveying the darkened trees with the heightened senses of a wolf even before shifting. Ready? Jacob asked as they approached. We're taking the eastern quadrant, from the creek boundary to the coastal cliffs. Naruto nodded. Lead the way. The patrol moved swiftly through the forest, Jacob and Seth occasionally shifting to wolf form to check scents or communicate with other pack members through their shared mental link. Naruto kept pace easily, using minimal chakra to enhance his movements through the unfamiliar terrain. As they neared the eastern boundary of the reservation, Jacob signaled a halt, nose tilted to the wind. "Vampire scent," he growled. "Fresh. Within the hour." Seth confirmed with a short bark, his russet wolf form tense with alertness. "Demetri's group?" Naruto asked. Jacob nodded grimly. "Testing our perimeter. Seeing how we respond." Naruto extended his senses, reaching out with the natural energy sensitivity he developed through sage training. He detected a faint coldness in the distance, the hollow signature of vampire presence, though not immediately nearby. "They're gone now," he confirmed. "But they were definitely here." Reconnoitering. Jacob shifted back to human form, his expression troubled. "They crossed the boundary. That's a direct violation of territory, something even the Cullens wouldn't risk." "They're sending a message," Naruto interpreted. "Showing they don't respect traditional boundaries or agreements." Seth whined softly, shifting back to human form as well. "Should we alert Sam? The others?" Jacob nodded. "But we continue the patrol first. Complete the circuit, make sure there aren't others still in our territory." They proceeded with heightened caution, covering the remainder of their assigned area before returning to the reservation. The brief incursion had been reported through the pack mind, with Sam ordering increased vigilance but no direct response yet. As they approached the Clearwater house where Bella was staying, Naruto noticed a figure sitting alone on the porch steps. Even in the darkness, he recognized Bella's silhouette. "Can't sleep?" Jacob asked as they approached. Bella shook her head. "Too much adrenaline, I guess. Every time I close my eyes, I see those vampires from the field." "So know you're out here?" Jacob asked, concern evident in his voice. "Leah's inside," Bella assured him. "Watching through the window, I'm sure. She made it very clear I wasn't to wander off." Jacob chuckled. "Sounds like Leah. I'll check in with her, let her know we're back." He glanced between Naruto and Bella briefly before adding, "Seth, come help me report to Sam." The young wolf followed Jacob inside, leaving Naruto and Bella alone on the porch. After a moment's hesitation, Naruto sat beside her on the steps, maintaining a respectful distance. "Nervous about tomorrow?" he asked quietly. Bella hugged her knees to her chest. "Terrified. But also, ready, somehow. That's how it usually feels before something important," Naruto observed. "Fear and readiness, mixed together. Is that how you feel before battles?" "Every time," Naruto admitted. "Anyone who says they don't feel fear is either lying or hasn't faced enough real danger." Bella smiled faintly at that. "Edward never admits to being afraid. Neither does Jacob." "They're afraid," Naruto countered. "Just not for themselves. They fear for you." The observation seemed to strike home. "I don't want anyone taking risks for me. Not anymore." "That's not how caring works," Naruto replied gently. "When someone matters to you, their safety becomes part of your own happiness. It's natural." "But it's become unbalanced," Bella insisted. "Edward's entire existence revolves around keeping me safe. It's not healthy, for either of us." The candid admission surprised Naruto. "Have you told him that?" "I've tried," Bella sighed. "But it's complicated. He was born in 1901, his understanding of relationships comes from a different time. And after he thought he'd lost me once." She trailed off, her expression darkening with painful memories. "What happened?" Naruto asked softly. Bella hesitated before responding. "Last year, Edward thought I'd died. He went to Italy, to provoke the Volturi, vampire royalty, into killing him. He couldn't bear to exist in a world where I didn't. The story revealed depths to Edward's attachment that explained much of his protective behavior. You saved him, Naruto guessed. Bella nodded. Barely. Since then, his fear of losing me has only intensified. And I understand why, I do. But lately I've been wondering. When she didn't continue, Naruto gently prompted, wondering what? If love should feel like drowning, she finished quietly. If being treasured should mean being suffocated. The raw honesty of her statement hung in the night air between them. Naruto considered his response carefully, aware of the weight her confession carried. In my experience, he said finally, the strongest bonds are the ones that help both people grow, not just survive. Protection without respect becomes a cage, no matter how well-intentioned. Bella turned to study him, moonlight illuminating her pale features. You speak from experience. I've seen relationships of all kinds, Naruto replied. The healthiest ones have balance, mutual support, mutual growth, mutual respect for each other's choices, even the difficult ones. Is that what you had? In your world? The question stirred complex emotions. With my friends, yes. With the village, eventually. Romantically. He shrugged. Still figuring that out, I guess. Bella smiled, a genuine expression that transformed her solemn features. That makes two of us. The door opened behind them as Jacob emerged from the house. Everything's set for tomorrow, he announced. Sam wants us all to get some rest while we can. Bella nodded, rising from the steps. I should try to sleep. Big day tomorrow. I'll walk you in, Jacob offered. As Bella turned to go, she hesitated, glancing back at Naruto. Thank you, she said simply. For listening. For not treating me like I'm made of glass. Thank you for the same, Naruto replied with a small smile. After they disappeared inside, Naruto remained on the porch for a few moments longer, absorbing the quiet night and the weight of tomorrow's potential confrontation. Whatever happened with Dimitri and his companions, the delicate balance between the supernatural factions of this world had already shifted, and Bella's place within that balance was changing too. The question was whether those who loved her could adapt to her evolution, or whether they would resist it, clinging to what had been at the cost of what could be. Dawn arrived too quickly, gray light filtering through persistent clouds as final preparations were made. Bella appeared from the Clearwater house looking pale but determined, dressed practically in jeans and a weatherproof jacket. The message she would deliver had been carefully crafted, formal enough to respect vampire protocols, direct enough to leave no room for misinterpretation. Alice arrived at the boundary line as planned, her pixie-like appearance belying the deadly predator beneath. She embraced Bella briefly before turning to the assembled group. I've seen fragments of their response, Alice reported. They'll meet with us, but they're planning contingencies. Multiple scenarios. As are we, Sam acknowledged. He turned to Bella. Remember, deliver the message and leave immediately. Don't engage in negotiation or discussion. Bella nodded, clutching the folded paper containing the formal invitation. I understand. Jacob, already in wolf form, positioned himself at the forest edge, ready to shadow Bella's journey at a distance that wouldn't trigger Alice's blind spots. Several other pack members were stationed at strategic intervals, creating an invisible security corridor. Be careful, Edward had said during their brief morning phone call, his voice tight with controlled fear. He'd wanted to be there, but they'd all agreed that his presence might provoke an immediate confrontation rather than the controlled meeting they sought. As Bella prepared to leave with Alice, Naruto approached her briefly. Trust your instincts, he advised quietly. They've kept you alive in a world of supernatural predators this long. Bella nodded, a flicker of confidence strengthening her expression. I'll see you at the cliffs. I'll be there, Naruto promised. As Alice and Bella departed in the Cullen's distinctive yellow Porsche, the remaining group dispersed to finalize preparations at the cliff site. The location had been carefully chosen, high ground overlooking the ocean, with limited approach vectors and clear sight lines in all directions. Naruto worked alongside Sam, Jacob, and several pack members, using his shadow clones to expedite the preparation of defensive positions and escape routes. By midday, the site was as secure as they could make it without obvious fortifications that might suggest hostile intent. No sign of trouble, Sam reported after checking in with the pack members monitoring Bella's mission. She delivered the message and is on her way back with Alice. And their response? Naruto asked. They've agreed to the meeting, Sam replied. Sunset, as proposed. The hours until sunset passed with tense preparation. The Cullens arrived gradually, positioning themselves according to the agreed strategy. Edward reunited with Bella briefly, their conversation intense but private, before reluctantly taking his assigned position. Carlyle approached Naruto as the sun began its descent toward the horizon. Are you certain about this? Once they arrive, we may have limited control over how events unfold. I'm sure, Naruto confirmed. Better to confront them directly than wait for them to choose their moment. The vampire doctor studied him thoughtfully. You've faced difficult odds before. Many times, Naruto acknowledged. Yet you seem remarkably calm. Naruto smiled faintly. Panic never improved a tactical situation. Carlyle nodded in understanding. Indeed. Well, whatever happens, know that you have allies here. Whatever brought you to our world, perhaps it was for a purpose. As the doctor moved away to confer with his family, Naruto found himself considering the idea. In his own world, he'd come to believe that few things happen purely by chance, that seemingly random events often carried deeper significance. Could his arrival here serve some greater purpose beyond mere cosmic accident? The thought was interrupted as Sam signaled from the tree line. They're coming, the Alpha announced. All four of them, approaching from the north. Naruto moved to the designated meeting point, a flat area of the cliff top with clear views in all directions. Around him, invisible to casual observation but present nonetheless, the Cullens and Wolf Pack maintained their strategic positions. Bella had insisted on being present, positioned safely behind the Cullen line with both Edward and Jacob nearby for protection. Her role as messenger completed, she was nonetheless determined to witness the outcome of her diplomatic mission. The visitors emerged from the forest with characteristic vampire grace. Dimitri led the group, his expression one of calculated pleasantness. Behind him came Felix, the massive enforcer, followed by Heidi and the quieter Victor. All four moved with the easy confidence of predators who believed themselves superior to any potential threat. Naruto Uzumaki, Dimitri greeted, stopping at a respectful distance. How diplomatic of you to arrange this meeting. Though the invitation delivery method was unconventional. It seemed appropriate, Naruto replied evenly. Since conventional boundaries don't appear to concern you. A flicker of surprise crossed Dimitri's features. Ah. You detected our reconnaissance. Border violations aren't easily missed, Naruto confirmed. Especially when they're intentional. Dimitri smiled, acknowledging the point. Forgive our rudeness. We were merely assessing the situation. And what did your assessment tell you? That the legendary hostility between wolves and vampires has been temporarily set aside, Dimitri observed, his gaze flickering to the tree line where Sam's massive black wolf was partially visible. Quite an accomplishment in just a few days. Your presence has already catalyzed significant change in this little supernatural ecosystem. The observation was accurate enough to be unsettling. Naruto maintained a neutral expression, waiting for Dimitri to reveal more of his intentions. You wish to discuss the dimensional weak points, Naruto prompted when the vampire didn't continue. Indeed, Dimitri agreed smoothly. Though I had hoped for a more private conversation. These people have offered me protection and hospitality, Naruto replied. Any conversation concerning my potential departure concerns them as well. Dimitri's eyes narrowed slightly. How diplomatic of you. Very well. He gestured to Victor, who again produced the ancient leather case. The map I showed you before contains only the primary weak points. There are others, smaller, more difficult to access, but potentially useful if properly activated. Victor unrolled a different parchment, this one showing more detailed markings across the familiar continental outlines. Several glowing points appeared much closer to their current location. This one, Dmitri indicated a point in the Olympic Mountains, not far from Forks, becomes active during celestial alignments. The next such alignment occurs in 3 days, a rare syzygy that happens once every 70 years. The information was specific, verifiable, lending credibility to Dimitri's claim of scientific interest. Naruto studied the map with genuine curiosity. "And the activation method?" he asked. "That depends on the traveler," Dimitri explained. "For you, with your unique energy signature, a focused application of power at the precise location during the alignment should create a temporary doorway." "Should?" Naruto repeated skeptically. Dimitri spread his hands. "Interdimensional travel isn't an exact science, even for beings as old as we are. But our instruments detected the signature of your arrival. In theory, that signature could be reproduced to create a return path." "In theory," Naruto echoed, maintaining his skepticism. "And what would you gain from helping me return home?" "Knowledge," Dimitri replied immediately. "Data on the process itself. And yes, as your mind-reading friend correctly deduced, a brief opportunity to observe your world before the doorway closes." "Just observe?" Naruto pressed. Dimitri's pleasant expression never wavered. "Scientific curiosity only, I assure you. We are researchers, not conquerors." The claim rang false against everything Naruto had observed about the vampire's predatory nature. Still, the information about the dimensional weak point seemed genuine, too specific to be a complete fabrication. 3 days, Naruto mused aloud. Convenient timing. Quite fortunate, Dimitri agreed. Had we arrived a month later, you might have been stranded here for years before the next viable alignment. Naruto sensed movement behind him, subtle repositioning among the hidden Cullens. Something in the conversation had triggered their suspicion. "And if I decide to attempt this doorway opening," Naruto asked carefully, "what exactly would be required of me?" Dimitri's expression brightened with apparently genuine enthusiasm. "A focused application of your unique energy at the precise coordinates during peak alignment. Our instruments can guide the process, ensure the power is properly channeled." "Channeled," Naruto repeated. "Through what, exactly?" A brief hesitation, almost imperceptible. "A focusing apparatus we've developed for such rare events. Harmless to the energy source, to you, but essential for proper alignment with the dimensional weak point." Now Naruto understood what had triggered the Cullen's reaction. "This apparatus, it collects and redirects energy?" "In a manner of speaking," Dimitri acknowledged. "Though, collection implies permanence. This is merely temporary channeling." "And if I were to attempt opening this doorway without your apparatus?" Another fractional hesitation. "Possible, but risky. Unfocused energy could destabilize the weak point, potentially causing harm to you or others nearby." The explanation was plausible, yet Naruto detected the careful evasions beneath Dimitri's smooth delivery. The apparatus clearly represented the mechanism by which they hoped to access or extract his chakra, perhaps even trap him during the process. "A generous offer," Naruto said finally. "I'll need time to consider it." Disappointment flashed across Dimitri's features before his pleasant mask reasserted itself. "Of course. Though I should mention the alignment is time-sensitive. The preparations alone require at least a day." "I understand," Naruto assured him. "You'll have my answer tomorrow." Dimitri studied him for a long moment, clearly reassessing his approach. "There's something you should know," he said, his tone shifting to something more serious. "The dimensional breach that brought you here didn't go unnoticed. Others are aware of your arrival, others less diplomatic than we are." "Others?" Sam's voice came from behind as the Alpha emerged from the tree line in human form. What others? Demetri's gaze flicked to Sam with barely concealed disdain before returning to Naruto. Our organization isn't the only one that monitors supernatural phenomena. There are competitors. Less scrupulous researchers who would view you as an asset to be acquired rather than a subject to be studied. The warning carried an implicit threat: cooperate with us, or face worse alternatives. It was a classic negotiating tactic, creating an artificial time pressure while introducing a nebulous external threat. I appreciate the warning, Naruto replied neutrally. All the more reason to consider my options carefully. Frustration flickered across Demetri's perfect features. He had clearly expected a more immediate response to either the opportunity or the veiled threat. Very well, the vampire conceded. We're staying at the property I mentioned previously. When you've made your decision, you know where to find us. With that, Demetri signaled to his companions. The four vampires retreated with fluid grace, disappearing into the forest as swiftly as they had emerged. As soon as they were gone, the Cullens and remaining wolf pack members emerged from their positions. Edward was the first to speak, his expression grim. They're lying, he stated flatly. Not about the dimensional weak point, that appears to be genuine. But their intentions toward Naruto are extraction, not assistance. Extraction? Bella asked, moving closer despite Edward's protective arm. Victor's thoughts were less guarded than Demetri's, Edward explained. Their apparatus is designed to harness and redirect power, specifically, to transfer it from one entity to another. To Demetri, Alice added, her golden eyes troubled. I saw fragments of the device. It's meant to create a connection between Naruto and Demetri during the energy channeling. Carlyle's expression grew grave. They intend to use the dimensional opening attempt as cover for extracting Naruto's abilities. Could it work? Jacob demanded. Could they actually take his chakra that way? I don't know, Carlyle admitted. But the fact that they've created a specific device for the purpose suggests they believe it's possible. Sam turned to Naruto. This changes our approach. We can't allow them to access this dimensional weak point with you. Agreed, Carlyle nodded. The risk is too great. Naruto remained silent, processing the information. The dimensional weak point itself seemed legitimate, a potential path home, if properly accessed. But Demetri's method clearly involved ulterior motives that threatened not just Naruto but potentially both supernatural factions if a vampire acquired chakra abilities. What about the other threat he mentioned? Bella asked. Other people tracking Naruto? A standard negotiating tactic, Jasper assessed. Create an external threat to push for quick agreement. Probably fabricated. Maybe, Naruto acknowledged. But we shouldn't dismiss it entirely. If Demetri's group detected my arrival, others might have as well. Edward's expression darkened. The Volturi. If they learn of your existence, your abilities. One problem at a time, Sam interrupted. Demetri expects your answer tomorrow. What will you tell him? Naruto considered the options carefully. I'll tell him I need to see this apparatus first, understand how it works before agreeing to anything. His response will tell us more about his true intentions. A reasonable approach, Carlyle agreed. Though it may force them to reveal their hand sooner than they planned. Good, Jacob declared. I'm tired of playing defense. As the group discussed next steps, Naruto noticed Bella standing slightly apart, her expression troubled. He approached her quietly while the others debated tactical options. You're worried, he observed. Bella nodded. This is escalating quickly. First it was just about helping you find your way home. Now it's about preventing vampires from stealing your powers. That's how these things usually go, Naruto admitted with a wry smile. Simple problems rarely stay simple. Are you going to try it? Bella asked suddenly. The dimensional weak point, I mean. If there's a way to make it work safely. The question carried more weight than its simple phrasing suggested. Naruto considered his answer carefully. If there's a legitimate chance to return home, I have to try, he said finally. I have people waiting for me, responsibilities I never properly handed off. Something flickered across Bella's expression, understanding mixed with something deeper, more complex. Of course. I hadn't really thought about that, the people you left behind. They must be worried. If time flows the same in both dimensions, Naruto agreed. Though it might not. Dimensional mechanics are complicated. But you'll try to go back, Bella pressed. If you can. Wouldn't you? Naruto asked gently. If you were suddenly pulled from everything and everyone you knew? Bella nodded slowly. Yes. I would. After a pause, she added, I'd miss you, though. If you left. The simple admission caught Naruto off guard. In the short time he'd been in this world, he hadn't expected to form connections strong enough to prompt such sentiment. I'd miss you too, he replied honestly. All of you. But especially you. Before either could say more, Edward approached, his expression carefully neutral though tension radiated from his perfect form. We're heading back, he informed Bella. Carlyle wants to research these dimensional weak points, see if there's any legitimate way to access them without Demetri's involvement. Bella nodded, though she seemed reluctant to end her conversation with Naruto. I'll be right there. Edward hesitated, clearly wanting to stay, but ultimately nodded and stepped away to give them a moment of privacy, though Naruto suspected the vampire could still hear every word from his position. Be careful tomorrow, Bella said quietly. When you meet with Dimitri. Always, Naruto assured her with a small smile. That's not what Jacob says, she countered, a hint of teasing in her tone. He says you're recklessly brave. Naruto laughed softly. Jacob talks too much. Her answering smile transformed her features, bringing a warmth to her usually solemn expression that Naruto found himself wanting to see more often. Good night, Naruto, she said finally, turning to join Edward. Good night, Bella, he replied, watching as she walked away. As the group separated, the Cullens returning to their territory, the pack to the reservation, Naruto found himself contemplating the complexities of his situation. The dimensional weak point represented a potential path home, yet accessing it safely might prove challenging with Demetri's group working against him. And then there was Bella, caught between vampire and wolf, now increasingly drawn into Naruto's orbit as well. Her growing confidence was evident to everyone, as was Edward's discomfort with her evolution. The dynamics reminded Naruto of relationships he'd witnessed in his own world, the tension that arises when one person grows in directions the other hadn't anticipated. That night, as Naruto prepared for sleep in Jacob's small room, his thoughts remained restless. Tomorrow's meeting with Dimitri would likely force the vampire to reveal more of his true intentions, potentially triggering the confrontation they'd all been anticipating. Kurama, Naruto communicated internally. What do you think about this dimensional weak point? Could it actually work? The fox stirred within him, considering the question. The concept seems sound, Kurama admitted. Dimensional barriers naturally thin at certain points and times. With sufficient power properly applied, creating a temporary doorway is theoretically possible. But Demetri's method is suspect, Naruto concluded. Obviously, the fox snorted. His device is clearly designed to siphon power, not merely channel it. The question is whether we could activate the weak point without his apparatus. Using our combined chakra directly, Naruto mused. Perhaps, Kurama acknowledged. Though dimensional travel requires precision. Without knowing exactly how to focus the energy. We could end up anywhere, Naruto finished grimly. Or nowhere. Exactly, the fox confirmed. Which makes Demetri's knowledge valuable, despite his obvious ulterior motives. The conversation left Naruto with more questions than answers. Tomorrow's meeting with Dimitri would need to extract useful information while avoiding the vampire's manipulations, a delicate balance requiring both caution and courage. As he drifted towards sleep, Naruto's last thoughts were of Bella's parting smile and the unexpected connection forming between them, a bright point of warmth in the growing complexity of his situation. Morning arrived with unexpected clarity, the persistent clouds of forks temporarily parting to reveal pale blue skies. Naruto rose early, using the pre-dawn hours for meditation and chakra regeneration. By the time Jacob awakened, Naruto had already completed his preparations for the day ahead. "You're up early," Jacob observed, rubbing sleep from his eyes. "Big day," Naruto replied simply. "Meeting with potential enemies requires full alertness." Jacob studied him thoughtfully. "You've done this before. Walked into enemy territory knowing it might be a trap." "Many times," Naruto confirmed. "And you're still alive," Jacob noted with a hint of admiration. "So either you're very good or very lucky." Naruto smiled. "Probably a bit of both." They headed toward the kitchen, where Billy was already preparing breakfast. The elder's weathered face betrayed concern despite his attempt at normal morning routine. "Sam called," Billy informed them as they entered. "The Cullens have been researching dimensional weak points all night. Carlyle believes the location Dimitri identified is legitimate, a place where unusual phenomena have been reported for generations. But the method is still suspect," Jacob concluded. Billy nodded solemnly. "Their device is almost certainly designed to extract power, not simply channel it." "So we proceed as planned," Naruto said. "I meet with Dimitri, request to examine the device before agreeing to anything. His response will tell us more." "You won't be going alone," Jacob stated firmly. "Sam's arranging a security detail, wolves positioned out of sight but within response range. The Cullens are doing the same," Billy added. Edward insisted on being part of the surveillance team. Something in Billy's tone caught Naruto's attention. "He's concerned about more than just the vampires, isn't he?" Billy's dark eyes met Naruto's with unexpected directness. "Edward Cullen has been the center of Bella's world for nearly 2 years. Your arrival has disrupted that dynamic." "I haven't encouraged anything inappropriate," Naruto defended. "Perhaps not intentionally," Billy acknowledged. "But you've shown her another way of seeing herself, as capable rather than fragile. That's a powerful gift, Naruto Uzumaki. And a threatening one to someone whose relationship is built partly on protection." The assessment was uncomfortably accurate. Naruto had recognized the shift in Bella's confidence, her increasing willingness to assert her own choices. He hadn't fully considered how that evolution might appear to Edward, not just as natural growth but as a direct challenge to the foundation of their relationship. "I can't apologize for treating her with respect," Naruto said finally. "No one's asking you to," Billy assured him. "I'm merely suggesting you be aware of the complexity you've introduced. Edward Cullen may be a vampire, but his emotions are very human when it comes to Bella Swan." The conversation lingered in Naruto's mind as they finished breakfast and prepared for the meeting with Dimitri. The plan was straightforward: Naruto would approach the vampire's property alone, while wolf and vampire surveillance teams maintained positions in the surrounding forest. The property itself was a modern vacation home set on several acres of wooded land north of Forks. As Naruto approached along the winding driveway, he extended his senses, mapping the positions of the surveillance teams in the forest around him. Jacob and Sam were positioned to the west, while Edward, Emmett, and Jasper maintained positions to the east. The strategic placement would allow rapid response from multiple directions if needed. The house came into view, an impressive structure of glass and cedar with sweeping views of the surrounding mountains. Dimitri waited on the front steps, his posture deliberately casual though his ruby eyes betrayed alertness. "Naruto," the vampire greeted smoothly. "I'm pleased you came. Though I sense you didn't come alone." "Precautions," Naruto replied simply. "Standard procedure when meeting with potentially hostile parties." Dimitri's perfect features registered brief surprise before settling into amused acknowledgement. "Direct, aren't you? How refreshing. Please, come inside." My associates are eager to continue our discussion. Naruto followed Dimitri into the house, maintaining heightened awareness of his surroundings. The interior was luxuriously appointed but sparsely furnished, clearly a temporary residence rather than a permanent home. In what appeared to be a converted living room, the other three vampires waited. Complex equipment had been set up along one wall, devices with both modern electronic components and oddly archaic elements that seemed out of place among the digital displays. Your answer? Dimitri prompted, gesturing for Naruto to sit. Have you considered our proposal? I have, Naruto confirmed, remaining standing. I'm interested in the dimensional weak point you identified. The timing seems fortunate. Dimitri smiled, satisfaction evident in his expression. Excellent. Then we can proceed with preparations immediately. The alignment occurs in just over 2 days. Before I agree, Naruto continued, I need to understand exactly how your apparatus works. The channeling mechanism, specifically. The smile faltered slightly. It's quite technical. Specialized equipment designed for precise energy manipulation. I'd like to see it, Naruto pressed. Understand the process before committing. The 4 vampires exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. Victor, who had remained silent during previous encounters, stepped forward. The device creates a resonance field, he explained, his voice carrying a slight Eastern European accent. It amplifies the natural energy of the dimensional weak point while simultaneously focusing the activating power, your chakra, into the precise frequency needed to temporarily breach the barrier. He approached the complex equipment, indicating what appeared to be a central component, a crystalline structure housed within a framework of unfamiliar metal. This is the core focusing element, Victor continued. Your energy would flow through here, synchronized with the dimensional alignment, creating the necessary harmonic to open the doorway. Naruto studied the device carefully, noting details that confirmed his suspicions. The configuration included elements clearly designed to capture and redirect energy, not merely channel it as they claimed. And the secondary conduits? Naruto asked, pointing to crystal-tipped attachments that branched from the main apparatus toward a separate chamber. What function do they serve? Another silent exchange between the vampires. Dimitri stepped forward. Monitoring, he claimed smoothly. They allow us to measure energy flow, ensure stability during the process. Monitoring doesn't require directional conduits, Naruto observed. These are designed to transfer energy, not merely measure it. Dimitri's pleasant expression hardened slightly. You have unexpected technical knowledge for a warrior. I've encountered power-draining devices before, Naruto replied evenly. They tend to have similar characteristics, regardless of the world they're built in. The atmosphere in the room shifted perceptibly. The pretense of scientific cooperation began to dissolve as Dimitri reassessed his approach. Very well, the vampire conceded, his voice cooling. The secondary components do indeed serve a dual purpose. They allow a portion of the activation energy to be studied. Analyzed for potential applications. Extracted, Naruto corrected flatly. And transferred to another vessel. You, I assume. Heidi stepped forward, her beautiful features arranged in a placating expression. You misunderstand our intentions, she insisted, her voice carrying that strange resonant quality Naruto had noticed before. The energy diversion is minimal, purely for research purposes. The primary function remains opening your path home. Naruto felt the subtle pressure of her persuasive ability, stronger than before, but still ineffective against his mental barriers. Your compulsion doesn't work on me, he reminded her. And your explanation doesn't match the design of your equipment. Felix, the largest vampire, moved with predatory grace to position himself between Naruto and the door. Perhaps we should dispense with the diplomatic approach, he suggested to Dimitri. He clearly won't cooperate voluntarily. That would be unwise, Naruto cautioned, his tone remaining calm despite the escalating tension. I came to negotiate in good faith. Forcing the issue will only end badly, for everyone. Dimitri studied him carefully, reassessing the situation. You believe you could resist all four of us? Your confidence is admirable, if misplaced. I don't want conflict, Naruto stated honestly. The dimensional weak point you've identified could benefit us both. But your current method is unacceptable. What do you propose instead? Dimitri asked, curiosity temporarily overriding aggression. Collaboration, not exploitation, Naruto replied. Your knowledge of the weak point's location and timing, combined with my ability to activate it, without your extraction apparatus. Victor shook his head. Impossible. Without proper focusing, the energy would dissipate uselessly or worse, create an unstable breach that could destroy everything within a considerable radius. Then modify your equipment, Naruto countered. Remove the extraction components while maintaining the focusing elements. Dimitri's expression revealed the first genuine emotion Naruto had seen from him, frustrated ambition. You don't understand what's at stake. Your energy signature is unique, unlike anything we've encountered in centuries of research. The potential applications are not yours to claim, Naruto interrupted firmly. My chakra isn't a resource to be harvested. It's part of who I am. And what we are, Felix interjected coldly, are creatures who take what we need. It's our nature. The statement hung in the air, stripping away the remaining pretense of scientific cooperation. Dimitri shot Felix an irritated glance before turning back to Naruto. My colleague speaks too bluntly, Dimitri offered, attempting to salvage the negotiation. But he's not entirely wrong. We are predators by nature. Acquisition is fundamental to our existence. I understand predatory nature, Naruto replied. I have one sealed inside me. But intelligent predators know when the prey is too dangerous to hunt. The implicit warning was clear. Dimitri's eyes narrowed as he reassessed the shinobi standing before him, no longer viewing him as merely an unusual power source but as a potentially dangerous adversary. Perhaps we should demonstrate exactly how dangerous hunting us could be, a new voice suggested from the doorway. All heads turned to find Edward standing there, flanked by Jasper and Emmett. The surveillance team had apparently decided to intervene after hearing the conversation's dangerous turn. Mind reader, Dimitri acknowledged with a thin smile. How expected. We heard enough, Edward stated coldly. Your true intentions are clear now. Felix moved with blinding speed, positioning himself to confront the newcomers. 3 against 4. Poor odds for young vampires. Count again, Jacob's voice came from an open window as the massive russet wolf appeared, flanked by Sam's black form. The wolves had coordinated their approach with the Cullens, creating a two-front intervention. Dimitri assessed the changed dynamics with calculating eyes. This confrontation benefits no one, he observed. We still hold critical information about the dimensional weak point. Information your friend needs if he hopes to return home. Information we can find elsewhere, Edward countered. Carlyle has already identified 3 potential access sites from historical records. The claim was a bluff, Naruto could tell from the subtle tension in Edward's posture, but Dimitri couldn't be certain. You're lying, Heidi accused, though doubt colored her tone. Am I? Edward's perfect features revealed nothing. Are you willing to risk it? To engage in open conflict when we might already have what we need? The standoff stretched into tense silence as Dimitri weighed his options. Finally, the vampire leader made a small gesture to his companions, signaling restraint. Perhaps we've approached this incorrectly, Dimitri conceded. Cooperation might indeed serve both our interests better than conflict. You mean now that you're outnumbered, Emmett observed with a predatory grin. Tactical reassessment, Dimitri corrected smoothly. The dimensional weak point is real, as is the approaching alignment. Without proper activation, the opportunity will be lost for decades. Then share what you know, Naruto proposed. Genuinely. Help me activate the weak point safely, without your extraction apparatus. In return, you get to observe the process, collect your data. Dimitri considered the compromise, clearly calculating potential gains against risks. And if I refuse? Then we leave, Edward stated flatly. And ensure you do the same. Immediately. Forks and the surrounding areas become permanently off-limits to your kind. The threat carried weight, backed as it was by both vampire and wolf allies. Dimitri's expression revealed his frustration at having his carefully laid plans disrupted. Very well, he finally agreed. A compromise. We'll share our data on the weak point, assist with proper focusing of energy without extraction components. In return, we observe and record the process. His crimson eyes fixed on Naruto. Though I caution you, without our complete apparatus, the risks increase significantly. I'll take my chances, Naruto replied evenly. The terms established, the tense standoff gradually dissolved. Dimitri instructed Victor to provide copies of their research data while maintaining a careful distance from the Cullen vampires and watchful wolves. The information included precise coordinates for the dimensional weak point, timing of the alignment, and technical specifications for energy focusing that would need to be translated into terms applicable to chakra manipulation. As they prepared to depart with the information, Edward approached Naruto. You realize they haven't given up, he said quietly. This is merely a strategic retreat. I know, Naruto acknowledged. But we've gained time and information. That's worth something. Edward studied him with unreadable golden eyes. You handled them well. Few beings can negotiate with vampires from a position of vulnerability and emerge with advantage. The statement was as close to a compliment as Edward had offered since their first meeting. Naruto recognized it for what it was, a reluctant acknowledgement of respect. Thank you for intervening when you did, Naruto replied. The timing was perfect. Alice saw the conversation turning confrontational, Edward explained. We were already moving into position when Dimitri began revealing his true intentions. As they left the property, rejoining the full surveillance team that had been positioned in the surrounding forest, Jacob approached in human form, having shifted back once the immediate danger passed. So we have the information, Jacob summarized. What now? Now we figure out how to actually use it, Naruto replied. Translate their technical specifications into something applicable to chakra techniques. Carlyle and I can help with that, Edward offered. Between his scientific knowledge and my ability to interpret Victor's thoughts about the process, we should be able to develop a workable approach. We have just over 2 days until the alignment, Sam reminded them, having also returned to human form. Not much time to solve interdimensional physics. We've faced worse deadlines, Naruto assured him with a grin. As the group headed back toward Forks, Naruto found himself walking beside Edward, slightly separated from the others. The vampire seemed preoccupied, his perfect features arranged in an expression of internal debate. Something on your mind? Naruto prompted when the silence stretched uncomfortably. Edward hesitated before responding. Bella has changed since you arrived. The observation was delivered without accusation, merely as fact. Naruto considered his response carefully. People change, he replied simply. It's natural. Her confidence has grown, Edward continued. Her willingness to assert herself, take risks I would have, protected her from before. And that concerns you, Naruto deduced. Edward's golden eyes met his directly. It concerns me because I don't know if these changes are leading her toward happiness or danger. She's human, Naruto. Fragile in ways she doesn't fully appreciate. Physically, perhaps, Naruto acknowledged. But her spirit is stronger than you give her credit for. A complicated emotion flickered across Edward's perfect features, something like recognition mixed with resignation. Perhaps you're right. I've spent so long trying to protect her physical safety that I may have underestimated her emotional resilience. The strongest protection isn't a shield, Naruto observed. It's teaching someone to stand on their own. Edward considered this perspective, his expression thoughtful. An interesting philosophy for a warrior. I learned it from experience, Naruto replied. My strongest bonds aren't with people who protected me from pain, but with those who helped me find strength through it. The conversation might have continued, but they had reached the point where the groups would separate, wolves returning to the reservation, Cullens to their home, with Naruto needing to accompany both to share the technical information they'd acquired. As they parted ways, Edward paused, one last thought apparently weighing on him. When you return to your world, if you succeed, what will you tell her? The question caught Naruto off guard. Bella? Edward nodded, his expression carefully neutral despite the weight behind his words. The truth, Naruto replied simply. That I'm grateful to have met her, and everyone else who helped me here. Just that? Edward pressed. Naruto met his gaze directly. What more do you think there is to say? Edward studied him for a long moment before responding. I think there's a connection forming between you that neither of you fully understand yet. And I think your departure, if it happens, will affect her more deeply than you realize. Before Naruto could respond to this unexpected assessment, Edward turned and rejoined his family, leaving Naruto to contemplate the vampire's words as he headed toward the reservation with the wolf pack. The next day passed in intensive planning. The dimensional weak point was located in a remote area of the Olympic Mountains, accessible but requiring several hours of travel from Forks. The alignment would occur at precisely 3:17 a.m. 2 nights later, giving them limited time to reach the location and prepare. Translating Demetri's technical specifications into terms applicable to chakra manipulation proved challenging but not impossible. Carlyle's scientific knowledge combined with Naruto's practical understanding of chakra theory gradually produced a workable approach. The key is resonance, Carlyle explained as they gathered in the Cullen home to review their findings. Your chakra needs to match the natural frequency of the dimensional weak point at the moment of alignment. Like tuning an instrument, Bella suggested, having insisted on participating in the planning despite Edward's initial reluctance. Exactly, Carlyle confirmed with an appreciative nod. The challenge is determining the precise frequency and maintaining it consistently during the critical window. Which is how long? Sam asked. He and Jacob had come as representatives of the pack, setting aside traditional territorial boundaries in service of the common goal. According to Demetri's data, approximately 90 seconds, Carlyle replied. A very narrow window for such a complex process. Naruto had been studying the diagrams and calculations spread across the Cullen's dining table. I'll need to enter Sage mode, he concluded. The natural energy sensing will help me attune to the weak point's frequency. And the Nine Tails? Jacob asked. Will his chakra be part of this? It has to be, Naruto confirmed. The dimensional rift that brought us here affected both our chakra signatures. Recreating the return path will require the same combined energy. The technical discussion continued for hours, refining approaches and contingencies. Throughout the process, Naruto noticed Bella's active participation, asking insightful questions, offering perspectives that others missed, fully engaged despite the esoteric nature of the topic. He also noticed Edward's changing response to her involvement, initial protectiveness gradually yielding to respect as her contributions proved valuable. Something was shifting in their dynamic, subtle but significant. As evening approached, the immediate planning concluded. The journey to the dimensional weak point would begin the following night, allowing sufficient time to reach the remote location before the critical alignment. We should return to the reservation, Sam announced. Prepare the pack for tomorrow's expedition. As the group began to disperse, Bella approached Naruto. Can I talk to you? Privately. Edward, standing nearby, tensed visibly but made no objection. His golden eyes met Bella's briefly before he nodded and stepped away, giving them space though remaining within sight. Bella led Naruto to the Cullen's back porch, overlooking the forest behind their home. For a moment, she simply stood at the railing, gathering her thoughts. If this works, she finally said, if you make it back to your world, what happens then? The question echoed Edward's from the previous day, though with different undertones. I returned to my village, Naruto replied honestly. My responsibilities, my friends. And the dimensional doorway? Does it stay open? Could you come back someday? The hope in her voice created an unexpected tightness in Naruto's chest. According to Demetri's data, the doorway is temporary. Once it closes. He hesitated. There's no guarantee I could find this specific dimension again, even if another weak point activated. Bella nodded, absorbing this with remarkable composure despite the emotion evident in her eyes. I thought so. I just wanted to be sure. Bella, Naruto began carefully. Whatever connection we've formed, is important, she interrupted firmly. Maybe more important than you realize. You've helped me see myself differently, Naruto. Not as someone to be protected, but as someone with strength of her own. You always had that strength, Naruto countered gently. I just recognized it. Maybe, she acknowledged. But recognition matters. Especially when you've spent so long being defined by others' perceptions. The insight revealed depths to her self-awareness that Naruto hadn't fully appreciated. In many ways, her journey mirrored his own from childhood, moving from others' definitions towards self-determination. Whatever happens tomorrow, Bella continued, I wanted you to know that. You've changed things here, Naruto. Not just for me, but for all of us. The wolves, the Cullens, even the way they interact with each other. Changes were already happening, Naruto observed. I just arrived at a catalyst moment. Bella smiled at that. Always deflecting credit. Another thing we have in common. The simple observation of similarity created a moment of connection between them, an acknowledgement of parallel experiences despite their vastly different backgrounds. I should go, Bella said finally. Charlie's expecting me home for dinner. But I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow? Naruto repeated, surprised. You're coming to the mountains. Determination flashed in her brown eyes. Try to stop me. With that, she turned and walked back into the house, leaving Naruto with the distinct impression that regardless of Edward's preferences or safety concerns, Bella Swan had made her decision. As he prepared to leave with Jacob and Sam, Edward approached him once more. The vampire's expression was complex, resignation mixed with something like grudging respect. She's coming tomorrow, Edward stated flatly. Despite my objections. I gathered that, Naruto replied. Edward studied him for a moment before continuing. Take care of her. If something happens, if I can't reach her in time, protect her. The request represented a significant shift in Edward's attitude, from viewing Naruto as a potential rival to acknowledging him as a potential ally in Bella's protection. With my life, Naruto promised simply. The vampire nodded once, accepting the commitment, before turning away. As Naruto joined Jacob and Sam for the return journey to the reservation, he found himself contemplating the complex web of relationships that had formed around him in this strange world, and wondering what would remain of them after tomorrow's attempt to return home. That night, as final preparations were made for the journey, Naruto sought a quiet moment for deeper communion with Kurama. Seated in meditation on the cliffs overlooking the ocean, he entered his internal mindscape where the massive fox awaited. Tomorrow approaches quickly, Kurama observed. Are you prepared for what may come? As prepared as possible, Naruto replied. But interdimensional travel isn't something we've trained for. The fox's massive form shifted, tail swaying thoughtfully behind him. The principles seem sound, based on what the vampire doctor explained. Natural energy resonance is something we understand well enough. It's the specific frequency that concerns me, Naruto admitted. If we miss it even slightly, we could end up in another dimension entirely, Kurama concluded. Or lost between worlds. The possibility hung between them, a risk neither could fully assess or mitigate. There's something else troubling you, the fox observed. Something beyond the technical challenges. Naruto hesitated, then acknowledged the truth. I've formed connections here. Leaving feels complicated. The human girl, Kurama stated, not a question but a recognition. You care for her. She reminds me of myself, Naruto explained. Fighting to be seen for who she truly is, not what others expect or fear. Yet her path is here, and yours lies elsewhere, the fox reminded him. Such is the nature of dimensional boundaries, they separate destinies as surely as worlds. The wisdom in Kurama's observation didn't make it easier to accept. I know, Naruto acknowledged. But knowledge doesn't always soften the impact. No, the fox agreed, surprising gentleness in his rumbling voice. It rarely does. As Naruto emerged from meditation, he found Jacob waiting nearby, respectfully distant but clearly there to speak with him. Everything okay? Jacob asked as Naruto acknowledged his presence. You've been sitting here for hours. Just communing with Kurama, Naruto explained. Preparing for tomorrow. Jacob nodded, taking a seat beside him on the rocky outcropping. For a while, they simply watched the moonlight playing across the ocean's surface. The pack will miss you, Jacob said finally. If you make it back to your world. I'll miss all of you too, Naruto replied honestly. Even Paul? Jacob asked with a grin. Naruto laughed. Even Paul. He reminds me of friends back home, quick-tempered but loyal to the core. Jacob's expression grew more serious. Bella will miss you most of all, I think. The observation hung in the air between them, carrying implications neither fully articulated. She has you and Edward, Naruto replied carefully. And her own path to follow. Maybe, Jacob acknowledged. But you showed her something neither of us did, that she could be strong on her own terms, not just protected by supernatural boyfriends. The assessment was surprisingly insightful coming from someone so directly involved in the complicated triangle. That strength was always there, Naruto insisted. She just needed recognition, not protection. A lesson both Edward and I are still learning, Jacob admitted ruefully. The hard way. As they continued their quiet conversation under the stars, Naruto reflected on how completely his presence had been integrated into this world in just a short time. From dimensional intruder to accepted ally, his journey had created ripples that continued to expand through the supernatural community of forks. Tomorrow would determine whether those ripples continued to spread or faded with his departure, a question whose answer lay across dimensional boundaries neither science nor chakra could fully predict. Chapter 4, Fractured Alliances. Dawn broke with unusual clarity over the Olympic Peninsula, as if nature itself acknowledged the significance of the day ahead. Naruto stood at the edge of the reservation, watching golden light spill across the distant mountains where his potential path home awaited. The journey to the dimensional weak point would begin at sunset, culminating in the 3:17 a.m. alignment that might return him to Konoha, or leave him stranded permanently in this world of wolves and vampires. Second thoughts. Naruto turned to find Sam approaching, the pack alpha's expression unreadable in the early morning light. Not about trying, Naruto replied honestly. But about what happens if I succeed. Sam nodded, understanding the unspoken complexities. You've made an impact here. More than you probably realize. I didn't intend to disrupt your world. Disruption isn't always unwelcome, Sam observed, surprising Naruto with his philosophical tone. Sometimes it takes an outside perspective to reveal what needs changing. They stood in companionable silence, watching the sun climb higher over the mountains. So much had changed in the short time since Naruto's arrival, the wolf pack's dynamics, their relationship with the Cullens, Bella's growing confidence. Invisible boundaries had shifted, some dissolving entirely while others reformed along new lines. The council wants to speak with you, Sam said finally. Before we depart tonight. Naruto nodded. Of course. And Bella called. She's coming to the reservation this afternoon, wants to see you before the journey begins. Something in Sam's tone suggested more than simple message delivery. Naruto studied the alpha's face, finding neither judgment nor approval, merely acknowledgement of significant connections forming. Did Edward object? Naruto asked. Surprisingly, no. Sam's expression reflected mild surprise himself. According to Jacob, who spoke with her this morning, Edward is giving her space to make her own choices today. The development suggested evolution in the vampire's approach, a recognition, perhaps, that protecting Bella's agency mattered as much as protecting her physical safety. I'll be at the council house when she arrives, Naruto said. As Sam departed to coordinate final preparations with the pack, Naruto found himself contemplating the vampire-human-wolf triangle that had defined Forks before his arrival. Edward and Jacob had represented opposite paths for Bella, immortal perfection versus warm humanity, supernatural grace versus earthbound strength. Now a third option had emerged, though Naruto himself would likely not remain to see it fully realized. The morning passed in practical preparations. Wolf Pack members would accompany the expedition to the mountains, coordinating with selected Cullens to ensure security during the dimensional attempt. Meanwhile, others would maintain patrols around Forks, guarding against potential interference from Demetri's group. By midday, Naruto found himself before the tribal council, Billy Black, Old Quill, and Sue Clearwater seated in their ceremonial positions, their weathered faces solemn. Naruto Uzumaki, Billy began formally. You came to us as a stranger, yet depart as an ally. The council wishes to acknowledge this transition. Old Quill spoke next, his ancient voice carrying surprising strength. Our histories record few instances of outsiders affecting the spirit wolves as you have. Your presence has awakened aspects of our legacy long forgotten. The pack hierarchy has been challenged, Sue Clearwater added, yet emerged stronger through adaptation rather than resistance. This represents growth we could not have foreseen. I didn't intend to change your traditions, Naruto said respectfully. Intent matters less than outcome, Billy replied. And the outcome, despite initial concerns, has benefited our people. The alliance with the Cold Ones, temporary though it may be, creates possibilities for peaceful coexistence our ancestors never imagined. That's your achievement, not mine, Naruto countered. You chose cooperation over isolation. Old Quill's eyes crinkled with something approaching approval. Giving credit to others, the mark of a true leader. Sue leaned forward slightly. Should your attempt fail tonight, know that you have a place among our people for as long as you wish it. The council formally extends this recognition. The offer caught Naruto by surprise, not merely continued tolerance but formal acceptance into a community that guarded its boundaries with supernatural vigilance. I'm honored, he replied sincerely. Whatever happens tonight, I'll carry your friendship with me. Billy reached for a small wooden box beside his chair. We have prepared something for your journey. He opened the box to reveal a carved pendant, a wolf rendered in dark wood, suspended on a leather cord. The craftsmanship was exquisite, the detail capturing both power and grace in miniature form. This carries the blessing of our ancestors, Billy explained. A connection between worlds, should you find yourself adrift between dimensions. Naruto accepted the gift with appropriate reverence, recognizing its significance beyond mere decoration. Many cultures in his own world created similar talismans, objects imbued with spiritual energy to guide travelers through uncertain territories. I'll treasure it, he promised, slipping the pendant over his head. As the formal council concluded, Billy gestured for Naruto to remain while the others departed. Once they were alone, the elder's expression shifted from ceremonial gravity to something more personal. Jacob tells me Bella is coming to see you before you leave, he said without preamble. Yes, Naruto confirmed, sensing the conversation's delicacy. Billy studied him thoughtfully. Charlie Swan is my oldest friend. His daughter's happiness matters to me, regardless of her supernatural entanglements. I understand. Do you? Billy's dark eyes held centuries of tribal wisdom. She stands at a crossroads, Naruto. Edward offers immortality but at the cost of her humanity. Jacob offers humanity but demands she relinquish her chosen path. And you, he paused, assessing. You offer validation without possession. That's a powerful gift to someone who has been treated as a prize to be protected rather than a person to be respected. The insight struck deeper than Naruto expected, revealing layers to Bella's situation he hadn't fully articulated even to himself. I never intended to complicate her choices, he said finally. Again, intention pales beside impact, Billy replied. The question isn't what you intended, but what responsibilities arise from what has occurred. I'm leaving tonight, Naruto reminded him. If the dimensional opening works, and if it doesn't? Billy interrupted. Or if it does, what remains in your wake? These are questions a leader considers, Naruto Uzumaki, not just the immediate goal, but the consequences that ripple outward from our actions. The conversation lingered in Naruto's mind as he left the council house. Billy's wisdom echoed teachings Naruto had received from mentors in Konoha, lessons about how a Hokage must consider not just victory in battle but the peace that follows, not just immediate actions but their extended implications. He found a quiet spot overlooking the beach, settling into light meditation to center himself before the afternoon's meeting with Bella. His focus was interrupted by the familiar presence of Kurama stirring within. The Old One speaks wisdom, the fox observed, having witnessed the conversation through Naruto's senses. Consequences outlive intentions. I know, Naruto acknowledged. But I can't stay just because leaving creates complications. No, Kurama agreed. Your path leads elsewhere. But acknowledging the impact of your departure shows respect for what has grown here. What exactly has grown? Naruto questioned, more to himself than the fox. I've been here barely 2 weeks. Time measures poorly against significance, Kurama replied. Some connections form in moments yet alter lives permanently. You of all humans should understand this. The fox's observation recalled Naruto's own history, how brief encounters had changed his trajectory, creating bonds that defied rational timelines. His friendship with Gaara had begun in violent confrontation yet transformed both their destinies. His connection to Sasuke had survived years of absence, strengthened rather than diminished by distance. The human girl approaches, Kurama noted, withdrawing his consciousness to give Naruto privacy. Looking up, Naruto spotted Bella making her way down the path toward the beach. She wore simple jeans and a blue jacket against the persistent coastal chill, her dark hair loose around her shoulders. Something in her bearing had changed since their first meeting, a quiet confidence that manifested in her stride, her posture, her unwavering gaze. Hey, she greeted, settling beside him on the driftwood log that served as a natural bench. Beautiful spot. It helps me think, Naruto replied. Reminds me a little of home, we have cliffs overlooking the village that catch the light this way. You must miss it terribly. Parts of it, he acknowledged. The people mostly. Places are just places until connections make them meaningful. Bella nodded, understanding evident in her expression. That's why Forks never felt like home until, she stopped, recalibrating. Until I formed connections here. The unspoken shift from, until Edward to a broader perspective didn't escape Naruto's notice. Another small evolution in how she framed her own story. Are you nervous? She asked. About tonight? Cautiously optimistic, Naruto replied with a small smile. Interdimensional travel isn't exactly a standard shinobi technique, but the principles seem sound. Carlyle stayed up all night researching, Bella informed him. Alice has been trying to see the outcome, but she says the future splits into too many possibilities when you're involved. Chakra disrupts her visions, Naruto recalled. That, and the wolves being involved. Bella pulled her knees to her chest, watching the waves. Edward's been different since yesterday. Less protective, more supportive. It's like something shifted in him. People can change when they recognize what truly matters, Naruto observed. Sometimes protecting someone means stepping back, letting them choose their own path. Bella studied him, brown eyes searching his face. Is that what you're doing? Stepping back. The directness of her question caught him off guard. What do you mean? You're leaving tonight, if everything works as planned. Going back to your world, your responsibilities. Her gaze remained steady. But something has started here, Naruto. Between us. Something neither of us expected. The acknowledgement hung in the salt-laden air between them, neither accusation nor invitation, simply truth spoken plainly. Bella, I'm not asking you to stay, she interrupted gently. I wouldn't put that on you. I just needed you to know that whatever this connection is, it matters to me. It's helped me see myself more clearly, stand more firmly in my own choices. Naruto considered his response carefully. Where I come from, we believe certain people cross our paths for reasons beyond coincidence. Their purpose might be to teach us something, challenge us, or help us grow in ways we couldn't alone. And what was your purpose here? Bella asked quietly. Maybe I didn't have one, Naruto suggested. Maybe you were my purpose, helping you find the strength you already possessed but hadn't fully claimed. A small smile touched her lips. That sounds suspiciously like destiny talk. Not destiny, Naruto corrected. Choice. We chose to see each other clearly, without the filters others placed between us. That's rarer than you might think. They sat in companionable silence, watching waves crash against the distant shore. The simplicity of the moment, two people sharing proximity without demands or expectations, carried its own peculiar intimacy. I want you to have something, Bella said finally, reaching into her pocket. A way to remember this place, if you make it back. She withdrew a small object and placed it in his palm, a delicate silver charm in the shape of a half-moon, worn smooth as if from years of handling. It was my grandmother's, Bella explained. She gave it to me when I was 8, said it would guide me home if I ever felt lost. It's been in my pocket every day since moving to Forks. Naruto recognized the significance of the gift, not just an object but a piece of her personal history, a talisman of her own journey. Bella, I can't take this, please, she insisted. I want you to have it. I don't need it anymore. I know where I belong now, who I am. Part of that clarity came from knowing you. Her sincerity made refusal impossible. Naruto carefully tucked the charm into his pocket, alongside the wolf pendant from the council. I have something for you too, he said. Though it's not nearly as personal. From his own pocket, he withdrew a simple kunai, one of the few ninja tools he'd had with him when the dimensional rift opened. This is a standard shinobi weapon, he explained, handing it to her. Nothing special about this particular one, except that it's crossed dimensions. It represents protection in my world, not just for harming enemies but for defending what matters. Bella accepted the blade, testing its unfamiliar weight in her hand. It's surprisingly heavy. Balanced for throwing, Naruto explained. Though I wouldn't recommend trying that without training. A small laugh escaped her. No promises. I might need to defend myself from overly protective vampires someday. The joke carried a kernel of truth that neither missed, Bella asserting her right to self-defense rather than perpetual protection. Their conversation drifted to lighter topics as afternoon shadows lengthened across the beach. Naruto shared stories of Konoha, painting verbal pictures of a village where children learned to walk on water before riding bicycles. Bella described Phoenix's desert beauty, the clean simplicity of heat without Fork's perpetual dampness. Neither mentioned the looming expedition directly again, yet its presence shaped their interaction, lending significance to casual observations, weight to everyday anecdotes. Time together became precious when measured against potential permanence of separation. Eventually, Jacob appeared on the path above, his expression apologetic for the interruption. Sorry, he called down. Sam's gathering everyone for final preparations. The Cullens will meet us at the boundary line in an hour. I'll be right there, Naruto replied. As Jacob retreated tactfully, Bella sighed, rising from their driftwood seat. I guess this is it. For now, Naruto said, standing beside her. If it works, if you make it back, Bella hesitated, searching for words. I'll remember, Naruto promised, understanding her unfinished thought. Everything. Something shifted in her expression, resolve crystallizing into action. Before Naruto could anticipate her movement, Bella stepped forward and embraced him. Not the casual hug of friendship but something more deliberate, her arms wrapping firmly around his waist, head resting against his shoulder. After a moment's surprise, Naruto returned the embrace, the simple human connection bridging worlds more effectively than any interdimensional jutsu could achieve. "Thank you," she whispered against his jacket. "For seeing me." When they separated, her eyes held unshed tears, but her smile remained steady. Without another word, she turned and walked up the path toward where Edward would be waiting at the boundary line, spine straight, steps purposeful. Naruto watched until she disappeared from view, carrying the impression of her embrace like a physical weight, both burden and gift intertwined. Sunset painted the sky in dramatic violets and crimsons as the expedition assembled at the treaty line. The Cullens had arrived with military precision, Carlyle, Edward, Emmett, and Jasper equipped for the mountain journey. Alice remained behind with Esme and Rosalie to maintain surveillance around Forks, monitoring for any movement from Demetri's group. The wolf pack was represented by Sam, Jacob, Paul, and Embry, with others assigned to perimeter security throughout the territory. Billy had performed a brief blessing ceremony before their departure, ancient words invoking ancestral protection for the unprecedented journey. And Bella, despite objections from both supernatural factions, stood resolutely among them, equipped with hiking boots and a weatherproof backpack. Her determination had eventually worn down resistance, particularly when Jasper reluctantly acknowledged that having a human participant might actually reduce the likelihood of conflict between wolves and vampires during the tense expedition. "The dimensional weak point is approximately 12 miles into the mountains," Carlyle explained, unfolding a detailed topographical map. "The terrain becomes increasingly difficult in the final 3 miles, too steep for conventional hiking. Which is why the wolves will carry Bella for that section," Sam added, the arrangement clearly pre-negotiated. "And why we're allowing the bloodsuckers on our territory for the approach." Despite the potential insult of his terminology, Sam's tone lacked its usual edge when addressing the Cullens. Another small indicator of evolving relationships. "We should reach the location by midnight," Carlyle continued, "giving us adequate time to prepare before the 3:17 alignment." "What about Demetri's group?" Jacob asked. "Any sign of them?" Edward shook his head. "Alice hasn't seen them making any moves toward the mountain. They appear to be maintaining their position near Forks." "Which could be misdirection," Jasper cautioned. "They know the alignment timing and location. They may already have people positioned at the site." "We'll send scouts ahead," Sam decided. "Paul, Embry, run the perimeter once we're within 3 miles. Report any vampire scents that don't belong to the Cullens." The designated wolves nodded, accepting their assignments with professional focus rather than the eager aggression that might have characterized such a mission before Naruto's arrival. With final preparations complete, the unusual alliance began their journey into the mountains. The wolves remained in human form initially, conserving energy for later challenges, while the vampires adjusted their naturally superior speed to match the group's pace. Naruto moved easily among both factions, his chakra-enhanced endurance allowing him to keep pace without visible effort. Bella proved surprisingly capable on the forest trails, her determined focus compensating for human limitations. Edward remained nearby but noticeably refrained from offering assistance unless terrain genuinely required it, another subtle shift in their dynamic. As darkness descended completely, the forest took on an ethereal quality. Moonlight filtered through ancient conifers, casting ghostly patterns across the forest floor. The supernatural members of the expedition navigated effortlessly by enhanced senses, while Bella relied on a small headlamp that cast a bobbing pool of light before her. "How are you holding up?" Naruto asked, dropping back to walk beside her as they tackled a particularly steep section. "Better than everyone expected," Bella replied, satisfaction evident in her voice despite her labored breathing. "Edward kept trying to carry me for the first hour until I proved I could manage." He's learning, Naruto observed. Respecting your capabilities isn't easy for someone whose identity is built around protection. Bella glanced toward where Edward hiked several yards ahead, his graceful movements betraying no fatigue. He's trying. That matters more than getting it perfect right away. The insight demonstrated emotional maturity that impressed Naruto, recognizing effort toward change as valuable even when imperfectly executed. If this works, if you make it back, will you try to find a way to communicate? Bella asked suddenly. Across dimensions, I mean. The question revealed hopes Naruto hadn't allowed himself to consider. I don't know if that's possible, he admitted. Dimensional barriers aren't easily bridged. But if anyone could find a way, it would be you, Bella insisted. You make impossible things happen through sheer determination. Naruto smiled at the assessment. That sounds like someone else I know, he replied, causing a faint blush to color Bella's cheeks. Their conversation paused as Sam signaled from ahead. We're approaching the steeper terrain. Wolves, prepare to shift. The 4 pack members moved into the forest, returning moments later in their massive wolf forms. The transformation never failed to impress Naruto, the fluid shift from human to wolf, graceful despite its fundamental restructuring of bone and muscle. Jacob's russet wolf approached Bella, lowering his massive body in clear invitation. After a momentary hesitation, and a quick glance toward Edward, who nodded his approval, Bella climbed carefully onto Jacob's back, her small form almost comical against the wolf's massive proportions. Secure? Sam asked, his deep voice strangely incongruous coming from the huge black wolf. Bella nodded, fingers buried in Jacob's thick fur. Got a good grip. Stay low against his body, Sam instructed. Move with him, not against him. With the new formation established, the expedition continued its ascent. The wolves moved with astonishing agility despite the increasingly vertical terrain, while the vampires scaled near-vertical sections with spider-like ease. Naruto channeled chakra to his feet, utilizing the tree-walking technique that had been among his first ninja skills. As they approached the 3-mile mark from their destination, Paul and Embry broke formation, racing ahead on Sam's command to scout for potential threats. The remaining group continued more cautiously, senses attuned to any sign of Demetri's vampires or other dangers. Something's wrong, Edward said suddenly, his perfect features tensing. I can hear Paul's thoughts, they've found something ahead. Before anyone could respond, the 2 scout wolves returned, moving with urgent speed. Through whatever mental communication the pack shared, Sam received their report, his massive head turning toward Carlyle. Vampire sense ahead, he growled. Fresh. Multiple trails converging on the weak point location. Dimitri, Carlyle concluded grimly. They must have moved into position earlier today, bypassing Alice's surveillance. How many? Jasper demanded, his military bearing becoming more pronounced. At least 6 distinct scents, Sam reported. More than just Demetri's original group. The information shifted the expedition's dynamics instantly. What had been a challenging but straightforward journey now became a potential combat mission. Jasper stepped forward, battlefield experience evident in his posture. We need to reassess, he stated. 6 vampires in defensive positions with preparation time gives them significant tactical advantage. We still outnumber them, Emmett countered, his massive frame tensing with anticipation rather than concern. Numbers aren't everything, Naruto observed. Their positioning and preparation matter more. Edward moved closer to where Jacob stood with Bella still mounted on his back. We should send Bella back, he said, tension evident in his voice despite his attempt at calm reason. With one of the wolves as escort. Jacob growled, clearly disagreeing despite his inability to speak in wolf form. Bella herself straightened, her expression hardening with familiar determination. I'm not going back, she stated firmly. Not when everyone I care about is heading into danger. Bella, Edward began. No, she interrupted. This isn't negotiable, Edward. I'm tired of being the one left behind for safety while others risk themselves. I stay with the group. Carlyle intervened before the disagreement could escalate. Perhaps we should consider alternatives to direct confrontation. If Demetri's group is positioned around the weak point, perhaps negotiation remains possible. Or distraction, Naruto suggested, a strategy forming in his mind. They want me, specifically my chakra. What if we use that as leverage? Sam's massive wolf head tilted questioningly. I approach openly, Naruto explained. Draw their attention while the rest of you move into position around the site. My shadow clones can provide additional diversions if needed. Too risky, Edward objected immediately. They'll attempt to capture you the moment you're within range. Not if I make it clear that any hostile move prevents them from getting what they want, Naruto countered. Demetri values knowledge above confrontation, he'll negotiate if he believes it's the only way to observe the dimensional opening. The group fell silent, evaluating the proposed strategy. Jasper was the first to speak, military assessment overriding familial concerns. Tactically sound, he acknowledged reluctantly. A focal distraction while we establish perimeter control would maximize our positional advantage. And put Naruto directly in danger, Bella protested. I can handle myself, Naruto assured her with a confident smile. Shadow clones give me options most fighters don't have. After further discussion, a modified plan emerged. Naruto would approach the weak point location openly, engaging Demetri in negotiation. Meanwhile, wolves and vampires would coordinate to establish control of the surrounding terrain, ready to intervene if the situation deteriorated. And Bella? Edward asked, the question directed primarily at Carlyle but with a glance toward Naruto as well. She stays with Jacob, Sam decided, surprising everyone with his direct intervention on Bella's behalf. Behind our lines but not sent away. That's my final position. The compromise satisfied no one completely but represented workable middle ground. With the plan established, the group continued their ascent with heightened caution, moving in formation through the increasingly rugged terrain. As they approached the final mile, Naruto dropped back to speak privately with Bella, who now walked beside Jacob's massive form during a relatively level section. I need you to hold something for me, he said quietly, reaching into his pocket to withdraw the wolf pendant and moon charm. Just until after I make contact with Demetri. If something goes wrong, I don't want these lost. Bella accepted the items, understanding the precaution. Nothing will go wrong, she said with more confidence than she likely felt. But I'll keep them safe. Naruto smiled, appreciating her attempt at optimism. One more thing, he added, his voice lowering further. If the dimensional opening works, and I need to leave quickly, take care of yourself first. Not Edward, not Jacob, you. Promise me. The request visibly startled her. What do you mean? I mean choose your path because it's what you want, not what makes others comfortable, Naruto clarified. You've started finding your own strength these past weeks. Don't surrender it back just because I'm gone. Bella held his gaze, something shifting in her expression, recognition dawning that his concern transcended the immediate situation to encompass her future beyond their connection. I promise, she said finally, her voice steady despite the emotion evident in her eyes. Before either could say more, Sam signaled from ahead. They had reached the outer perimeter of the weak point location. The time for planning had ended, execution began now. The site itself was appropriately dramatic for an interdimensional nexus, a small plateau nestled between three mountain peaks, creating a natural amphitheater open to the sky above. Ancient stone formations dotted the area, their placement suggesting deliberate arrangement rather than geological accident. From their concealed position at the edge of the tree line, the group could see evidence of Demetri's presence, small devices positioned at strategic points around what appeared to be the center of the plateau. More concerning were the vampires themselves, positioned like sentinels at the cardinal points of the site. 6, as reported, Jasper confirmed in a whisper. Demetri, his original 3 companions, plus 2 new ones, positioned for maximum coverage of approach vectors. They've been busy, Emmett observed, nodding toward the center where a more substantial apparatus had been constructed, something resembling a combination of ancient stone circle and modern scientific equipment. Their version of the focusing device, Carlyle surmised. Modified, but recognizably similar to what they showed us. Edward's expression darkened as he focused on distant thoughts. They're expecting us. Dimitri calculated we'd arrive approximately now, based on when we left Forks. Good, Naruto said, surprising the others. That means they're anticipating negotiation, not immediate conflict. They want to observe the dimensional opening more than they want confrontation. Final positions were established quickly. The wolves would circle to the northern perimeter while the Cullens took the southern approach. Bella would remain with Jacob in a protected position with clear sight lines to the plateau but sufficient cover to retreat if necessary. 3 hours until the alignment, Carlyle noted, checking his watch. We should move quickly to establish control of the situation. Naruto nodded, preparing himself mentally for the confrontation ahead. I'll create shadow clones to accompany each group, they can relay information instantly if needed. With a familiar hand sign, Naruto summoned 6 perfect duplicates, assigning them to the various team members. The wolves and vampires accepted this unusual reinforcement with remarkably little reaction, another sign of how quickly the extraordinary had become accepted within their alliance. Be careful, Bella said quietly as Naruto prepared to move into the open. Always, he replied with a confident grin that belied the seriousness of the situation. Then, with a final nod to his allies, Naruto stepped from the forest's edge onto the moonlit plateau, walking openly toward where Dimitri stood at the center of the ancient stone circle. The reaction was immediate. Vampires shifted positions, converging slightly while maintaining their defensive formation. Dimitri himself straightened, crimson eyes widening with genuine surprise before his composed mask returned. Naruto Uzumaki, the vampire called, his melodious voice carrying easily across the distance. We were beginning to wonder if you'd accepted our invitation. Hard to miss the alignment window, Naruto replied, continuing his steady approach. Though your welcoming committee suggests you weren't entirely confident in my attendance. Dimitri smiled, the expression not reaching his eyes. Mere precautions. This location has scientific significance beyond your particular situation, standard security protocols apply. Standard protocols including 6 vampires positioned for maximum coverage. Naruto asked mildly, stopping at a reasonable distance from the central apparatus. That seems excessive for scientific observation. Perhaps, Dimitri acknowledged. But recent interactions suggested you might not arrive alone. Were my concerns misplaced? The direct question confirmed Edward's assessment. Dimitri knew they'd all come, was likely tracking the wolves and vampires positioning themselves around the perimeter even now. I have allies nearby, Naruto confirmed, seeing no benefit in denying the obvious. Just as you've expanded your group beyond your original companions. Dimitri gestured to the 2 unfamiliar vampires positioned at the northern points of the plateau. Colleagues with expertise in dimensional energies. Their participation became necessary when you rejected our original collaborative approach. The explanation sounded reasonable, but Naruto detected the careful omission beneath it. These weren't merely scientific colleagues but enforcers, their powerful builds and vigilant positioning revealing combat experience rather than academic background. Let's be direct, Naruto suggested. You want to observe the dimensional opening. I need to access it. Conflict serves neither purpose. So what are your terms for peaceful cooperation? The straightforward approach seemed to catch Dimitri momentarily off guard, perhaps he'd anticipated more maneuvering before reaching the negotiation stage. He recovered quickly, however, gesturing toward the central apparatus. As you can see, we've established the necessary equipment to focus energy on the weak point when the alignment occurs. Our terms are simple. You power the apparatus according to our specifications, we observe and record the dimensional opening process. Without your extraction components, Naruto clarified. Dimitri's expression flickered, frustration quickly masked by diplomatic composure. The modified configuration focuses rather than extracts, as agreed. Verification is welcome. Naruto approached the central apparatus, studying its construction carefully. The design appeared significantly different from what he'd seen in Dimitri's home, lacking the obvious secondary conduits that had betrayed the original extraction purpose. In their place were more straightforward focusing elements, arranged to direct energy upward toward where the dimensional barrier would theoretically be weakest during alignment. Carlyle helped design the modifications, Dimitri added, correctly interpreting Naruto's scrutiny. Through our communication with the Cullens yesterday. The changes should make the process safer while still achieving the desired outcome. The mention of Carlyle's involvement was interesting, suggesting more behind-the-scenes negotiation than Naruto had been aware of. It also lent credibility to the modified design. The vampire doctor wouldn't have contributed to anything that endangered Naruto or the others. And your additional personnel? Naruto asked, nodding toward the unfamiliar vampires. Observers only, Dimitri assured him smoothly. Though they will maintain the perimeter, this process is delicate, and interruptions during the critical phase could be catastrophic for everyone involved. Translation: they would keep the wolves and Cullens at bay during the alignment. The real question was whether that represented legitimate scientific concern or opportunity for betrayal. My allies will need to be present, Naruto stated firmly. Not interfering, but witnessing. That's non-negotiable. Dimitri considered this, crimson eyes calculating possibilities. Representatives may approach to observe, he finally conceded. 2 wolves, 2 Cullens, no more. And the human remains at the perimeter. The specification regarding Bella revealed more awareness of their group composition than was comfortable. Naruto maintained his neutral expression, not betraying his concern at this detailed knowledge. Agreed, he said. Provided I verify the apparatus myself before the alignment. No secondary mechanisms, no extraction components. Of course, Dimitri agreed with apparent sincerity. Scientific transparency is essential for proper documentation. With preliminary terms established, Naruto created another shadow clone to relay the agreement to the others while he continued examining the central apparatus. The clone disappeared into the forest where Sam and Carlyle waited, while Naruto focused on understanding the modified design. The mechanics were fascinating, a blend of technologies he recognized from his world and others entirely foreign. Crystal components resembled chakra conductors used in certain advanced shinobi tools, while other elements incorporated unfamiliar metals and electronic components. The overall configuration created a focusing array that would theoretically amplify and direct chakra toward the dimensional barrier at the precise alignment moment. Impressed? Dimitri asked, watching Naruto's examination with evident satisfaction. It's sophisticated, Naruto acknowledged. How did you develop this understanding of interdimensional mechanics? Something flickered across Dimitri's perfect features, a moment of genuine emotion breaking through his diplomatic mask. Centuries of research, he replied, an unexpected note of sincerity in his voice. When immortality stretches before you, the boundaries between worlds become more than theoretical curiosities. The response suggested deeper motivation than mere scientific interest, perhaps something more personal driving Dimitri's obsession with dimensional barriers. You're searching for something specific, Naruto observed. Not just knowledge for its own sake. Dimitri's expression closed immediately, composure returning. All research has purpose, Naruto Uzumaki. Mine is no different. Before the conversation could continue, movement at the forest's edge announced the arrival of the negotiated observers. Sam and Jacob emerged in wolf form from the northern perimeter, while Carlyle and Edward approached from the south. They maintained respectful distance from the central apparatus but positioned themselves with clear sight lines to the proceedings. Dimitri acknowledged them with a formal nod before turning back to Naruto. 2 hours until alignment. We should begin preparations. The next hour passed in technical arrangements, positioning energy conductors, calibrating measurement devices, establishing the precise center of the dimensional weak point through increasingly sensitive instruments. Throughout the process, Naruto maintained vigilant awareness of Demetri's companions, noting their positions and movements for any sign of betrayal. Edward remained similarly alert, his gift allowing him to monitor the vampire's thoughts for indications of deception. His presence provided crucial reassurance that any planned double-cross would likely be detected before execution. With preparations nearly complete, Demetri approached Naruto directly. "The alignment will create a 90-second window," he explained. "During that period, the barrier between dimensions reaches minimum resistance. Your chakra, properly focused through our apparatus, should create a temporary doorway." "Should," Naruto repeated, noting the qualification. "Interdimensional travel remains imperfectly understood," Demetri acknowledged. "But the principles are sound, and our calculations based on extensive historical precedent. And if it works, if the doorway opens, what exactly will I see?" Demetri's expression reflected genuine academic enthusiasm. "Based on previous recorded events, a visible distortion will appear approximately 3 meters above the central focal point. It typically manifests as a shimmer initially, then develops defined edges as energy stabilizes the perimeter. Like the rift that brought me here," Naruto recalled. "Though that formed horizontally, not vertically. Orientation varies based on entry vectors," Demetri explained. "Since you arrived horizontally, departing vertically creates optimal energy balance, basic dimensional symmetry." The technical explanation seemed reasonable, matching what Naruto had observed during his unexpected arrival. He nodded, accepting the logic while maintaining healthy skepticism about details. As the final preparations continued, Naruto created another shadow clone to check on Bella, still positioned at the forest's edge with one of his original clones as company. The clone returned quickly, reporting that she remained safe but increasingly concerned as the alignment time approached. She asked to move closer, the clone reported before dispersing. "Wanted to say goodbye properly if the doorway opens." The message created unexpected tension in Naruto's chest, a physical manifestation of emotional complexity he'd been trying to ignore. He glanced toward where Edward stood with Carlyle, wondering if the mind-reading vampire had caught the clone's report. Edward's golden eyes met his briefly, something unreadable passing across his perfect features before he gave a small, nearly imperceptible nod. Permission, perhaps, or acknowledgement of inevitable human connections forming despite supernatural complications. 30 minutes to alignment, Demetri announced, checking readings on several instruments simultaneously. "We should complete final calibrations and begin the energy focusing sequence." The plateau had taken on an increasingly otherworldly appearance as preparations advanced. Subtle lights pulsed from the position devices, creating patterns that seemed to shimmer just at the edge of visual perception. The very air felt different, heavier somehow, charged with potential. Sam and Jacob had maintained their vigilant positions, massive wolf forms unnaturally still as they monitored the proceedings. Occasionally they exchanged glances, communicating through whatever mental link bound the pack together. Carlyle moved between instrument stations, his scientific curiosity evidently engaged despite the tense circumstances. As the alignment drew closer, Naruto made his decision. He approached Edward directly, speaking quietly enough that only vampire hearing would detect his words. "Bella should be here," he said simply. "If this works, if I'm leaving, she deserves a proper goodbye." Edward studied him for a long moment, complex emotions washing across his perfect features. "You care for her," he observed, not a question but a recognition. "Yes," Naruto acknowledged. "Not in ways that threaten what you have, but in ways that matter nonetheless." Another measured pause before Edward nodded. "I'll bring her closer when the time comes," he agreed. "Though she remains at safe distance during the activation itself." The compromise settled, Naruto returned to the central apparatus where Demetri awaited, final calibrations apparently complete. "We're ready to begin the focusing sequence," the vampire announced. "The alignment occurs precisely at 3:17 a.m. At my signal, you'll channel your chakra into the primary conductor here. He indicated a crystal-tipped rod extending from the central mechanism. How much power will it require? Naruto asked, mentally assessing his chakra reserves. Substantial, Dimitri admitted. Based on our calculations and the energy signature we detected when you arrived, approximately 70% of your maximum output sustained for 45 seconds. The estimate was significant but manageable. With Kurama's assistance, Naruto could channel that level of power while maintaining sufficient reserves for defense if necessary. I'll need to enter Sage mode first, he informed Dimitri. To properly attune to the natural energy patterns. Dimitri's expression registered genuine scientific curiosity. Fascinating. Please proceed whenever you're ready. Naruto moved to a clear space near the apparatus, assuming the meditation posture that facilitated natural energy gathering. Closing his eyes, he expanded his senses outward, connecting to the flow of energy surrounding the plateau. The sensation was immediate and startling. Unlike the balanced natural energy he typically accessed, this location pulsed with strange currents, eddies and flows that seemed to follow patterns not entirely bound by physical laws. The dimensional weak point created distortions in natural energy itself, like gravity bending light around massive objects. Extraordinary, Kurama observed within him, the fox's consciousness expanding to absorb the unusual sensations. The barrier between worlds is indeed thinner here. I can almost sense echoes of other places. Other dimensions? Naruto questioned internally. Perhaps, the fox replied thoughtfully. Though not necessarily our own. This nexus may connect to multiple realities, not just the one we seek. The information was concerning but not entirely surprising. Dimensional weak points, by their nature, represented instabilities in the fabric of reality, places where barriers thin not just to one specific dimension but potentially to many. That complicates things, Naruto murmured, too quietly for even vampire hearing to detect. Indeed, Kurama agreed. We'll need precise focusing to ensure we open a doorway to our world, not another unknown realm. Can you sense our dimension specifically? Naruto asked, continuing the internal dialogue while maintaining his meditative pose. Vaguely, the fox acknowledged after a moment's concentration. There's a resonance that feels familiar. Like recognizing a specific voice among many conversations. Then we focus on that resonance when channeling our chakra, Naruto decided. Ignore the apparatus's general direction and target specifically for the signature of our world. Risky, Kurama cautioned. Dimitri's equipment is designed to stabilize the opening. Working against it could create unpredictable results. Working with it could send us to the wrong dimension, Naruto countered. I'll take unpredictable over incorrect. As Naruto completed his meditation, orange pigmentation appeared around his eyes, signaling successful entry into Sage mode. He rose fluidly, the natural energy visibly manifesting as a subtle aura around his form. Remarkable, Dimitri breathed, genuine scientific awe momentarily replacing his calculated composure. The energy pattern is unlike anything in our records. 10 minutes to alignment, one of Dimitri's colleagues announced, checking readings on multiple instruments. Movement at the perimeter caught Naruto's attention. Edward was approaching with Bella beside him, her small form dwarfed by the vampire's protective presence. Sam growled low in his throat but made no move to intervene as they joined the observers at the edge of the apparatus circle. Bella's eyes found Naruto's immediately, complex emotions evident in her expression, concern, fear, something deeper that neither had fully articulated. She clutched something in her hand, the wolf pendant and moon charm he'd entrusted to her, now returned as promised. The human should remain at the perimeter, Dimitri objected, his pleasant tone hardening slightly. She stays with me, Edward stated with quiet finality. At safe distance, but present. Tension crackled between them briefly before Dimitri shrugged, apparently deciding this particular battle wasn't worth fighting with the alignment approaching. As you wish. But interference could destabilize the entire process. With final positions established, the plateau fell into expectant silence. Instruments hummed with increasing energy as the alignment approached, subtle lights pulsing in complex patterns across the arranged devices. Above the central apparatus, the air itself seemed to shimmer faintly, like heat waves above sun-baked asphalt. 1 minute, Dimitri announced, his voice tight with controlled excitement. Prepare to channel energy on my mark. Naruto moved into position beside the primary conductor, gathering chakra in preparation. Within him, Kurama's consciousness rose closer to the surface, their energies synchronizing in familiar harmony. Remember, the fox cautioned, we target the resonance of our world specifically. Ignore the apparatus's general focus. Understood, Naruto confirmed internally, his external focus remaining on Dimitri's countdown. 30 seconds, 20 seconds. The air above the apparatus began to visibly distort, reality itself seeming to bend as the alignment approached its peak. Stars visible through the distortion appeared to shift position, light bending around increasingly warped spacetime. 10 seconds, 5, 3, 2, 1. Now. At Dimitri's command, Naruto placed his hands on the crystal conductor and channeled chakra directly into the apparatus. Golden energy flowed from his palms, illuminating the crystal with brilliant light that pulsed through connected components toward the central focus. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The distortion above intensified, expanding outward while simultaneously defining its edges. Within seconds, a roughly circular opening approximately 2 meters in diameter had formed, its perimeter shimmering with crackling energy. Stabilizing. Dimitri called over the increasing hum of energy. Maintain power level. Naruto continued channeling chakra, but with a crucial modification, following Kurama's guidance, he focused specifically on the resonance signature that felt like home, subtly directing the energy toward that particular dimensional frequency rather than the general focus of the apparatus. The interior of the circular opening shifted, swirling patterns of light and darkness coalescing and reforming as if searching for proper alignment. Dimitri's instruments began registering anomalies, displays flickering with unexpected readings. Something's wrong, one of Dimitri's colleagues called. The focal pattern is shifting. It's not maintaining the calculated vector. Dimitri's head snapped toward Naruto, understanding dawning in his crimson eyes. You're redirecting the focus, he accused. Overriding our calibrations. Ensuring I reach the correct dimension, Naruto confirmed, not interrupting his chakra flow. Your apparatus was calibrated for general opening, I need specific targeting. You'll destabilize the entire matrix. Dimitri warned, genuine alarm replacing his usual composure. The energies must balance precisely or, his warning was cut short as the circular opening suddenly pulsed, expanding dramatically before contracting again. The energy pattern within solidified momentarily, revealing a fleeting glimpse of somewhere else, towering trees unlike those of the Olympic Peninsula, bathed in warmer light. That's it. Naruto exclaimed, recognizing the distinctive landscape of Fire Country. That's my world. 45 seconds remaining in the alignment window, Dimitri's colleague announced, monitoring instruments that now displayed increasingly erratic readings. But the stability matrix is failing. Energy patterns becoming chaotic. Dimitri moved with vampire speed, adjusting controls on several surrounding devices. Attempting to compensate, he called. Maintain power but follow the apparatus guidance, Naruto. Your divergence is creating dangerous instability. The warning carried legitimate concern, but Naruto had glimpsed home, the specific dimensional signature confirmed by Kurama's recognition. He couldn't risk losing that connection by surrendering control back to the apparatus's general focus. I need to maintain this specific frequency, he replied, not yielding. It's the correct dimension, I recognize it. The standoff continued as the dimensional doorway fluctuated above them, expanding, contracting, occasionally stabilizing long enough to provide tantalizing glimpses of the world beyond. The apparatus vibrated with increasing intensity, components glowing with energies approaching their maximum tolerances. 30 seconds remaining, came the countdown. Critical instability detected in the perimeter containment. The announcement triggered immediate tension among Demetri's companions. The two newest vampires moved toward their assigned positions at the perimeter, clearly preparing for potential disaster. Edward tensed in response, positioning himself more protectively before Bella while maintaining visual contact with Naruto. "You need to leave," Naruto called to them. "The doorway's becoming unstable. I can hold it long enough to pass through, but the collapse might release excess energy. Not without completing our observations." Dimitri objected, scientific obsession overriding safety concerns. 20 seconds remaining, maintain position. The command wasn't directed at Naruto but at his vampire companions, who hesitated between scientific loyalty and self-preservation. The wolves growled in response, Sam's massive form tensing as if preparing to intervene. The situation balanced on a knife's edge between cooperation and conflict when something unexpected occurred. The dimensional doorway, fluctuating erratically above them, suddenly stabilized completely, its edges defined by crackling golden energy, its interior showing a clear view of a sunlit forest that Naruto recognized immediately. "The Fire Country border forests," he breathed, hope surging within him. It worked. 15 seconds, came the continued countdown. Doorway stability achieved but containment field approaching critical failure. Demetri's scientific fascination warred visibly with survival instinct as he studied the stabilized opening. "Extraordinary," he murmured. "Complete dimensional bridge established, the first fully documented instance in centuries." "Everyone back." Carlyle called suddenly, his medical knowledge apparently recognizing danger signs the others missed. The energy release when it collapses could be substantial. The warning galvanized the wolves into action. Sam barked sharply, a clear command that sent Jacob bounding toward Bella. Edward hesitated, clearly torn between removing Bella to safety and remaining to ensure Naruto's passage through the doorway. "Go." Naruto urged him. "Get her to safety. I can handle this." The decision was made for them as the apparatus began emitting high-pitched whines, components glowing with dangerous intensity. Demetri's colleagues abandoned their positions, vampire speed carrying them to safer distances. Only Dimitri himself remained, his scientific obsession evidently outweighing self-preservation. 10 seconds, he announced, crimson eyes fixed on the stabilized doorway with undisguised hunger for knowledge. "You need to transition now if you intend to return home." Naruto maintained chakra flow, the connection to the dimensional doorway now stable enough that he could potentially release the apparatus and still make the transition. But something held him back, an awareness of unfinished business, of connections formed that deserved proper conclusion. He turned, scanning the rapidly clearing plateau until his eyes found Bella. She stood at the perimeter, Edward's protective arm around her shoulders but her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Naruto. Even at this distance, the emotion in her expression was unmistakable, not just concern but something deeper, more profound. 5 seconds, Dimitri continued, his voice rising with urgency. "Transition now or lose the connection." In that moment, decision crystallized. Naruto released one hand from the apparatus, maintaining minimum chakra flow with the other, and reached into his pocket for the two talismans, the wolf pendant and silver moon charm. He looked at them briefly, these symbols of connection to a world that had welcomed him despite his disruptive arrival. "Naruto." Demetri's voice held genuine alarm now. "The apparatus is failing, transition immediately." With a final glance toward Bella and his unlikely allies, Naruto made his choice. Chakra flared brilliantly around his form as he released the apparatus completely, the dimensional doorway fluctuating wildly without his stabilizing energy. In the moment before complete collapse, he launched himself upward, body arcing toward the golden portal. The last thing he saw before passing through was Bella's face, tears streaming down her cheeks but a smile of genuine joy for his homecoming breaking through her sorrow. Then reality itself seemed to fold around him, dimensional transition enveloping his consciousness in disorienting swirls of light and sensation. Behind him, the apparatus reached critical failure, energy released in a concussive wave that scattered vampires and wolves alike. The dimensional doorway collapsed with spectacular visual effects, reality snapping back into normal configuration with forces that momentarily warped perception itself. And then, stillness. The plateau returned to moonlit quiet, the only evidence of extraordinary events being scattered equipment and stunned supernatural beings slowly regaining their composure. Bella stood frozen at the forest's edge where the blast had thrown her, Edward's protective embrace having shielded her from serious injury. Her eyes remained fixed on the empty space where the dimensional doorway had been, where Naruto had vanished in a final flash of golden light. "He made it," Edward said quietly, his vampire senses having tracked the transition more clearly than human perception allowed. "He's gone home." The simple confirmation released something in Bella, grief and joy intermingled in complex emotion that manifested as silent tears. In her hand, she clutched something tightly, two small objects Naruto had pressed into her palm in his final moment before the transition. The wolf pendant and moon charm remained, tangible connections to someone who had crossed dimensions and, however briefly, changed everything. Across dimensions, Naruto tumbled through golden light, disorientation overwhelming his senses as reality reconfigured around him. The transition lasted both an instant and an eternity, time itself distorted by passage between worlds. When consciousness fully returned, he found himself lying on familiar ground, the distinctive soil of Fire Country beneath his fingertips, dappled sunlight warming his face through ancient trees he recognized immediately. The scent of the forest, the quality of the light, the very feel of the air confirmed what his heart already knew. He was home. Sitting up slowly, Naruto took inventory of his condition. His chakra reserves were severely depleted but not dangerously so. Physical form seemed intact despite the violent transition. And within him, Kurama stirred with evident satisfaction. "We succeeded," the fox observed. "The specific targeting worked. This is indeed our world." "How can you be sure?" Naruto asked, still adjusting to the transition. "The natural energy signature is unmistakable," Kurama replied confidently. "This is our dimension, our world. We've returned." Standing carefully, Naruto oriented himself by the position of the sun. If his calculations were correct, Konoha should lie approximately 3 days' travel to the northeast, assuming the dimensional transit hadn't displaced him too far from his original location. As he prepared to begin the journey home, something made him pause. Reaching into his pocket, he discovered emptiness where two significant objects should have been. The wolf pendant and silver moon charm, gone, left behind in that final moment before transition. No, not left behind, he realized. Given. He had pressed them into Bella's hand in that last instant, a deliberate choice to leave tangible connection between worlds. The realization brought both sadness and completion. Those talismans belonged in the world where they held meaning, with the person whose journey they now symbolized. "Goodbye, Bella," he whispered to the empty forest. "Stay strong." With that final farewell, Naruto turned northeast, toward home, toward responsibilities and connections that had defined his life before interdimensional accident had briefly redirected his path. Each step carried him closer to familiar territory, yet something within him had changed fundamentally, perspectives expanded beyond single-world understanding, connections formed that transcended dimensional barriers. He was home, yet forever changed by having left it. Just as the world of wolves and vampires would continue without him, subtly but significantly altered by his brief presence within it. 2 weeks passed in Forks with deceptive normality. Rain fell, clouds gathered and occasionally parted, high school students attended classes and navigated ordinary teenage concerns. Yet beneath this surface routine, fundamental shifts continued to ripple through the supernatural community. The Wolves and Cullens maintained their unprecedented cooperation, joint patrols continuing even after Demetri's group departed the region. The vampire researcher had survived the apparatus explosion, though with injuries that would have been fatal to any human. His scientific fascination apparently satisfied by witnessing successful dimensional transition, he had withdrawn with his companions after extracting promises of future information sharing from Carlyle. The treaty boundaries remained in place, but with newly established protocols for communication and coordination, pragmatic adaptations to a world where rigid separation had proven less effective than strategic alliance. For Bella Swan, the weeks brought both introspection and evolution. The dimensional incident had changed her in ways that manifested gradually but unmistakably. Her confidence continued to develop, not as rebellion against Edward's protection but as natural claiming of her own agency. Her relationship with Edward himself underwent subtle transformation. The vampire's controlling tendencies hadn't disappeared entirely, centuries of habitual behavior rarely change overnight, but his approach had shifted significantly. Protection remained his instinct, but respect for her choices now tempered his actions more consistently. Jacob maintained his presence in her life, though with evolving dynamics. Their friendship deepened without the desperate edge of romantic possibility that had characterized previous interactions. Something had settled between them, mutual recognition that connection needn't require possession. On this particular afternoon, Bella sat alone on First Beach, the wolf pendant and moon charm resting in her open palm as they often did when she sought quiet reflection. The physical objects represented more than memory of Naruto himself, they symbolized the integration of seemingly incompatible worlds, the possibility of strength without supernatural transformation. "I thought I'd find you here," Edward's voice came from behind her, his approach deliberately audible though his vampire nature would have permitted silent arrival. Bella smiled without turning. "Just thinking." Edward settled beside her on the driftwood log, close but not crowding. His golden eyes fell to the objects in her palm, no jealousy in his expression now, merely acknowledgement of significant connection. "You miss him," he observed quietly. "Yes," Bella admitted without hesitation. "Not in ways that diminish what we have, but in his own right." Edward nodded, understanding evident in his perfect features. "He changed things here. Changed all of us, in different ways. For the better, I think," Bella replied, closing her fingers gently around the talismans. "I agree," Edward said, surprising her with his candor. "Though I wouldn't have admitted that 2 weeks ago." Bella leaned against him slightly, appreciating his honesty. "Growth usually involves discomfort. For all of us." They sat in comfortable silence, watching waves crash against the distant shore. The simplicity of the moment carried its own significance, two people sharing proximity without demands or expectations, connecting without possessing. "I've been thinking," Edward said finally, his voice carrying unusual hesitancy. "About your transformation. What you want versus what I want for you." Bella straightened, attention sharpening. This particular topic had remained largely untouched since Naruto's departure, a deliberate breathing space in a conversation that had previously created tension. "And?" she prompted when he didn't immediately continue. "And I've realized something important," Edward replied carefully. "That protecting your life while disregarding your choices isn't actually love. It's control disguised as care." The insight struck Bella deeply, not because it was entirely new, but because it came from Edward himself rather than external observation. His recognition represented significant evolution in perspective. "What are you saying?" she asked, needing clarity despite suspecting his direction. "I'm saying that whatever you choose, vampire, human, something in between, should be your decision based on what you truly want for yourself." His golden eyes met hers directly. "Not what makes me comfortable or addresses my fears." Bella absorbed this, measuring the shift in his perspective against her own evolving thoughts. "And if I'm still figuring out exactly what I want?" "Then we have time," Edward replied simply. "Contrary to what I've suggested before, turning 18 doesn't represent some cosmic deadline." A small laugh escaped her. "That's a change from, 'you're getting older every day,' arguments." Edward smiled ruefully. "I'm learning. Slowly, perhaps, but learning nonetheless." Bella reached for his hand, cool fingers entwining with hers in familiar contrast. "We both are." As afternoon light faded toward evening, they remained on the beach, conversation drifting to lighter topics. No decisions needed immediate resolution, no supernatural crisis demanded immediate attention. For this moment, at least, time expanded into peaceful possibility. Later, walking back toward where Edward had parked his car, Bella paused to look up at the emerging stars. Somewhere beyond those distant lights lay other dimensions, other worlds, one containing a bright-haired shinobi who had briefly entered her life and left it fundamentally changed. "Thank you," she whispered to the vastness above, words carried away by coastal breeze. "For seeing me." Miles away in another dimension, preparing for sleep in his Konoha apartment, Naruto paused in his evening routine. For a moment, he could have sworn he heard a familiar voice, impossible across dimensional barriers, yet somehow sensed nonetheless. "You're welcome," he replied to the empty room, words meant for someone who couldn't possibly hear them. "Stay strong." Between worlds, across impossible distance, something resonated briefly, connection transcending physical limitation, echoing in ways neither science nor chakra could fully explain. Not communication in any conventional sense, but acknowledgement of bonds that remained despite separation. In two worlds, two people continued their separate journeys, forever changed by brief convergence, carrying lessons from unexpected connection into futures that would unfold along independent paths. Different dimensions, different destinies, yet linked by experience that had altered both in ways that would continue to manifest long after physical proximity ended. Some connections, once formed, transcend even dimensional barriers. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.